This is it, the final split of the NACL 2025 season. Rising stars, returning giants, and one last shot at promotion. The Skies will fight to hold their spot, but the challengers are hungry. With new teams from open qualifiers and a revamped format, anything can happen. This isn't just another split. It's the last stop before the LTA, before the big stage. NACL Split 2 starts July 17th. Let's finish the fight.
Welcome one and all, my name is 4x4, that is Gordo to the 2026 NACL Split 1 promotion. Gordo, this is it all comes down to this. The pinnacle of amateur North American League of Legends awaits for one of these two teams. It is Apex Mission Impossible versus Cupid Esports. One of them bounced by CCG into this lower bracket, and one of them making quite the run, quite the little mini redemption story from overcoming the demons of the team that 2-0'd them into this lower bracket. Should be a good one here, Gordo. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, 4x4, and yeah, it feels like a destined matchup here to close things out at the end of the day. It's the roster, one org, both of which got relegated from the NACL in the spring, both of which tried to make runs back, both of which found a lot of success in the open qualifier, and now here they are facing off for one spot between the two of them. Very much looking forward to today's matchup, and so many storylines to talk about here between what Apex has been able to accomplish through the split that they've been gone and what Cupid's been able to accomplish in this tournament alone and how many demons they've conquered along the way.
Yeah, both these teams and both these rosters have had quite the 2025, right? Apex qualifying initially, coming back down. Cupid with the continuity that they've had. We talked about it to death. Guess what? We're going to talk about it to death again today over a few different orgs. They come into the match of destiny right now, coming up through Tier 3, beating everybody else, and now against a former NACL squad, or at least a former NACL core. We're getting into all that and more in just a little bit. But first, let's take a look at how one of these teams got here anyway. For recapping yesterday's action, Gordo, it started out how you and I and Yanni and RMC thought it was going to go. It was a Zenshi 1-0 lead here. NXI, what a game on this Jarvan. I mean, this play just kind of says it all here. Gets away by the skin of his teeth and swings the fight back in his team's favor. But that ended up being all she wrote for Zenshi.
Yeah, I mean, you can't limit it to just the four of us. I think a lot of folks, you just check in on the bracket, let alone paying close attention to the games, and it's pretty easy to come into this series favoring Zenshi. They took a dominant 2-0 against Cupid on the first day of competition, and Zenshi looking very good the rest of the way on through. I think a lot of folks were on board that hype train, but Cupid show what they have shown throughout the 2025 over and over and over again, that they can learn from their mistakes, that they can adapt their play, that they can level up for the next round, and they do it here today. A big highlight player for me is Bio. Dr. Calculus walks away with the fan-voted series MVP, both of them showing up against their respective opponents and against all of Zenshi to be able to piece together a 3-1 win. After that stumble in game number 1, it was all systems go for the Cupid squad.
And highlighted that turnaround by an absolutely stunning game 2, where NXI on Pantheon got onto NXI on Rammus and really just did not look bad. Was doubling up his CS for the entirety of the game, and you thought, you know what, okay, that was a weird one, we're going to flush it, move on. You get the bracket here up on your screen for you. But that was quite the harbinger, to use our SAT word of the day, of things to come. As you can see, Zenshi and Cupid, they faced off twice in these last few days. 2-0 to Zenshi. They get dumped down by CCG. Who among us, right? CCG romped to the 2026 NACL. And then Cupid, after surrendering that 1-0 lead, go up 3-1 and come in with a lot of momentum and facing this AMI squad that they themselves took down Lotus 2-0, took down Vancouver Impact 2-0, and they got dusted aside by CCG. So they've had a day to kind of think, reset, and game plan how they're going to go up against this Cupid Esports roster. Gordo, I mean, they're, like you said, there's so many storylines with these individual players and the crossovers that they've had. Their kind of bounces up and down between Tier 2 and Tier 3, but it's hard not to look at. I mean, I think AMI are going to be favored in this one. Again, they've been there and done that before. A couple of these players on Cupid have as well, but AMI, they romped through the first part of the bracket. But the momentum that Cupid have generated in these last couple of days cannot be overlooked.
Absolutely, and you know, when we look at that game yesterday that we were just talking about, how dominant Bio was in the early game, how well he was able to form facing off against NXI, and the early advantages that Cupid were able to secure for themselves to be able to get those 3-game wins. You contrast that with AMI, a team that I think has really stood out, particularly in their ability to play these games super late, go for a real team fight focused strategy, play together as 5 in these engagements, and you may find yourself kind of having the same conversation that we had between Cupid and Zenshi in that Game 3 territory yesterday, where maybe a lead for Cupid, and I expect them to find some leads in these early games, but how long and how effectively will they be able to maintain those leads and close out these games facing off against an AMI squad that feels like they've really defined themselves with their team fighting abilities?
Yeah, and that was something that, like, we were kind of talking about in yesterday's broadcast. Cupid, they love to fight, right? And they love to team fight, and they can do so, but sometimes get a little bit over their skis. It seems like they really corrected that, especially after Game 1. Now, Game 2, again, it was a bit of a wash, but like you said, in Games 3 and 4, their approaches were a little bit more cautious. Didn't get super, like, wound up or freaked out by the fact that NXI was kind of dominating the early game objectives, but they weren't taking fights when they weren't supposed to. Like you said, they really have kind of carved out an identity for themselves, and the team compositions that they like to play, the styles that they like to play, which is a little more standard, but it was more measured this time around. We're going to get the Cupid Esports roster up on your screen right now just to get it officially on the screen who exactly we're going to be talking about today. It is Dr. Calculus, Bio, Adam, Hub, and Tub in the bottom lane. And Gordo, let's kind of pick up on a point that we touched on a little bit yesterday, but was the fact that Cupid put together a pretty dang comprehensive series against Zenshi without a standout game by a bot lane that had a lot of eyes on them in Hub and Tub. That's not to say they did poorly, not at all, but they were not the stars like yesterday.
No, it was really all about the top side, and that's something we talked about a lot for Zenshi, and it's something we're going to talk a lot about for AMI today. It's been a top side tournament for the entirety of the promotion tournament so far, and you're looking at a roster like Cupid Esports, they've managed to play through both sides of the map at some point or another throughout the season, and this has been a season where these 5 guys have gotten so many reps together. We brought it up yesterday, but for anybody tuning in for the first time today, this is a roster that has been together as 5 across 3 different organizations for the entirety of 2025. That's something you can't say against pretty much any other team in Tier 1 or Tier 2 outside of those collegiate rosters like Winthrop that do stay together for, kind of scholarly reasons that have more to do with the way that they come together rather than a roster that is kind of being run by a business and often moving players in and around.
And on the other side, quite the potent top side as well. Apex Mission Impossible sporting Decoy, Low Jazz, RetroZing, Baz, and Protoss. And now the Decoy, Low Jazz, and Baz roster, or the core I should say, has been together for a while, but RetroZing and Protoss, those are names that have been swapped in relatively recently.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when you talk about AMI, the point where I want to start is talking about Coach Pocus here. They've got their manager, Cyanitis, on here as well. But Pocus, their former support, who's kind of stepped into more of a coaching role for this team, I got to talk to him way earlier in the season, and he made it a point to bring up that he feels like there are a lot of underrated players in this scene that need an opportunity to play with a little bit more structure, with a little bit more of like-minded competitors, and it's easy to see who he's talking about, right? It's RetroZing and Protoss, the new players on this team. At the time, he may have also been talking about BB. Low Jazz was still playing for Blue Otter at the time we had this conversation. Low Jazz has come back into the lineup since then to keep that core of AMI together. Decoy, Low Jazz, and Baz, plus Pocus as well, who's now moved over to coach, and played together for over a year at this point under this AMI banner. Now retooling the roster, they've brought in many different mids over the years, RetroZing being the most recent one, and now Protoss joining the lineup as Pocus steps back into retirement and into coaching.
As we look at kind of how these two rosters are going to clash on the wrist, stylistically, individually, yes, but this Cupid roster, and again, we want to stress it's the roster because they've been under a few different org names, but this stack of 5 players have actually clashed against AMI in a few different compositions, including ACL, which I know you're very familiar with, Gordo, and have come out the better, but not by much.
Yeah, what's really funny is it's in more recent times, it started to become a little bit more Cupid favored in some matchups, but not in others, right? At the beginning of the season, when they were playing in NACL, it was AMI who were coming out on top, and most recently in the open qualifier bracket, AMI came out on top again, but in between those matches, Cupid were able to take them down over in the ACL when they played each other. So these teams have seen each other plenty of times. I'm sure they've scrimmed plenty throughout the season as well, as they've constantly found themselves in similar positions, whether it be as underdogs in the NACL or as major favorites in the Tier 3 scene. They've been on equal levels pretty much all of 2025, so you've got to believe that they've met each other both in official play and outside of official play in some of those script sessions.
And now, it all comes down to this, the most important series of the year, to decide if you get to spend the first split of 2026 up with the big dogs, up in NACL, or if you've got to do it all over again in March and try to qualify through Tier 3s again. We all think, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, that it's going to be AMI who work their way back to Tier 2, that take down Cupid Esports. But again, this is not to write off what the momentum that I kind of brought up that Cupid Esports have. And as a wise man once said, as we get in a draft here, often in Tier 3, Tier 2, it's not who's the better team, it's who shows up on the day. And Cupid are riding a lot of momentum that cannot be discounted. Into draft we go. Gordo, we talked a lot about about these players and who were the superstars, right, for them. And while AMI doesn't have kind of a true, maybe, I think waiting on a hero, maybe haven't had someone grab the reins and take this team to the next level, kind of has been the face of the franchise, if you will. But I think a good place to start for both of these teams, especially if you're looking at just performances in this tournament, is that top side, that top jungle, especially given Dr. Calculus played a bit of a blinder last series.
Yeah, he had a really, really good run yesterday, I think especially culminating in that Cho'Gath game that earned him the series MVP. But I think if you're going to name a star player on AMI, I think Decoy is a really solid place to start. Decoy has been individually so good in laning phases. This guy's picking up solo kills on stuff like Scion. He's had some really impressive Gnar games. His Rumble is perhaps the best in the tournament, and this is talking about a matchup against Dr. Calculus, a guy who is known for his Rumble and has drawn Rumble bans throughout the entire tournament. Rumble going unbanned here, by the way, immediately noteworthy. I mean, Decoy might just snap it up. Gonna go for the Wukong instead. Now Dr. Calculus might just snap it up. I mean, both of these are teams that love them a bit of Rumble, and it's also a huge denial to the other side.
And if it wasn't going to be the Aurora, right, you expected that to be banned away. Talia Pantheon still strong as ever, despite a couple of light touches. Going to get some more touches in 25-19 here shortly. But yeah, with the Rumble going unbanned through 6 picks. Taking the Wukong, though, for Low Jazz, who has been a bit of an engine himself on this team. And it's deja vu all over again here, Gordo. R1 Corki in Game 1, which we saw exactly the same thing happen in last series.
This time it is going over to Hub, who is himself a big Corki fan. If we're ever going to see Hub and Tub kind of play a little bit more of a priority role for this Cupid team, like you said, they took a bit more of a backseat role yesterday. It's going to be by getting this Corki and being able to play a more aggressive bot lane style. It could be with the Alistar. We even got to see them play Corki and Pyke up against Vancouver Impact. Tub showed a little bit of that pick earlier this tournament. Not to the greatest of success, but might bust that one out here again if the support pick ends up dropping to later. Keep your eyes on what Tub ends up playing.
The big jungle priority continues. Maokai has dropped a lot in priority, but he's still good as gold, man. That Twisted Advance, or Nature's Grasp, I should say, still extremely strong. Rumble, despite surrendering B1, the priority that pick had, you're going to be able to get away with grabbing it. And Decoy, so Dr. Calculus, like you said, going to have to be playing into that Rumble, but he'll be doing so with the Mbessa, while the Nico also scooped up here for Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, what a Rumble comp that AMI have constructed for themselves here with their first 3. There's a lot of Venn diagrams going on here that are going to set you up for a really massive Rumble ultimate, and somebody who can line them up like no other is going to be Decoy. Love what AMI have drafted for themselves here, and Dr. Calculus probably kicking himself a little bit here, really wishing that had drifted a little bit later in the draft, and it could have been him piloting his signature pick. Not going to happen in a full Fearless world. That honor belongs to Decoy for this game number 1, and you know, if you're looking at AMI's drafts that have been successful throughout this tournament, a lot of them look like this one that you've seen come on through.
Yeah, it is a little more standard. I mean, both these teams, and I mean, when you come off of casting, you know, we've had Cubic and NXI play 4-6 games on stream, right? So we've been exposed to a lot of kookiness, to use a technical term. But this time around, a little more stock standard for both of these teams. Lucian and Ezreal going to be taken away from Baz this time around now. A guy who seems to be kind of hitting his stride. He's been in the scene a little bit, right? But part of this core with Decoy and Low Jazz, but seems to be kind of hitting his stride. And maybe not a moment too soon, right? Like you said, you got Hub in a big Game 1 here with a kind of a carry pick in the Rumble being denied. A lot of the bonus does start to fall into that court.
really does here. I expect to see a little bit more bot side focus, and then this Maokai coming on in does mean that Bio's going to be able to get involved nice and early, be able to make some of these ganks happen pre-level 6 with a nice twisting advanced position. Going to be up against the NACL as well, a little bit squishier in the support department. Although a Bard lock in for Tub. I did say keep an eye on what kind of spicy picks he might bring out. The Bard is not one that I expected, though, maybe signifying that they're going to try to leave Hub on an island a little bit more and get that Bard moving around with Bio to perhaps prioritize another lane. They've already got a nice skirmishing top laner in the Ambessa who wouldn't mind getting a little bit of action up against the Rumble. They're also going to get last pick of mid here for Adam, knowing now that they are facing against RetroZing's Rise.
Well, now you've got a couple of really, this is a really pivotal R5 here for Cupid, right? Because, when you think of champions to be left on an island, Corki to me isn't one that immediately springs to mind, right? Bard in this competition is interesting, right? Like you said, with this pairing, it's not exactly what you'd think, but you mentioned the roaming duo potentially of him and the Maokai. The playmaking potential is absolutely out the nose. It will be Kaisa down in the bottom lane, so pretty short-range composition outside of the NACL drafted up here for AMI.
It's all in, right? They're going to snap engages either with a flank from this NACL or diving in from Lojaz on this Wukong, and everybody's going to be right on top of them in an instant, and they're going to have to win that fight right then and there off of the combination of ultimates with this Rumble and with the CC that the two kind of more supportive roles are bringing here. Range could be very effective here for Cupid, though, if they go for something a little bit pokier, and they're going to snap up the Varus, moving the Corki over to mid. And if they go a more pokey Varus build, plus the Maokai, they can have quite a bit of range harass that are not going to be very easy to respond to from the side of AMI.
Into this composition could be kind of nasty. Yeah, it's a lot of You've got a mix of damage, right, with the Corki, with the Maokai, but pretty heavy into physical damage. Like you said, Gordo, an all-in composition drafted here really by AMI. But for Cupid, you've got a solid answer. Like you said, with the Bard, the range to be able to execute that pick potentially right when you've got that kind of softened up, and the ability to isolate and take down one target is certainly something that this QP Sports composition has. But on the other side, a lot of damage coming through from AMI. You get caught on the wrong side of the train tracks, your days will be numbered real freaking quick.
Yeah, RetroZing, a big fan of this Rise, by the way. This has been a bit of a signature pick from him throughout his time since joining AMI, kind of for the summer onwards. This guy, a long-time Tier 3 player, but kind of calling back to what Pocus told me previously, right? He's a player that's never really gotten opportunities on these really highly competitive teams. He's kind of been on some of the lower tier Open Qualifier, ACL teams that were either really low seeds in the playoffs, leaving the playoffs early, or not even making playoffs at all. This is the best team he's ever played on by a wide margin, and he's kind of grabbed it right by the reins, right? Has shown himself to be very proficient on picks like the Azir, the Orianna, the Talia, and this Rise to be a big carry for this team and to be able to pair up with Lojaz and be a really strong mid-jungle duo that can both accrue leads and take those leads around the map. I think he's got a big role in this game of using Realm Warp to set up some of these kind of big flanks and engages when you are playing such a low-range team comp up against a Cupid Esports composition that can poke with the best of them.
That poke competition kind of, it is not quite as easy to operate as you might think. Just poke, just sit back, right? It's what you tell your laners when they're getting blasted early, and no, just sit back, just play safe. Not always the easiest thing to do, but I think he hit the nail right on the head, right? With RetroZing on the rise, it's a champion that he knows very well, so you'd like to think he knows the role, right? Especially once you get that wave clear going real quick, start ripping that on cooldown. It's a longer cooldown than, say, a Cyclone or an Arctic Assault that you want to see, Paranoia, these crucial level 6 jungler ultimates, but being able to combo up, right, especially with Protoss, if one AD carry gets left out on an island, how does Protoss' role change as well, right? You think once he hits level 6, he's got a lot of playmaking potential as well.
He definitely does, yeah, and gonna be playing the minion counting game, right? We always get to have that conversation when you're watching the NACL. There's some really cute stuff you could do as well by, pretending to be wards and things like that. For the most part, though, you're gonna be posing as a minion, and you're gonna have to be saying, hey, is there supposed to be a siege minion in that wave? Oh, is it my lucky day? Did I get 4 melees in this wave? Probably not. It's probably the NACL So you're going to have to really keep your wits about you, really make sure that you're either counting minions, or the other little tech you could do is you could check your scoreboard and see whether or not they've got a question mark by the Nico's name, whether she's on vision or not. That will also expose it for you. So different people have different preferences for how they track whether Nico's in a wave or not. The important thing is that whatever your choice, you are checking.
Yes, yeah, you got to keep your head on a swivel. There's nothing more embarrassing than being gunned down by a melee minion. It's not a good look. Nobody likes it, nobody respects it, etc. But as we move on here, chat, we want to know. Well, we got a tech pause here, plenty of time to ruminate. We want to know who you think is going to come out on top. In this game specifically, you've seen the draft now, you've heard us opine on it, which I'm sure everybody's here to do. Hashtag AMI or hashtag CPD. This will be the first one we see without the Cupid fan club, or maybe in lesser numbers. Maybe you guys have just become so entrenched in Tier 3 that you are here as well. But either way, want to see who you guys are supporting, who you think is going to come out on top in this one. Again, it is do or die. You win, fantastic. Your plans for 2026 spring are made. Don't go anywhere. Don't book any long vacations. Those weekends are going to be very valuable to you. But on the other side, it is win or go home for one of these two squads. Gordo, after seeing this draft, anything coming to mind here, changing the expectations for the AMI competition, what they've got going into them?
I think you couldn't have asked for a better matchup to kind of set the stage for how these two teams are going to perform, right? I think Cupid, we talked to Dr. Calculus after his game yesterday, and he wouldn't give any insight into what the picks and strats were going to be. Not a big surprise there, but he did say they've prepped very heavily for AMI, and they think they're going to be able to come in with the win here. I think they come right out the bat with kind of a counter strategy, right? AMI get a very traditional AMI-style composition, with Cupid going this kind of poke style to try to counteract it. So immediately we see this clash. AMI playing comfort, Cupid playing the counter strat. Who wins here is going to get a lot of momentum for their side, because if Cupid's plans to counter out what AMI is going for aren't enough to overcome that comfort, then AMI feel like it's smooth sailing from here on out. Conversely, if Cupid have the tech, if Cupid have successfully prepared, they know everything AMI is going to do, and they can beat them out with that knowledge, then AMI are left scrambling, and they have to really change strats at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and you wonder how deeply they would, right? 'Cause, I mean, aside from, some tough data against CCG, there's only so much you can take from that, kind of those losses. And look, they look competitive in a couple of those games, I think especially in Game 3, but it is a bit of a flush it, move on, right? That was the team that everybody kind of saw as the outlier. Okay, they're not really supposed to be here. It's not going to be a procession for them necessarily, but it kind of ended up being a procession. They didn't drop a single game. They were the head and shoulders favorites. They're in NACL 2026. Fantastic. Hats off to Shogo and the boys. But right now, yeah, you're going up against a team that, again, they like to play kind of standard as well, but Cupid, they can throw a couple wrenches in it. And with a Bard, with a poke composition, right, we'll see how this Varus walks will be piloted by Hub and Tub, or by Hub specifically. But before we hop into that game, I want to shout out just a little bit here our sponsors, Protif.gg. You see them up on the top right. Scan that QR code to get one-on-one coaching. No matter your rank, you can fast-track your road to improvement by scheduling a one-on-one coaching session at Protif.gg. Every coach on Protif is actually an active or recent NACL or LTA player, so you can be confident they have the knowledge to help you climb faster. Get personalized coaching today from Protif.gg. Again, the link's there, the QR code's there. You know what to do. Gordo, we're almost into draft here. I mean, look, as far as early action, right? When you see a Kaisa, usually it's paired with something like a Nautilus. But with, I think, is it a stretch to say that as we get into game here, the way this bottom lane is going to go will be dependent on how much Tub stays in lane? Because if he goes, you've kind of got to, if not follow him, you've got to track him, right?
You definitely do, and I do wonder how they're going to try to play this one. I do think there's going to be some really good combat power on both these sides, right? We know that Varus can be a really strong laner. We were kind of expecting the Corki through a lot of laning phase. They end up swapping that over to mid, so where the priority is really going to fall for Cupid is really a question for Bio. I think he could visit any of these lanes and find some success. There's definitely vulnerable parties across the board for AMI, and there's champions that want to snowball across the board for Cupid. So Bio, the world's his oyster here. It's not super telegraphed where he's going to go, and Tub's in a similar boat, right? He could pair up with Bio once he gets kind of past that level 3 mark and try to make plays happen, or he could just show up right down there and try to get Hub rolling, although Hub's going to be flashless, so maybe you take that right off the board.
He will be flashless. Took one step to the left too far into that top lane river. Tub going to get that double stun down. He's going with Ignite. A couple of interesting rune choices to call out. Obviously, like, it's not Halo Blaze, but it is going to be the Arcane Comet, which makes you think it's going to be more of a poke of Varus. I mean, it's almost guaranteed. You don't go the on-hit stuff without lethal tempo. You're setting yourself back here. Phase Rush on the Maokai. Grasp up top. But the Aftershock as well on LoJazz's Wukong.
Definitely. That's an interesting choice for LoJazz
Not
here.
what I
He's
thought
always
we were
somebody that's willing to bring something a little bit different to the table, and is Wukong going to be one of those cases? They go, hey, you know, we're a team composition that doesn't really have tanks. I'm going to be that little bit extra tankier just to make sure I can survive long enough for the rest of this combo to come through. The worst thing that could happen is I get in there, I find a 6 Cyclone, we've got Equalizer down on top of me, but I just die too fast for it to make a difference. So
100%.
Aftershock going to be his recipe to try to navigate on out of there. And already lane prio being taken by Hub and Tubbs, by the way.
Yeah, that's that range advantage, baby. I mean, having to pop the heal already is Protoss, and Kai'Sa having to back away pretty much immediately here, but also going to take a cheeky recall is that Varus. So she'll be able to get back. We'll see what he comes back with. Is it boots? Is it a glove? Or is it a dagger, I should say?
Kind of disastrous, right? I mean, that was a non-siege wave, so many minions die. Nearly an entire wave dies to that turret. Kai'Sa's not even in range for XP, and the cheater recall comes on through for the Varus to be able to rejoin. So he's going to have an item advantage and an XP advantage and the CS advantage. See if they can push that even further. I mean, if they win another nice trade, this is going to get out of control in the favor of Cupid really quickly.
Yeah, it's definitely suboptimal if you're Baz and Protoss downstairs. But yeah, with that Bard, man, I mean, Bard going electrocute, right? He's not messing around either. And that early damage that Bard can do is really sneaky. Obviously, he brings so much more to the table post level 6, but he just kind of waited around in that brush, got that double stun, followed it up with the empowered autos, and just kind of ran at Protoss and Baz and really made it really uncomfortable for them. Only up a few CS here. Let's see when the waves kind of crash back and forth, how it equalizes here. But really just going back and grabbing the refillable pot, it looks like.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had enough for a sword, I guess. Was hoping, you know, if you're a Cupid fan, you were hoping at least that he would be able to pick up that long sword. Guess was just a little short on money, but still will have those extra sustain tools. You can see does have that little bit of a CS lead already 3 up, and that's with 2 extra minions to clear on out. So we'll end up about 2/3 of the wave up. And it does have the wave kind of frozen right outside of range. So LoJazz, despite being in the area, can't do much of anything. Bio has just taken the topside scuttle, is going to recall. Could have the option to path down towards bot now as he completes his second clear. As Krugs to the first camp that's spawning, so he's going to be moving in that direction regardless. See if Tub, without the scanner, can't do anything about the ward and the tri-brush, but could still maybe look to get a little bit of lockdown and open up for Bio to have an opportunity.
Yeah, that bottom lane, at least you've got, you know, like you said, the scuttle on the bot side, Bio took the one on the top side. Both these junglers, more or less, honors even early on. Got their first big items coming back as well, the Faded Ashes and the Sheen for Bio and LoJazz, respectively. TP expended here now by Adam to get his behind on back to lane. Picked up the tier here early on. As Retro's getting the better of a couple of those trades. It took pretty much the entire mana bar, but still looking pretty good here for the side of AMI and their mid laner. Dragon respawning in a couple of seconds here. It was that early prio that was taken by Hub and Tub, but now they've got themselves a pretty good freeze here. The wave has been stuck there for pretty much the last couple minutes here, but that priority for the Dragon is all but gone. We'll see kind of when that scuttle despawns. Maybe that's a push that they want to take with Bio hovering towards the bottom side as well.
Yeah, that's a nice little interaction for Tub you just got to see happen in the bottom lane. As soon as Protoss throws out the clone, as soon as he goes invisible, which is how you know the clone's coming out, Tub just chucks out the Cosmic Binding and can pretty much land it every time, right? You're going to have 2 units next to each other, Nico and her clone. So doing a good job of being able to keep landing harass, opening up for further harass from Hub on this Arcane Comet Varus. He is going for the poke build. Can get yourself into some really favorable laning scenarios that way, as Bio does end up arriving towards the bottom side, but Retrosing already kind of cheating his way down there. He has the Realm Warp. He's just grabbing a Scryer's Bloom for now, and will actually spot Bio with that one, so they know that Bio's starting up on the Dragon.
Yeah, the jig seems to be up, but kind of decent recalls with the bottom laners as they head actually on up to the top side. But the TP comes down here immediately from Dr. Calculus to shadow Bio. And really prioritizing this early dragon. Here comes Low Jazz. Adam gonna join the fight as well as Retro Zing. So we could get a scuffle that breaks out here. Protoss not level 6 here, crucially. Equalizer, first one of the day, does go down, and it's gobbled up by Bio as the dragon flashing away. Dr. Calculus is the sacrificial lamb. It's first blood for dragon.
Wow, what an equalizer from Decoy there. Lands it across every member in sight and deals a ton of damage. Already putting them in a disfavorable position. A nice smite from Bio will secure the dragon for Cupid, but first blood into Retro Zing's pocket in no small part due to the setup from Decoy.
Yeah, very nicely done as stun lands there from Bio. Decoy, yeah, like you said, it was quite the equalizer there. It showed up kind of not a moment too soon. We're gonna get another look at this from the floating cam there. Yeah, the equalizer chased everybody down and made it pretty much untenable, that fight for Cupid.
Yeah, the fact that junglers weren't level 6 yet, Low Jazz didn't have the Cyclone or anything to combo with it, had been a little bit later, really could have been devastating to the side of Cupid, but you know, it's a well-timed dragon. It means that there aren't too many tools available for AMI to be able to collapse on them, and they do walk away with the objectives, so not going to be earth-shattering that first kill did end up going over, but Retro Zing will appreciate it plenty. And we already talked about how well Retro Zing was able to do in this laning phase so far up against a tough Corki matchup. Retro Zing been a player that's really impressed me over the course of this summer, and really exemplifies like nobody else this season how much circumstances matter in League of Legends, right? This guy has kind of been a non-noteworthy player for multiple years now, but he's always been on weaker teams. Now that he gets this opportunity, he has looked so much better over the course of this year.
Yeah, it really be like that. I mean, the amount, and League of Legends is such a team game, it's so tough to stand out if you're on a team whose results aren't matching up with maybe some individual plays, especially in Tier 3 when there's just not as much tape on these guys. It's tougher to find VODs. You got to go off solo, you got to go off self-promotion, right? And like you said, if you're in the right place at the right time, things can work out for you. As the Grubs are started up here, Bio going to grab the first one, but it looks like the honors will be split here. Red Legion shows up and gets the gang ready to roll here. Nature's Grasp does go out here. First one of the day now, and actually getting 3 there as Bio pulls off an awesome ultimate. Adam showing up, might not even need him. This Cyclone pretty much using it defensively, if nothing else. Adam coming in hot with the Valkyrie. Magical Journey taken by Tub and Low Jazz. The stun lands. It's gorgeous from Tub. The Ignite goes down, and it will secure the kill.
Really well done there by Tub to be able to kite it out, and Protoss' clone doesn't protect him from the approaching cat the way that he wanted it to. He sends it a little bit out to the side, and both he and the clone get caught by Nature's Grasp, leaving him a sitting duck to be cleaned on up by Cupid. Really well done by them to be able to make that collapse happen, and they come up with the 2 grubs, so a really nice win for Cupid pretty much across the board.
And a 1,000 gold lead to show for it here, Gordo, as Hub has picked up 2 kills, crucial, into this composition. But the Varus gets rolling here. Everybody else is going to be more or less okay. The kit kind of takes care of itself here. You'd like to maybe get Dr. Calculus going, but on the inverse, okay, into a Rumble matchup, as long as your opponent isn't literally frying everybody else, you're kind of feeling okay about how your first 10 minutes have gone. Cupid playing all right here. So far, so good, especially when you consider, I mean, how that bottom lane started, right? It was a good opening trade for there for Hub and Tub. Not able to get the best resources on that recall, right? Just the one refillable pot. But it wasn't exactly via that they've taken advantage of it, but they put themselves in a pretty dang good spot now. And you look up here, Gordo, just a minute and change until that next dragon comes up, and you see the bottom lanes have already been swapped down to help get the waves pushed in the right direction to prioritize it.
Going to try to work their way on towards this turret, see if they can get some of those early plays. Tub already pushed up, already harassing Protoss, and Protoss down below half HP if you look over on the left side of your screen there. So looks like a really nice trade, probably lined up for a piercing arrow from Hub or something. Really already knocking Protoss' health bar pretty low and showing why this Bard Varus, if the Bard's on the front foot, if the Bard's on point with his Cosmic Bindings, it's going to get really, really difficult to play as the squishy Kaisa Nico lane.
Yeah, it gets really, really tricky to play, and you need a Bard that's willing to, yeah, like you said, play on the front foot, and the Q is, this Cosmic Binding is such a crucial ability, right? If you can hit that early on, the free damage you and your partner can output, I mean, it's really, really stifling, and Tub really set the tone for this game in a series where we were kind of hoping, just for entertainment's perspective, as casters, wanting to tell more stories and see more guys in the limelight. We were saying, look, Hub and Tub had themselves a great series, but they weren't the stars. They've certainly been the standout performers here early on. And Tub on this part is a big reason why. Gonna get rooted up here. The Dragon spawning in just a couple of minutes. Bio and company clearing out some vision as they try to take Dragon number 2 here, Gordo.
Yeah, definitely. Starting things up, Cupid already 2-0 in the objectives department, and they're the first ones to start off this Dragon, so unless Low Jazz goes for something bold, they might just secure it. Nature's Grasp already coming out from Bio, and that'll build them the space that they need. Cupid claim themselves the first 3 objectives. They are on their way towards Feats, and on their way towards Dragon Soul as well. Looks like we're going to be on Cloud Soul this time around, so not the most impactful in the world, but still pretty powerful, especially on champions like the Varus, the Corki, and the Maokai. You like those low cooldown ultimates on your carries, and you like those engage ultimates on your tanks. They got both of those on the Cupid side, and are plenty happy with how this early objective control has gone. So far, AMI not able to kind of make their stance known in this early stage of the game, and it's kind of like we predicted. Cupid started to take leads early on, although Hub whiffs an ultimate there. It's AMI that's going to need to probably try to pull this one back in the later game with their team fighting abilities.
And that's something that's a hallmark of theirs, which is fantastic news. But what is not as fantastic news is that Decoy, after that first, god-tier equalizer, has been, not really kind of, whoop. Okay, hold on. No, I thought that was the public execution. That was a different projectile. My apologies. Is Decoy going to be shoved off this wave here early on? Dr. Calc was perfectly happy to proxy that one down. Gordo, how much does it worry you that the Rumble hasn't really gotten going here, especially when on the other side, the early game power has been dumped into a legitimate carry threat? Hold on a second here. Hub having to flash backward, doesn't have the cleanse, but still holding on to the barrier. Tub going to take the magical journey, eventually does get knocked up here, but with the strength of the TP coming to back them up. Baz forced to flash away as Hub drops some arrows down. Dr. Calculus coming down as the whole rest of Cupid joins the party in the bot lane, and they are rolling here early on, Gordo.
Protoss wasn't there. They don't have the full suite of abilities. They don't have the full force to be able to make the play happen. AMI overexert themselves, looking to make a quick play on towards Hub and Tub, and they just do not have the damage to be able to do it. It's a nice flash from Hub to get away from the Cyclone, but either way, there was not enough damage to take them down from where they currently were, and Cupid get another one for free. That's also the feats of warfare for them as they get the 3rd kill.
Feeling really, really good about their position right now. Up almost 2,000 gold, effectively 2,000 gold to count the Dragons, right? And the feet and what that's going to be able to get you. And crucially, 3-0 here for Hub. And got himself into a very, very nice spot here. That Mana Moon is going to be completed in no time flat. How impactful do you think this is actually going to be here, right? Because you talk about the scaling and the team fighting that AMI are going to be able to bring. Just how much does having this Varus beefed up help you out? Because it's one thing to have it, but like we talked about in draft, you still got to execute the poke comp, and that's not the easiest thing in the world to do.
Execution is always going to be everything, but the rewards for executing are getting way higher with how much gold is being funneled into this Varus. This is the highest damage part of your kind of poke aspect of the composition. It's nice to land some Corki rockets. It's nice to get a little bit of sapling damage, but the ability that's going to take somebody off the map and either get you a kill or get somebody entirely out of the play, it's going to be these big piercing arrows from Hub. So this is exactly where you would want the gold to be allocated, given the way that you've drafted this composition from Cupid. Now, you asked me earlier about Decoy's Rumble ultimates. I'm not too concerned that he hasn't found a big one yet, but this Dragon 3 or this Rift Herald, that's where I want to see him. Rift Herald, it's time for it right now.
Okay, the corruption does land. Dr. Calculus goes in. He'll get buffed out by the Pop Blossom, but really doesn't matter a ton here. Low Jazz, though, willing to go forward, gets the double Cyclone off, but is isolated a little bit, has to flash away from the Puppet's execution. Tempered Fate lands, and that could be all she wrote. The stun lands with the Cosmic Binding afterwards. Tub playing a blinder right now. Bio came in with the Nature's Grasp and swung that fight back. He'll flash away and get out with his life. It's a 2-for-0.
And Cupid are too quick with the trigger pull. Decoy cannot get into position. Low Jazz ultimates before he's even there. Decoy's forced to throw out a raw equalizer to just try to create some kiting space for his teammates. Cupid make the play before AMI are ready, and they win out for it. Not going to be able to claim the objective here yet, but you can see it's Hub that starts off the play, lands a chain, takes Protoss off the map. He pop blossoms nobody, and like I said, Low Jazz is ulting on his own. Decoy is a whole screen away. He can't ult until just now, and the play's already over.
And not for nothing, Hub is 5-0, dude. He sniped that last kill with the piercing arrow, and all the gold keeps getting funneled into Hub. So, I mean, the only downside of this is that he's got a massive, massive target on his back. A big old neon sign above his head that says, hey, attack here. If you're able to get this guy down, you've got a shot in this fight. 2,000 gold ahead of his opposite number. It's just been that kind of day for Hub.
So far, Dr. Calculus making very good on what he told us yesterday, that they were ready for AMI. They had already been prepping for AMI before knowing the result of yesterday's match, obviously assuming a win for themselves, otherwise that prep is all for nothing. And they're executing as of 17 minutes into game number 1 for Y4. They are looking calm, cool, collected, and like they know all these plays before they make them.
Holy moly, and just taking this on spawn now, right? They grab themselves, actually, Retro not taking up top. Proto's gonna get hit by the Cosmic Binding, or the Tempered Fate, excuse me, and that is a big shutdown going into a crucial member. Killer Instinct coming in hot. And now Lojaz may be able to smite this one away. Here comes the Equalizer, but Bio able to secure Dragon number 3. That is huge. Soul point for Cupid, but the fight's not over just yet. Bio able to shove Lojaz off of him for now, but I think he's going to be able to catch up. Bonks him over the head with a stick. Gets him off him one more time, but one more gap close from Lojaz should do it. But that is sneaky ticking damage right now. There's no way he gets away with it. The heal comes in from Protoss, and not a moment too soon. They give up the Dragon, but 2 kills on the board for AMI.
Yeah, really good stuff here for AMI to be able to get back into this one. Lojaz used the smite as part of his chase down on the Hub, I believe, so wasn't able to get his name on the Dragon. Soul point does go over to Cupid, but some nice clapback and collapsing of the gold lead for the side of AMI. Yeah. They get the shutdown onto Hub, who was 5-0. The gold goes to Baz. They're also able to chase down a little bit more thanks to a nice realm warp from RetroZing, cutting off the only escape route available. AMI keeping themselves alive here, but they can't afford to give up more of these dragons. You don't want that soul on Cupid this early.
No, that would be really, really ugly, but what would be really, really sick is a 25-minute Elder Dragon. That would be a lot of fun, but we are a little ways away from that still. Rift Herald still not taken. Wonder if a team will even commit to it. I mean, you got 7.5 minutes to make something happen. The Chains of Corruption goes wide. Hub certainly not shy about using that, but you see with one big piercing arrow, you can take out a third of the opposite number's HP, and I mean, that Mana Moon isn't even charged yet. We are going to get into much, much spicier territory with the amount of damage that Hub is going to be able to dish out. But those 2 shutdowns, you mentioned that, Gordo, just 1,000 gold lead effectively, and actually less than that as AMI come roaring back into this game, and Protoss might just be toast here. Bio going to walk away with the kill. Another catch for Cupid.
Another catch for Cupid. Well done by them. They just find Protoss where he's not prepared. Once again, they lock him down, they take him out, they get themselves the Rift Herald off of this. This is the risk of playing these kinds of squishier supports. You can't go out to ward on your own without backup. You can't go out to clear vision without backup either. You're just a sitting duck, especially up against these high burst sorts of team compositions. Hub does so much damage to him so quickly as this 2-item Varus. There's just nowhere to go, nothing to do.
And only gonna get stronger. As everybody's kind of on that first big item, but 2 items in right now is Hub, and he's probably sitting on a little bit of gold. Has updated his upgraded his boots as well. Tub already on that redemption, but Protoss is on that, or the Protobelt, excuse me. Otacon is the next thing I was gonna say. Spawning on the bottom side of the map. There's been a lot of blood spilled down there, indeed. Cupid with that Rift Herald. Oh, hold on, there's Tempered Fate gonna land with the Cosmic Binding afterwards. Protoss just trying to get a little bit of vision down. Protobelt used there, so not gonna have the full ult flash combo available to him. Shelly gonna be dropped in the mid lane. That'll be second tower of the game, as the first one was taken up on the top side. As Cupid opened up the map here, but not as much as they'd like maybe on the bottom side, but that tower down there, Gordo, is hanging on by its last breath.
Certainly is. And a really great run to set up for this Otacon from the side of Cupid. They've already got it down to half HP. TP was channeled by RetroZing to be able to get in here and try to deal with it. And it looks like AMI, they're going to try to challenge for this objective. They can't give this one up for free.
Bio throws out a massive Nature's Grasp. It gets, well, a couple clones, so really only just one, but they get in, they get the Otacon, they get out, and given that you're taking the Otacon when both teams are this close and you didn't really have that much of first mover advantage, is a massive win. Oh, Dr. Calculus saw blood. Lojaz will get away for now, but man, oh man, almost sent to the Packers. Pop Blossom goes in. Big kill picked up there as Decoy gonna grab one. AMI Ransom back with two, excuse me. Baz gets one. Lojaz barely gets away, but kills traded back. It's a 2-for-1.
Really good stuff there. Protoss coming in, finding the engage, finding a Pop Blossom onto 2, and setting up for Baz to be able to clean up. You needed to get something like that back here after losing that Otacon. AMI just been a little bit slower to most of these objectives so far this game, and so it's been a clean objective sweep for Cupid. They've got 3 dragons, they had the Rift Herald, they had the majority of the grubs, and now they have the Otacon. You really don't want to let them get this dragon, but Protoss just used all of his tools for that re-engage post-fight. He's not going to have them for the dragon fight, but Bio's ultimate's coming right back up here soon, and the rest of them are up and available sans public execution. I think Cupid have a resource advantage coming into this fight.
Whoa, flash forward there from Bio. Chains of Corruption whiffs. And Bio bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Gonna get picked up. Another kill there by Bass. Had to burn the flash and cleanse. But more gold into the pocket of this Kaisa Gordo all of a sudden. Changing the timbre of these fights. Painting a real target on AMI's back now.
Yeah, no Maokai pun intended, but Bio extends an olive branch there to the side of AMI. Says, hey, you guys don't have as many resources. How about a 5 versus 4 for the Dragon? See if you guys can pull yourselves back into this game. Big mistake in mid lane that halts what could have been a pretty easy take of the soul for Cupid.
And now, I mean, no reason, especially with a number disadvantage, to overstretch here. If you're Cupid, Adam, looking for the angle to potentially just free fire those missile barrages in, but AMI will walk away with their first dragon of the game. Dr. Calculus fishing for something, will not find Lojaz. That could end up being pretty big here, but the gold lead's still only about 1,100 here. The Otacon and the 3 dragons do have to be accounted for Cupid, so bumps it up to about 2,000, 2,500-ish. But crucial, I think the thing we got to talk about here is, you know, you talk about, okay, Rise is going to be a big player late in the game. You've got good CC, you've got good setup. Decoy maybe hasn't gotten capital R rolling just yet, but Rise is going to be a menace later. Baz has got 3 kills. He's on 2 items and feeling really, really strong about himself right now.
And you say exactly my point there, 4x4. AMI, getting those extra 5 minutes, those are important minutes, although a fight might be breaking out.
Focus, gonna go up and down with the Pop Blossom. Baz gonna walk away with another kill.
Retrozing
back almost immediately, though, by Hub. Retrozing. Oh my goodness. Tub taken from downtown. Steph Curry from a screen away. Decoy drops the equalizer, and we are all equaled up here in terms of kills.
Beautiful shot from Decoy, although it's not over yet.
No, Adam jumped on Baz. He had no idea he was there. Baz's first death of the game comes at maybe not the
round 3
worst time, but yeah, we were just getting pick after pick after pick as Hub will be able to flash away, but a flashless Varus is a defenseless Varus, especially with no cleanse. Realm Warp will get them out of dodge. Hub's still a force to be reckoned with here. Can chew through this squishier composition. Woo, and we all exhale.
All right. Back to what we were saying earlier, the 5 minutes, now 3.5 minutes bought by AMI are critical given that they now don't give that permanent buff over to Cupid. Yes, it's just Cloud Soul, but listen, it's a better soul than you think it is. It's still a very strong buff to have. And they hit these important item spikes now as well. They get the second item on towards Baz. They get the fully stacked Roa on towards Rise. Calculus looking for a solo kill here and will force out the flash from Decoy. I did not think there was a high likelihood he finished that one off. Decoy proves that is the case.
Gets the Zanyas down as well. Obviously a little less impactful, but will be up off cooldown a little bit earlier as well. First purchase onto Baron, grabbed here by Cupid, but with everybody alive and well and just kind of lurking, not feeling like they want to yoink it just yet. But again, do have some pick potential here. Lojaz gets stunned up against the wall. There's the follow-up CC. Hub dumps a little bit of damage down. Lojaz going to get hit by the Tempered Fate. Nature's Grasp not going to find anybody, but it's just enough to take down Lojaz. And now that might be your go button for the Baron.
That is 4 ultimates used for Low Jazz, but it is, of course, Low Jazz. It's the jungler with Baron up and available. Can AMI try to make a stand here, given that all of those important tools for Cupid are down? The Baron is falling down already, though it's at half HP. Can AMI stop it?
They need a go button here, and with no Low Jazz, that is tougher to find. Protoss doesn't have the flash, but he does have the ultimate. No Proto Belts either. Looking for a way into this one. The Baron's still taking down Protoss. Can't find anybody with that extra gap close. Dr. Calculus punishes immediately. He goes down. Baron's still up and running here. Retrosing might have a shot, but Bio smites it away. And now Cupid looking for a way out of this, and potentially Bio stuck in the pit. Can't get out to the magical journey. So Decoy does walk away with a kill. It's a 2-for-1 for AMI, but Cupid walk away with the Baron.
They get themselves 2 kills on the backside, but Cupid will take that. 3 members wearing purple, plus the gold of the Baron buff. They get paid handsomely for that pick on towards Low Jazz, and for what feels like the 3rd or 4th time this game, AMI with just the worst possible timing for something like that to happen. Cupid get to claim their reward, and they get to look so much stronger coming up into this next Dragon spawn, as well as for their ability to be able to take down some of these inner turrets and really pick up some of the standing gold around the map.
I think this sort of pacing is exactly what the devs had in mind when they introduced all of these extra objectives. And, you know, we've had the timers be desynced for pretty much the entire game, and it's just been kind of one objective after another. There really hasn't been a ton of downtime. All these teams having to get to objectives, set up perfectly. I mean, not perfectly necessarily, or, you know, try to set up, grab themselves a pick or something, but it's been the fights around the objectives, the fights right before the objectives that have defined this game. We haven't seen... We've seen a couple picks kind of here and there in a side lane, wondering where you're not supposed to be. But now with this 4th Dragon, Soul Point, again, for Cupid. Cloud Soul, not the biggest deal in the world, but you pointed it out a little bit earlier, Gordo. A lot of high-impact ultimates that are going to be slowed down, or sped up, I should say, by this Soul Point here. It is Cupid with first move here. Looking forced off. Just a little bit here, maybe not forced off. We're just looking for a pick. Dr. Calculus looking for a big old flank down by that Tri-Brush.
Baron makes it so tough to try to fight for mid-priority here. The minions are just so much tankier. You can see Calculus just pushed in a big wave into the bottom side, so he can come and group up with the rest of the squad. So hard to get in. Cat's coming out.
Meow Meow, they go out. Zanya's popped here. Equalizer does a decent amount of damage. Hawkus looking for a big old ultimate. Only gets 2 there with the Pop Blossom. Protoss, excuse me. Old habits die hard. Adam taken very low, taken out of the fight for now. Nice shielding over the top there by Tub with the Aegis of the Legion. That's a kill for Hub. That's low health bars on AMI, and that should be Soul for Cupid.
Really great move by Cupid there to be able to survive the engage, pick off the carry, and their reward will be the Dragon Soul. Cupid playing this one out, calm, cool, and collected. They knew they had the control over the waves. They knew it was hard for AMI to force in them. Just, if we get a replay here, look at how desperate Protoss looks trying to find this engage. He's got a flash, scoot, use everything at his disposal just to try to barely catch Tub on the side. These are not the fat engages you need to win on this AMI comp.
I might have a little bit more shenanigans here. Maybe Cupid bit off more than they could chew. Another shutdown going over to the AMI AD carry. He'll trade it back though. Jungler on jungler. Tempered Fate lands as the tower goes down. Dr. Calculus going on a rampage here, finally making his presence felt. Equalizer down to try to take him down a little bit, slow him down at all. Not going to work. That Hexdrinker putting in a little bit of work, but he probably would have lived through that regardless. It's a 4-for-1 as Low Jazz and company looking for that game-ending pick, but they might have gone into a game-ending gray screen themselves here, Gordo.
Well played by Cupid yet again. They snap their fingers, they find the engage, they pull the trigger, and they take down 4. AMI now with the backup of their respawning teammates will not lose the game here and now. Retrozing able to clear these waves very efficiently. And without Baron buff that expired a little bit ago, they can't actually siege onto the Nexus turrets, but they are well and truly in the driver's seat. As we see this replay of the fight in the jungle. Once again, it's a nice early engage to get that kill on towards Baz, but now he's out of tools. They've already lost another member. Retrozing was dead before the fight even started, and the chase down from Cupid is efficient and lethal. They pick off each and every member they see.
You like the look of it. You understand why Low Jazz and company pulled the trigger like they did. They needed a way back into this one. And look, to be fair, it's only a 5,000 gold deficit, but you got Soul, you got Atakan as well. One lane of yours is just completely naked right now. Inhibitor down. Pretty good case scenario there for a Baron push. That's going to be up in another minute and change. So it's up to Cupid right now, I feel like, to just maintain the pressure on that top side.
Well played again for Cupid to be able to just transition this pressure around the rest of the map. They move on towards this turret, and they will be able to take it out. Tub getting spotted by the squad. Will take a little bit of damage from McCarthy and Rain. Oh, the Realm Warp!
Hang on a second here. Big Pop Blossom, but it gets absolutely nothing done. It was a valiant effort, but it's 2 more kills for Hub. Dr. Calculus on the scoreboard as well. And maybe you don't need to keep that pressure up on the top side for Baron. Just keep it up so you can get some picks. Double kill as well for Dr. C up top. Decoy flashes away. Adam just trying to stat pad a little bit. But the rest of of Cupid, you'd like to think, please, maybe looking for a game ender here. The respawn timers are long, but maybe not.
Hey, look, you're playing a low-range team composition. That's one way to close the gap, Retro Sing, but unfortunately, it's too little and it is too late. Cupid collapse with lethal efficiency, and they will move on towards the Nexus. This is looking done and dusted for game number 1 as Decoy and Protoss trying their best to defend, but nowhere near the health bars to do so.
We wanted a big game from this Cupid bot lane, and boy, did we get it. What a win for Hub and Tub and Cupid as they pull off the quote-unquote upset and take game 1 in pretty dominant fashion here, Gordo. This was close right up until it wasn't, but even then, they never relinquished lead. It never looked like they were in trouble. That early game especially, reminiscent of what NXI did in game 1 yesterday. At every objective on spawn, they got 3 dragons in like 17 minutes.
A really efficient early game out of bio, everywhere he needed to be, constantly up in farm, still showing up to the fights where necessary, and just a little bit ahead of low jazz, it feels like, in virtually every turn. Was on the objectives first, was able to secure them, had the cooldown timers down pat. They were able to really stifle any engage attempts from the likes of Protoss or low jazz, whoever is trying to get the fight started, and when you're not getting those engage combos off, you just spend way too much time as Kaisa and Rise trying to close the gap, get in range to deal damage, and you're dead before you get there against that hyper-fed Varus being piloted by Hub.
Yeah, Hub was a bit of a demon in that game. We're going to break that down and a little bit of extra from game 1 when we come back. Quick break, don't you go anywhere.
Using the Pop Blossom just to stall the fight, but Tomio and Fakon fall over with their own flashes as they get the decimating smash.
Hey everyone, I'm Tomio, jungler for Luminosity, and I'm here to break down the early macro sequence that gave us a big lead going into the mid game against Darkseer Dragonsteel from week 2, day 2 of the NACL in this Pro Div deep dive. Starting off, we have a numbers advantage on the top side of the map, and we show as if we're looking to make a play on the top lane outer turret. Our vision line in DZ's topside jungle lets us know that Kizno isn't on the top part of the map, so K's and Vesa is forced to use teleport from bot lane in order to defend the play. Since we know that Kizno's Inzao isn't on the top side, his natural response to a top lane play from us is to use Rift Herald mid. Since we're not actually planning on committing to a fight top lane, I shadow mid lane and wait for Kizno to use the Rift Herald. I'm able to position perfectly to flank Kizno and Sajed, who probably expected me to be further towards top with the rest of my team. I'm able to land all my CC on Kizno and we get the kill on him as well as the Rift Herald. This is a big swing for us since we deny DZ the tower, gold, and get a kill and the feats of warfare for ourselves. DZ at this point is feeling pretty pressured to respond for play of their own, and since now have more members on the top side, they try to kill 5 minis Azir. He puts up the Sun Disc, which makes it a lot harder for DZ to kill him and gives Fake God San a great teleport. Toasty's Talia uses the Weaver's Wall to try to block off Azir and hit him with her full combo, but a great shifting sense lets him dodge the Seismic Shove and avoid all of Talia's damage here. Azir can kill the whole wave here, and once Mbessa misses her ultimate, DZ is in an even worse spot. We know we have a numbers advantage and DZ overextended trying to kill Azir, so we rush back top to try to pick them off as they're retreating. Zazel Braum has a great flash here to ensure he lands his CC on Talia and Nico. I'm able to catch up and twisted advance onto Nico, who has a good Pop Blossom to save this from being even worse for DZ. But we're able to get a kill on Talia and force the flashes out of all 3 DZ members here, and then go back to take the top lane outer tower. At the start of this play, it's an even game where DZ has a potential tempo swing by using Rift Herald, By the end, we've negated their Rift Herald and swung the gold lead by 2k in our favor, putting us in a commanding position to dictate the rest of the game and eventually take the win. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other NACL pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything NACL, follow Watch NACL on Twitter and make sure to catch the games on NACL's Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody. 1-0 is your score in favor of Cupid Esports over AMI. Taking a quick 1-0 lead. Gordo, it was pretty dominant front to back. Hub got going, and the squad really did not look back. The objective control, and especially in the first 15 minutes, was simply sublime.
It really was, and just picking up right where they left off, I think Bio has looked incredible over these last couple of days and has just done so much in the early game for this Cupid team to be able to put themselves in positions to succeed. I think the parts where they've looked the worst throughout this tournament, throughout this season, have been when they aren't the ones dictating the pace of the objectives and then they get too greedy, unwilling to forfeit things. If you never have to forfeit everything because you're taking everything on the map, well, then it's a real easy way to cover that weakness. Perhaps not the easiest way to replicate time in and time out, but they've been doing it for the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's been really, really good stuff. And both these junglers, right, they like to play kind of a similar style and similar sorts of champions, right? These facilitators, these tank and spank, bruisery junglers that are there to set things up for their laners. And in this one, it really did feel like just in the first kind of 10 or 15 minutes, it was just two disparate pieces that found each other very, very nicely. Because the lead from Hub, right, there wasn't really a ton of help, right? There was kind of that big, big TP play where everybody kind of joined them in the bottom lane, but it was a lead built up by Hub and Tub, right? From that first trade where Tub was waiting in the brush, they walk in a lane, bah, you get hit with a Cosmic Binding, half your health bar is gone, the timbre of the lane changes forever, and credit to Hub for capitalizing on that, because then when those team fights did roll up, oh my goodness, he was doing so much damage.
We called it out earlier. I mean, it was a little bit of a quieter day from Hub and Tub yesterday, but that was a loud start for Hub in particular. A really good Varus game, and it's Cupid executing on what looked like a well-thought-out game plan against a team composition that you knew AMI would very much like to play. The Kaisa was a little new and not looking particularly great for them, but the rise for RetroZing, these sorts of Wombo comps around Decoy's Rumble, which so far has been an incredible pick for them. That was predictable. Cupid certainly seemed to see it coming, and they played into it excellently. Now AMI going to have to go back to the drawing board here. Full Fearless going to take both of those comps fully off the board. AMI going to move over to blue side. Let's see how they can try to change their fate as the rest of the series plays on out.
Yeah, now this is where the fun starts. So we talked about it again, right? I mean, neither one of these teams or players have any, nothing, insane. And again, with the backdrop of Cupid, I understand, right? He sets just a bar that is in the roof. It is up with the asbestos and the stuff that looks like cotton candy that you shouldn't eat. That's where the bar is. So, but with Full Fearless, right? We're expecting this series to go, certainly with AMI being the predicted across the board winners from us four, we're expecting this one to go a little bit longer. We expect they might bounce back, and they're going to choose blue side here to get things going again. But like you said, with a couple of the power picks down, you kind of get into now. I mean, I really do think it's still going to come down to what the junglers are able to do, because that jungler champion pool, right, as far as what are your S and A tier junglers in the year of our League of Legends Gods 2025, it goes deep.
It really does. So, and it's not going to be like yesterday where we spent every draft talking about all these crazy picks that we get to see from the likes of Zenchi. These teams play, I think, a little bit more standard, a little bit less off-the-wall stuff, but Cupid did show us some interesting selections just yesterday, right? They showed the Rek'Sai top. I'd be very curious to see if we see that one come on through. Lojaz has also played a game of Rek'Sai jungle this tournament, so Rek'Sai may be a little bit of a contested pick as we start to get a little bit deeper into Fearless, as crazy it is to say on current patch, but it could certainly happen. It's one of those kind of more off-the-wall picks that we may expect to find. The Ashe for Baz has also been a big part of strats for AMI thus far, and it's one of those picks that I think is a little underrated. I really like how AMI utilize it. I wonder if we're going to get to see picks like the Ashe, picks like the Ezreal, some of these really safe, long-range selections for Baz, given how that game number 1 played out via the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, the Ezreal, I think, was banned away in Game 1, if I'm not mistaken. But otherwise, the power picks being taken away. Pantheon banned away, but not the Talia. So do you grab that in round 1 here if you are AMI, or really either team, right? Maybe you don't B1 it, but maybe you take that with some other jungler. Trundle going to be taken away here as well, so now that leaves up things like the Orianna, and again, that Talia.
Definitely would not be surprised to see a first pick Talia potentially come on through here for the likes of RetroZing. He's got a lot of selections here available. He's lost his Azir. The other big pick is the Orianna. There it is.
Yep. As
this has been a contested pick for both players. Near perma banned against Adam. That 8 Orianna bans in 9 games against him, and now it will be stolen away by RetroZing, and this is right in his wheelhouse. He's gotten a fair bit of Orianna bans against him as well. But both these mid laners love the pick. That one's going to go over to RetroZing.
So we'll see if they can make that first mover advantage, that blue side advantage count. Blind Scion here for Dr. Calculus. I believe it was played yesterday. I forget by who. Should know off the top of my head. Apologies. But
it was for Zenshi, I think. I think Barrett played it.
that sounds right. Yeah. I think you're right. But Dr. Calculus will be playing a little bit more weak side this time around. You mentioned how, with the solo kills on the Scion, it's not a foreign concept to Decoy here. We'll see how he wants to navigate it, because you did see a couple more top lane bans coming in, right? You saw the Gwen banned away. That wasn't even touched in first rotation or second rotation in game 1. Trundle taken away as well. So maybe just looking at that subjugate, saying, nope, we want nothing to do with that. We want our Scion to be as beefy as possible. Lucian going to be taken up here. Compare that with a couple of different supports. You could go Lucian Nami, the Milio. We've seen Braum as well be paired up with it. So Lucian a little more versatile than kind of when he burst onto the scene a couple of years ago with Nami as his attached to the hip buddy.
Yeah, he definitely appreciated that Milio came in and added a little bit of diversity to those picks. But what's funny is that this tournament, Lucian Enchanter hasn't been as popular. It's been Lucian Braum. That's been played by both Cupid and AMI throughout this run. But Low Jazz on the Nocturne, going all in on this Orianna combo. And they say, hey, look, we drafted a Wombo combo team comp in game number 1. Let's try a different style of combo. This one forcing the engage from the maximum distance possible, rather than that short range comp we ended up with last time. And Decoy picking his Gnar into Scion. This is somewhat of a signature pick for Decoy. He plays it more than anybody else on current patch. I'm very excited to see how he's going to be able to do in this game on that pick.
We'll have the advantage in the lane matchup, but you talk about the CC chain and what this Wombo combo could be. A Gnar ult over the top, just it's instant lockdown, instant death, and a lot of damage that could be coming through here. Again, we don't know what the rest of the competition is going to be. There's that Braum you were mentioning, Gordo. Yeah, it is kind of funny how Lucian Nami, right? Lucian went from this hyper aggro, just insane avalanche of a snowball lane to now you got something like the Braum, which obviously has its combat power and its trading power, right? But is primarily a bit more of a defensive support. See what it's not going to be. I mean, I guess it could be things like the Misfortune here that kind of gets taken away here, right? We did see that yesterday. The Broadby picked the DMF in game 4. Lulu going to be taken away, though, as far as a couple of very kind of interesting, almost feels like very targeted situational bans here from Cupid on red side.
Absolutely. There's that Braum like we talked about. Yeah, it's just been what's more popular for a lot of folks on the current patch, right? They just value that little bit of extra tankiness, that little bit of extra disengage power. It's also particularly good against the Gnar. You get to delete Boomerang if you can block it, so that's pretty good as well. Kind of that same way that Yasuo used to be a really old school Gnar counter, so maybe pushing a little bit of extra influence in that Braum direction, but frankly, Gnar or no Gnar, people have been rocking the Lucian Braum lane throughout this entire tournament. They just like how it feels, and they like that stun chase down potential that it gives you. Now looking to take away some Enchanter supports, perhaps expecting that Baz might go in for something like that Kog'Maw that we've started to see gain a little bit more popularity, and that would be good with the really good teamfight engage setup they've already got for themselves. Additionally, Protoss is a bit of an Enchanter enjoyer. That Karma in particular, been a big for him all tournament long. He is going to lose access to it here.
It is just that bot lane that has to be picked up here, barring some serious shenanigans for AMI. But you see, yeah, the support bands being taken away with the Karma. You know, it's not quite as real Karma attached at the hip like it was a couple years ago, but you do kill a couple of birds. Kind of these longer range lanes get taken out a little bit. Xin Zhao and Skarner will be the two bans for Bio, who has, man, still for 4 games straight now, dating back to yesterday, has really been the straw that stirs the drink for this team. He goes, everybody else falls in line, and he's been leading them to victory. Our pick for MVP in yesterday's series, and not too shabby a game 1 either in this game. Silas going to be grabbed here, and a couple of potent ultimates to steal Gordo, even through 3 champions, it has to be said.
I love Silas against Gnar, and again, I called this out yesterday for Adam. This guy's been on mage duty for too long. This is a melee mid specialist in my mind. That's where he's looked most impressive to me. That's where he first kind of broke out and made me feel like he could be one of these players competing in the promotion tournament in the NACL. I love to see him starting to dip his toes back into that pool as we get right up to the edge of the 2025 season. He played the Yone yesterday, taking the Silas today. He gets another great ultimate in the form of quickness from Rakan, by the way. Feeling very good about that one. And now last pick over to Bio. It will be that Jarvan.
So a pretty good amount of damage coming through here from the side of Cupid. A lot of damage coming through on the side of AMI as well. Something that I love is when Zaya and Rakan are picked in an overlay like this right next to each other. You get to see that it is all one portrait. That makes me happy. That tickles that little underball spot of my brain there in the back. But you mentioned it, the quickness and the Gnar, those are 2 phenomenal ultimates to take, right? If you're Silas, you get up in everyone's business. It is a dangerous champion to play when you get that abscond in and the abduct in right after to be able to have that extra CC power over the top. I mean, to be fair, this is not a composition for Cupid Esports that is lacking in crowd control. You could do a lot worse than that as far as setup for this team. But on the other side, for AMI, look, you drafted yourself your Nocturne Orianna, right? This is going to be, you know, especially in the early game, it is a little high risk, high reward, right? I mean, I feel like for me, right, you talk about ultimates like the Glacial Fissure, like, you know, even the Cyclone and the Nature's Grasp, right? These extremely impactful ultimates that, if not can be used for team fights or skirmishes, you can use to at least blow summoner spells. Paranoia right at the top of that list.
Yeah, and it's just a straightforwardly really powerful comp from AMI here that feels hard to ever put any doubts on. It's so easy to be able to get your fight started on your own terms with the Orianna and Nocturne combo. You have great follow-up with the Rakan and the Gnar. Their team fight setups are so good. Cupid, I think, respond well, given that the Orianna Nocturne did end up coming on through. The Lucian has a fair bit of self-peel. He's got even more peel with the addition of folks like the Braum and like the Scion. The Silas going to be a little bit tanky, might even end up on that Roa build to get a little bit more health on it, so it's not going to be as easy to one-shot it. It's not going to have access to any kind of extra tankiness modifiers. You always love to see a Silas against something like an Alistair to be able to steal away Unbreakable Will and make yourself into a tank. Not going to have that, but does have some cute little combos you can do here, like stealing away Gnar and building your own Gnar Jarvan combo alongside Bio. That's going to be really good for them. I think the last pick, Jarvan, actually has a lot of applicability here. It's also very good into the Zaya because it's one of those engage tools where even if Zaya Featherstorms, she still can't get out of it. It might visually look like she jumps far enough up that she can get away from the Cataclysm Zone. Not how it works. Not how the mechanic plays out. So it will be more difficult for Baz to be able to escape. He might be able to jump up for a second or two, but it's not going to be the guaranteed escape that it can be against other sorts of engage. I like what Cupid have built for themselves to be able to fight back into what AMI have selected, but AMI feels a lot more cohesive with what they've been able to assemble. You can see plain as day how they want to start these fights, and it should be relatively easy to execute as long as Retrozing and Low Jazz have got their reps on their Nocturne Orianna time.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to come down to, because that is a potent combo, if executed correctly, can swing the game really in alarming directions. But if not, oh boy, early game gets a little bit tricky. But we want to hear from you. AMI or Cupid? Cupid took game 1 in rather dominant fashion in that back half. The early game was really clean. This time around, different style composition coming in from AMI, right? But like you said, Gordo, it's still a wombo combo composition. You still need to get those ultimates lined up, but man, it can be really potent. So choose now in the Twitch chat, hashtag AMI or hashtag CPD. Vote with your keyboards. Let us know who you think is going to take this game. We're going to get in the game in just a little bit here. Gordo, this composition for Cupid, though, it is a very, I think the kids say sturdy composition. This composition, man, like, the Lucian has that self-peel. Everybody else, right, like you said, especially depending on how tanky that Silas gets, again, to use a technical term, the top side has big unga-bunga energy. They're going to get in your face, and there are some tools that can't be dodged. Like you mentioned, that Cataclysm with the Xayah, I think it's a fantastic shout.
Yeah, I do think that the opportunities are there for Cupid to be able to outplay what is a straightforward, easy execute strategy from AMI, but that doesn't mean they're going to be able to do it 100% of the time,
Yeah.
and that also isn't the be-all, end-all of the fight, right? They've got these kind of secondary tools to be able to dance around and try to play front to back if their initial engage doesn't work on out, right? Just because you send in the Paranoia Shockwave combo, that doesn't mean Decoy's got to full send it. That doesn't mean that Baz has to step up and get himself killed. That doesn't mean that Protoss has to full send it. You can try to kite back afterwards. You can play for this Xayah as well. You have multiple avenues towards success.
As we get into game 2 here, again, this is win or go home. Fearless BO5, all the fun buzzwords. Cupid up 1-0 in this series. Apex Mission Impossible also coming from Tier 3 this time around. Yes, recent NACL participants, but this time around trying to qualify back the hard way. CCG have already qualified. That was 2 days ago. And now both these teams have fought grueling upper and lower bracket runs to be able to be here today. The winner of this series goes to NACL in spring 2026. The loser, well, again, you got to go through the hard way.
Indeed you do. And AMI certainly looking to be able to equalize the series here. Going down, a 0-2 deficit, being in a position to have to reverse sweep. Unenviable, especially when you come in as the favorites on the day. AMI really going to be looking to stabilize here just for, you know, the mental aspect of the game. A best of 5 is a long, grueling series, and if you're going to have to go the distance, you definitely do not want to have to do so constantly fighting for your life. Lojaz looking for a little bit of an early invade here. He's actually going to start off on Bio's Raptors, but Adam is quick on the response.
And Hub and Tub waiting in that brush, not going to get the jump that they might have, or that certainly I thought they were going to get. Maybe I'm too influenced by the Tub Bard game, but like you said, a pretty quick response here. They're still not done fighting up there by that Raptor camp. And now you see Adam holding on back there. Bio will get out with a sliver of health there. That refillable pot coming in big. Lojaz not done just yet, though. Bio, my brother, has to flash away.
I didn't see who got the big Raptor, the worst moment for the scoreboard to be taken down, unfortunately. But neither one gets to take up to level 2, so neither one got enough to actually push themselves over the edge. I don't know the math well enough to be able to work it backwards from how these go, although Little Krug giving it to Lojaz makes me think it went to Lojaz.
I think I would think so too. Lojaz is going to continue what he's doing up in that north quadrant of the jungle. Bio immediately responding by going down south. Going to start on that red buff. Not a crazy deficit kind of one way or another, but the flash, I guess to be fair, look, you've got Flag and Drag, and by the time the Flag Drag Cataclysm is up, right, by the time you hit level 6, I think that flash will be back up off cooldown. So, to me, not a disaster as far as Bio's concerned.
No, there's definitely a world where Lojaz gets the first blood there. He probably just needed like 1 or 2 more little birds.
Yeah.
Just doesn't end up going his way. The baby chickens not having his side this time around. So it will be still flash blown off of Bio and a little bit of vertical jungling. Oh, Lojaz coming down here though, trying to deny Bio the vertical jungle. Oh, but Protoss finds him.
Oh my goodness. Well, there's that. That's kind of close to a disaster. The kill went onto the support, but other than that, that's a rough way to start this one off for Bio.
Yeah, and that calculus right there is why I do not play jungle. I get too wrapped up talking about, well, if I go here and he goes here and I know that he's here and he knows that I know that he knows that I know where he is, and you totally forget the support exists and then you die for first blood.
Oh, and that feels so good if you're Protoss. Just a cheeky little W in. Hello, goodbye. 100 gold, or 300 gold, I should say, in your pocket. A little bit of an early lead here for AMI. Undeterred, Bio ventures into the great unknown and grabs himself a scuttle crab here early with Adam. Just kind of shading over. He sees Lojaz coming in through the lane. Lojaz thought he went into his own jungle, and now they're going to run into each other again. He is level 3 and does have actually slight combat power advantage with that ruby crystal in his pocket, but that then will be all she wrote. And back to the Raptors we go.
Yeah, trying to return to the scene of the crime. We saw Bio get to do that like 4 times in a row yesterday against NXI and win the entire game off of it, so you can't blame a man for trying. But this time around, Bio quick enough on the response and close enough in XP and gold to be able to actually contest there. So LoJa's going to have to let him have his own chickens for once. Instead, we'll go into his first clear of his own topside quadrant. Something that cannot be said about Bio's blue side, which has not been touched by either jungler so far. Doesn't matter too much yet, but it's always worth keeping in mind, especially for the little camps, which are just going to give less XP if you don't actually cycle them.
Yeah, no, that's a good shout. Yeah, because yeah, with the respawning camps, that is something you need to keep track of. Not all camps are created equal. It's not just they just kind of tick along and get bigger and stronger as the game goes on. Not quite how that works. Dragon has spawned here. Feathers go up. In goes Protoss. But Hub jumps immediately on his AD carry. No summoners blown one way or another. Protoss down that flash, but on a Rakan, not the biggest deal in the world. Decoy barely sidesteps. That decimating smash gets a bit of return fire there onto Dr. Calculus.
How good is Decoy, man? That was such a great little dodge there.
That was,
resulting
I thought that was a bug, man. I thought surely he didn't just like pixel dodge that.
It's just a mini Gnar, man. It's a small model.
He's a little guy.
Little bits of space there, and Dr. Calculus wishing he had moved his mouse a centimeter up, but not going to work out this time. Really like that blade caller in the bot lane from Baz as well. The laning phases from AMI looking good so far. And Decoy on his signature Gnar finding a solid matchup against the Sion. You can see he's already starting to build himself up a CS lead as the bot laners are fighting once again. It's just not favoring the Lucian Braum lane. The Lovers duo just so good in these 2v2s.
Hub just barely gets out of trouble there. Still got both his summoners as the feathers come in. Blade Caller does get a root onto 2, but there goes a Dustbringer from LoJaz. Unspeakable Horror onto Bio. Gonna get the fear down. Maybe bit off more than he could chew. Goes in with the spell shield, but the health bars are so low here, Gordo. Hub with bigger stones than I would ever have. Not to either flash or barrier right there. And after all that, still only the 1 kill in the game.
Great discipline from Hub to hold on to those summoner spells like you called out. Tubbs heal and Bio's flash, the only ones expended in the exchange. That said, AMI don't give up too much either and are definitely happy with how low those health bars have gotten. They're going to parlay this into a nice push underneath the turret. LoJaz actually not going to stick around. He's going to recall, get right back onto his clear, try to push this lead further ahead of Bio.
Starting to build that lead just ever so slightly. It's been a bit of a rough one here for Bio, but I'll give him credit. He's not going down without a fight. Hops the Conqueror there. Now Baz shows up, and maybe he's going to make Bio regret this one. Yeah, one more auto should do it. There is no way he gets away with this. Dr. Calculus gets 2, though. Gets the Lovers duo, a Romeo and Juliet ending at the hands of the Colossus of Noxus. Cupid right back in it.
Dr. Calculus shows up and turns the play. I was about to have some choice words for Bio for going down to this bot lane a second time, but he shows up just a little bit sooner than expected. Right as his bot lane recalls, they don't think that the swap is coming through this quickly. They think that Calc recalled more recently, but here he is in the flesh, and he takes them down 1v2 as soon as Bio drops.
Now it's getting interesting here, Gordo. 2 kills for Dr. Calculus, kind of out of nowhere. Count me on the list of people that didn't think the swap was on. But now, very much on. It's on the top side. You do have Decoy still up there, kind of holding that pressure. I was going to say 1v2, but it's more like 2v3, as Dr. Calculus happy to proxy that wave, and then just, with no TP, take the scenic route. Back up to the top side as the grubs are started here by Bio. No level 6 yet for Jarvan. That is huge, but level 6 by literally everybody else.
Yeah, and that means that the Nocturne Oriole combo is on a line. This is dangerous territory for Cupid as the jungle mid duo are hanging out together, but the presence of Dr. Calculus makes this a 5 versus 4, so they're going to take the grubs in exchange for funneling plates into Baz.
Bio hit 6 off those grubs, actually. Thought maybe the chase was on there, but no flash onto Bio. Kind of been without that thing since since we spawned out of the rift here, Gordo, but no chase really kind of able to be put on just yet. But like you said, plates going on to Baz, getting some one-on-one time with that tower down in the bot lane. Really only got the one. Protoss maybe in a little bit of trouble here, but he is Rakan. But that is Jarvan, and he is Rakan.
Yeah, Rakan Definitely a little bit of a slippery support, more so than the Nico in game number 1. Protoss has the tools to escape. He had Flash as well. Does not end up needing to use it. He is able to get himself out of dodge. Nicely played there by Protoss.
Yeah, Protoss showing, a little bit more comfort on this Rakan. And if you want to be that kind of comfort on Rakan, or any champion really, maybe head on over to prodiff.gg. You can learn how to improve your own league gameplay, in any kind of way here. You can work with the pros themselves, actually, to get the best advice, the best coaching to turbocharge your climb. Schedule your one-on-one coaching session with an NACL pro at prodiff.gg. All the coaches on Prodiff are recent or active NACL or LTA players, so they have the experience needed to speed up your rank climb. Check out prodiff.gg today. 2-2, our scoreboard here. The 3 grubs went over to Cupid. No dragon taken, which, given the 5.5 games that you and I have casted together, Gordo, over these last couple days, seems like sacrilege. Narv just goes, what a series of exchanges there. I had my eyes focused on the bottom of the minimap when all that was going on. I'm going to be honest with you. There goes the Paranoia and the Shockwave combo as well. Fear down. Feet of Warfare over to AMI.
Yeah, doesn't use the combo that time. Knew that Adam could potentially flash on away, so they wait for the fear. Really good awareness of the capabilities of your opponent there from Retrozing and Lojaz, making sure that you don't always have to go for the flashy play. Sometimes you go for the quieter, simpler, but more effective one. Lojaz trying to start up this dragon, does have the backup of his mid laner, but once again, it's Dr. Calculus in a place where you might not necessarily expect him. Oh! That was a 90-degree turn from that wall.
He doesn't have that kind of turning radius. Well, apparently he does. Lojaz flashes into the pit, but he might be toast anyway. Maybe just delaying the inevitable Protoss. Not going to get in there with the battle dance. Adam in there with the quickness, going forward onto Baz. He's going to land right onto the Charmed Rakan ultimate. That's a dragon over to Bio, and that's a kill over to Adam on this Silas, grabbing a crucial first kill as Cupid take the lead.
Once again, it's Dr. Calculus showing up somewhere unexpected, and it just throws AMI into a panic. The whole play falls apart. Baz is left alone in a 1 versus multiple situation. He ends up going down, and once again, hey, look who it is! It's Dr. Calculus TPing back up to the top lane, bailing out his laner, and making life hard for Decoy.
Golly. Just making life difficult for anybody on Apex Mission Impossible right now. Decoy barely, again, sidestepping that decimating smash. But Dr. Calculus, the unexpected Dr. Calculus is known to be the deadliest. That's common knowledge at this point. And man, oh man, just showing up wherever his team needs him to be. But it should be said, only a 300, 400 gold difference here, Gordo. So Cupid not out of the woods just yet. It is a monstrous game so far for Dr. Calculus, but you have to give AMI credit because in this early game, we saw a lot of this in game 1 as well. Even though Cupid were making great plays all over the map, AMI were always taking something in response. Decoy looking to take Dr. Calculus' life here. It would be a 200 gold bounty as well. The redemption certainly going to help things out. Lojaz coming through will not get the assist, but the shutdown gold does go over to Decoy.
This is absolutely not Lojaz. Get out of here with that Duskbringer. This kill belongs to me. Protoss already got the assist gold. Get away. And he will successfully cash on out up against this Scion. That's going to be a big boon for him. Protoss spotted out, but avoids the concussive blow's stun and will be able to dip himself out. That's very good for Decoy and for the future of this side lane here. Dr. Calculus going for the Titanic Hydra first. A little bit of a damage heavier build from Scion. We've seen that before in this tournament. It really does help out to be able to get that auto reset, give you a little bit of additional burst damage, but when you're getting pummeled by these boomerangs with percentage health hyperbox from Gnar, maybe makes you a little bit more vulnerable than you would be had you been building full armor, and Decoy takes full advantage of that fact.
Yeah, well, and as the Q goes wide there from Protoss, going to get in there with a little bit of CC. Baz showing up here, got to stay safe, but able to get some damage forward. There goes the Paranoia over the top. Beautifully exited combo. Executed to perfection. Protoss going to walk away with the kill suboptimal, but hey, a dub is a dub. Now Bio in some trouble. One more auto will do it. Baz going to flash forward to secure it. Decimating Smash going to just chip the edge of Lojaz's hitbox and go back in with one more Duskbringer. It's going to take a lot to take this Scion down, but eventually AMI will do so. Zombie form coming out, not going to get a ton done. AMI with a statement little skirmish there.
And that's why both these teams have had Orianna basically permabanned against them this entire tournament. A beautifully executed combo pulls in two, Bio pops the Cataclysm, but it just keeps them in there even longer and sets up for follow-up engage from Protoss. Easy cleanup from there. Lojaz barely getting himself away from Dr. Calc, and they just cannot close the gap any longer. It's such a massive numbers difference for AMI after that 2-for-0 at the start that they can make it 3 without any risk to their own person.
So now even though you got 2 kills onto Protoss, everybody else kind of eating good in the neighborhood right now. You mentioned Decoy, getting onto that Black Cleaver quick, right? I mean, yes, the Hex Tech plate, the Experimental Hex plate, excuse me, has come in onto Lojaz. That item got Mondo buffed a couple patches ago. The bang for your buck you get on this thing is absolutely ridiculous. You've seen it on Varus and stuff now, as the Rift Herald will spawn here at the 15-minute mark. But everybody's hitting that first big spike, and that Black Cleaver, I think, is absolutely massive. You mentioned how quickly the Gnar can stack it up, but everybody else can stack it up pretty dang quick as well.
And, you know, the Hex plate, like you said, been Mondo buffed recently, has gotten to be a more popular selection. More champions are building it. Even some carries, like you called out. But it's always been core on the Nocturne, so when you take somebody's really base core item and buff it up, it's kind of just like buffing that champion. So Lojaz is going to be plenty happy on this Nocturne with the additional stats and the buffs given over towards the Hex plate. This Rift Herald already getting started off. Once again, AMI pulling their pieces together, but maybe a little bit late here still. That's an easy take of the bot lane turret for RetroZing, and now they're going to try to brawl for it anyway. TP coming in.
Coming in, we'll give an extra body there. There goes the big Shockwave Paranoia combo again. They have certainly been getting their reps on that. This mid-jungle duel for AMI is going to lead to 2, make it 3 kills. How about a 4th one as Protoss and Baz flash away? It's going to be a 5-for-0 ace. Indeed it will, assuming they can take care of the zombie form. All right, they get 1 there off the back of it. But what a fight by AMI. These fights are going exactly how they scripted them.
And I don't care how he died at the end. An excellently played fight from Baz as well. He gets a fat Feather Storm over the top of everybody, and usually you expect to see the Blade Caller come through right away there, but he holds on to it, knows that his team is there. Protoss and Adam coming on through, or rather Protoss and RetroZing coming through with the combo to be able to pick up the initial kills, and he has the Feather Pull to one-shot Adam as he steps forward on the Sylas, preventing any chance at this fight getting turned back around.
Now they've got the ball rolling here, and again, the love is kind of being spread out on everybody, but crucially, you get it onto your AD carry. That's feeling really good about his prospects late game on this Xayah. And how bad is it? I mean, yes, okay, it's not great to be down 6,000 gold, 5,000 gold here at this stage of the game. Sure. Is it a capital D disaster that it's all on Dr. Calculus right now? Because, again, look, that one thing hasn't changed about the Lucian. He's still a snowball AD carry.
Certainly is, and Snowball not really grooving for Hub this time around the way that it was for the Varus in game number 1. Just haven't been able to get anything going, and it's been so good for Baz and Protoss to be able to pair up and make plays happen alongside Lojaz, RetroZing, and the whole crew. Oh, this big turret almost didn't go down there, but the caster minions do their job. Shout out to RMC. As they move on down towards this dragon, looking to get there first in a long time. Another combo, though.
Coming in hot. Yeah, not quite the sync that they were on earlier on, but the redemption going to help things out. Again, talk about things being ripped on cooldown. Protoss been a really, really crucial supporting piece of this success for AMI. Almost 100% KP here, Bordeaux.
Really well done by AMI yet again. Curious what happened to the Shockwave combo there. I guess he maybe cast it a little bit early. Not entirely sure, but all's well that ends well. They get a 2-for-0. Just pretend that it hit. They get themselves their dragon. Dr. Calculus going to be able to get a little something on the split push here, but this ain't Faust Scion. I don't think they're going to be able to turn the whole game by virtue of this Scion in the side lane. They're going to need to be able to piece together some team fight wins, but for that, they're going to need to start getting some gold back into their inventory. 80% of their kills, they're on this Scion, and like Dr. Calc is a threat, but he is not going to be able to do this all on his own as a melee tank Scion.
Yeah, it certainly gets a lot trickier. Adam going with the Proto Belt here as well, so kind of looping back to what we're talking about, okay, how tanky is this Sylas going to get? And especially at this stage in the game, I think just ripping the damage is probably fair enough, right? They say, okay, if you're behind, you actually got to build damage, not defensive stats, right? You got to start throwing some bombs, throwing some Hail Marys, right? Don't worry about establishing the run. Get the ball down the field. And that's what Adam's got to try to do here, especially because, again, Hub not gotten the ball rolling so far.
Not one bit. So it's going to have to be on the back of these picks. There's big shutdowns available on pretty much anybody on the side of AMI. So lucky for you, you don't have to be picky with who you select. They will take whoever they can get. They have some pick tools as well. Winter's Bite from Tub into the auto attacks from, again, anybody will do, but Hub is especially adept at this. And they do have some nice mobility to be able to dip in and out of fights from Adam and Bio, but you've got to spot them out of position and outnumbered. And so far, AMI have done a good job of staying grouped up. Decoy actually on the flank even here.
Here comes the paranoia again. Shockwave bounces him into the sky. Poor kid can't do anything. Adam gets deleted. Retrozing on the board. A quiet 309 Orianna game. You talked about the priority on this champion, man. He's making it look easy.
Decoy for
going
another.
Forward. Doesn't gnar them into the wall. Actually gnars them backwards. Not ideal, but are AMI going to make this work? Decoy. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Bio dunked him into the Cataclysm and forced Bio to flash right out of his own ultimate there. Surprisingly, no one else dies. Not a disaster. No objectives really to fight over here. Maybe going for a cheese with the recalls in this brush. Nope. Just a little more healing and shielding from Rakan, and we back off.
Yeah, I don't hate the look from Decoy there.
Ooh.
They already have a numbers advantage. Just say, hey, listen, if we can keep fighting, then we're going to keep winning. Although this TP might extend the fight in the opposite direction.
Now there's the reverse paranoia coming in there from Adam. He respawned and got down there in a hurry. Protobelted out of trouble, though. It was a Hail Mary. Didn't work out, but not a big downside for Cupid. Aside from the fact that they are down 10 kills and 6,000 gold. That can't be overstated, but it's not like AMI have blown the doors off this game in terms of the map just yet. But it's still not looking pretty.
The reverse paranoia is known as the confidence 4x4, and they don't actually, despite that confidence, they don't actually end up being able to pick up any kills for themselves. Still, like the look from Adam, Cupid trying to find some of these shutdowns wherever they can, trying to get themselves back into it. It's 600 bonus gold on Retrozing's Orianna at this stage. You really, really want to try to pick that one up, and that was probably the best recipe they had going. It doesn't mean you have to stop trying, but it's certainly discouraging that Cupid keep seeing what look like mistakes, finding opportunities that they just are not quite able to close on out. They're too far behind. They don't quite have the damage. They're only on one item apiece, and here's another combo.
Whee! In goes Low Jazz with the help of the Orianna. They made a little bit heavier work of it than they had to that time around, but Protoss doing a noble job. The thankless gig of taking up those tower shots. Another kill in the bag. Lucian off the map. Dragon's still about a minute away from spawning, but yeah, it's not looking good for Cupid. What a bounce back performance, though, from AMI. And again, just kind of getting everybody involved. And we talk about the execution, really, really crucial for this Nocturne Orianna, as the Otacon can be started up and taken down without much fuss here. And man, have they bounced back in a big, big way, because they were kind of shut out of game one. They got absolutely nothing going. But Cupid, the Hail Marys don't stop here. Tower taken, top lane tier 2 on the other side of the map. Here comes Dr. Calculus trying to split up this fight, keep everyone separated. Adam goes in, gets a nice gnar there onto Pocus, and actually swiping away the Otacon is Cupid.
Decoy.
So actually a lot of fuss in this as Decoy tries to go big here. He gets a kill there onto Bio, but it's 4 for 1 onto Cupid. All right, consider my words eaten. Cupid, my bad, dog. My bad.
And a terrible split from AMI there. They get caught with 2 members in the pit, 2 members back inside the tri-brush, and they get picked apart by the members of Cupid. A big angle found in the backline from Adam with the stolen gnar. Let's check out how this broke down. Decoy and Retrozing, they're chasing kills. They're forgetting about the objective, and yes, they do need to push Bio out of the pit. That makes sense, but keeping it aggroed on the bottom side, it's dealing damage to Baz and Co. And Adam gets this burst out. Dr. Calculus with a point-blank, unstoppable onslaught absolutely eviscerates Low Jazz and Zaya, and they are able to chase down the rest from there.
The Otacon throws are something special, man. I mean, it's been a whole year of this son of a gun on the Rift. And we have gotten just some of the most spectacular moments in across all tiers of League of Legends on this stinking objective, man. holy moly, now the gold lead almost evaporated. It was at 6,000 gold. Now completely deleted here. Otacon over to Cupid. 3 towers as well, so a good push off that. Dr. Calculus just kind of making hay up in that top lane while we weren't looking. Gordo, he's on 3 items.
Yeah, really well done. Dr. Calculus, I mean, he makes the difference again. He keeps saying, hey, you can't carry the game on the Scion, and yet somehow he finds himself getting massive 2-man ultimates that just one-shot the carry from the opposite side. If he can keep doing that, maybe he can carry on the Scion as another pick in mid.
Holy moly. You can pick your nose, you can pick your friend's nose, but I don't know how it goes. Sorry. They get the mid lane tier 2 there, just disappearing off the map, one pick after another. AMI's got to get a grip on this game quickly. This is getting out of control real fast. Decoy gonna have that TP up in just a second here, so we're able to rejoin a fight. Now Cupid have designs on the Baron, and all of a sudden I'm asking a lot of questions that I didn't have before.
It's a top lane v top lane battle, 4x4. Decoy still deathless on this team, on the split push, making it happen. He's coming back into this Baron, but he is without rage. And Dr. Calculus has been making big plays all game long on the opposite side. Protoss gets about it stunned.
Ooh, does he have another one in him? Decimating Smash doesn't find anybody. In goes Lojaz and company. They get the CC down, but it's all Cupid.
No way.
Bio was doing nothing on this Jarvan and coming up massive in these fights. 2 kills for RetroZing, but he will pay for it with maybe not his life, but maybe the Baron. Adam coming in with a head full of steam, lights Cupid up. AMI wiped off the map. Decoy gonna pick up Hub here. It's a 4 for 3, so actually a more even fight than I thought originally. Baron still stands.
Oh!
We're not done just yet. Adam gonna hit the blast cone. Decoy
He's gonna turn
get
back.
hit there. What the heck? I don't know what happened there, but this is a fight for the ages. Down in the bottom lane, Adam gonna dance while he's golden a little bit there. That 4 for 3 finally ends. Holy moly, this game has caught on fire, Gordo.
And Decoy and RetroZing salvage what was nearly absolute disaster for Apex Mission Impossible. Another poor start to the fight. Another beautiful space creation from Dr. Calculus sets up for Cupid to take 3 right off the bat. But RetroZing's able to clean up as soon as he arrives back from getting picked earlier. And Decoy finishes off more, coming in from the flank, coming in from his work in the bottom lane. All in all, we find ourselves with nearly dead even gold after what was a massive lead for AMI nearly the whole game long, and the Baron is still standing, so the dance is going to continue.
And Dr. Calculus, again, you've said it, Gordo. You can't carry from the Scion position. Oh, the Lucian hasn't gotten going. Man, oh man, Bio is like 0-4-6.
Bot lane.
He said, hold my non-alcoholic beverage. We don't have free sponsors on this show. Lojaz gonna get a pick on the other side of the map. Decoy now going to get himself back to base. Tub kind of playing bodyguard here as Cupid trying to slam the door here and really take their first legitimate lead of this game so far as they're starting up the Baron here. Don't have the damage to quite melt it. Decoy looking for a big play over the wall here. See if he can bounce over. He doesn't have the flash. He's going to have to take the long way.
Lojaz!
Dr. Calculus goes down. The Baron goes down in favor of Bio and Cupid. They've got what they came for. They might sacrifice a couple members here. Tub, you are not long for this world, brother. Decoy going to grab himself another kill on a real hot streak right now. But Cupid get the Baron.
Yeah, Hub, you cannot defend this, brother. There's still so many abilities available for AMI. He's got to get out of here. He's trying to buff up the Baron minions to try to make this push harder, but that inner turret is done for either way. Lojaz showing bot to make the play happen on Adam does pretty much guarantee the Baron's going over from the second he casts the ultimate. So the fact that they're able to pick off 3 members total, there's only 2 Barons left up, they get another inner turret's worth of gold. AMI aren't the most upset about that in the world. It does put them back into the gold lead. There is still going to be Baron buff and a couple of members to look at for the side of Cupid for the time being. But we're not done brawling yet 4x4 because there is another dragon coming on up here. Lojaz going to be in position for it. Everybody on both sides redeploying to look towards that lizard.
Yeah, strap in, boys, girls, and non-binary squirrels. We are not done here just yet. Just 1,000 gold separating these two teams. With Yatacon in the pocket of Cupid, it is basically dead even. 4th dragon of the game on the menu here. AMI have first move. TP comes in here from Adam.
late TP.
Late TP, but not being able to contest. But we'll see after this fight. They get in, get the shockwave onto one. It's not exactly the number you would have wanted. Glacial Fissure over the back. Decoy gets the ultimate down, but really doesn't find anybody much. Bio gets the kill there onto Protoss. Redemption coming down, gonna help them out just a little bit here. Bio taking very, very low. Retrosing doing a ton of damage, but he gets chased off because Dr. Calculus is absolutely gargantuan. It's a 3-for-2, despite losing the dragon for Cupid.
I hated that 4x4. You can't go with your whole ultimates combo on top of the Braum. Bio turns it back, clicks all his buttons on top of the grouped up AMI squad, and they get handed a free fight win for it. Adam looking like he might throw one right back, though, going underneath the turret up against Retrosing. Does have the backup of the rest of his team. Here's Low Jazz.
There's no way they keep getting away with this. Well, you can when you've got Dr. Calculus with, he looks like he's playing arena here. He's got so much health, Gordo. And, what a turnaround from Cupid. I'll tell you what, man. If Cupid come back and win this game and are able to close this series out, and if we've got to interview him again, it's going to be really awkward. I think he should take the mic and ask us, hey, why you keep slandering me? Why you don't think I can carry from the top lane? Why you giving all this attention to Hub? Bro, hold my non-alcoholic beverage. Watch me go to work, man. What a game on this Scion.
If we end up having to talk to anybody on Cupid, I got to ask them how they're mind-controlling AMI to make these kinds of moves. Look at the triple knockup. I want to praise Bio for it, and good job at capitalizing on the opportunity, but why are you giving this man these sorts of plays?
Yeah, look, for every throw, there's got to be a catch. And boy, oh boy, did they capitalize on it. Right here, look, it wasn't perfect. Right, you got to give AMI some credit here. They made the best of a bad situation, but boy, oh boy, they are not making it easy on themselves. Coming into this game as the favorite. And up about 6,000 gold at their peak here not too long ago at about 17 minutes. That's a big old lead at that point in the game. And all of a sudden, we find ourselves in a dead even scenario here. Get some replays here. Looking at how Cupid almost managed to throw away their advantage here, but ending up with the ace. Hub getting back on the board here as well. 3-4-2. Nice, good game for him. And almost 100% KP here for Bio. Want to give Bio his flowers here as well, because he was having, you see 046 next to your Jarvan's name, you think, oh boy, it's just one of those. No. He's on 3.5 items right now, playing a very selfless game, a very intelligent game, and you got to give Cupid credit here, because again, you're seeing a lot of the synergy of this 5-stack. They are playing together, even in defeat, even in quote-unquote defeat, you know what I mean, even in a deficit. They stuck together, they knew what their comps could and couldn't do, and if nothing else, they played around their strong point, which was Dr. Calculus on this Scion.
And, Dr. Calculus rewarded them for it in spades. What well-played team fighting from him. If nothing else, criticize AMI all you want, but Dr. Calculus showed up to this game, never said die, except for when he did and proc the zombie Scion to be even more effective, and he accomplished so much in so many of these critical team fights. The multi-man ultimates, the well-placed decimates, the space creation by just positioning his body in the very right spot. It's done so much to allow Cupid to climb back into this one and to make this an incredibly close game.
We tango for space here in the mid lane. No objectives to fight over. We've seen this movie before. Who gets first move? Bio certainly looking for it. Almost had it on a Protoss there, but that's the go button that AMI need. They're looking for that big Shockwave Paranoia combo. They get 2 off that. They're also going to keep Low Jazz alive enough to take down Hub. It's a shutdown for the AMI jungler. Baz with a big root caller after the ultimate. Gets a bunch of damage. Now a lot of CC done. Did AMI just get back into this one? Crit Bloom healing going to help them out. What a play by Low Jazz and Baz to feed the kills to AMI. They bring it right back. 3 for 1 so far. Maybe not done just yet. Protoss probably not long for this world. Cupid will get another kill back. Flash blown as well by the Rakan. And AMI with a big fight win. And now maybe looking to do some damage to this base. Don't think they'll be able to end, but those respawn timers are starting to get long, Gordo.
Yeah, I think that's what Protoss was doing, trying to interrupt recalls, trying to buy the time for the game to end. But again, it's that Titanic Hydra Scion, maybe a little bit burstier than you think. They turn on him, they kill him, and they have time to recall and save their own base. So they will hang on to the game for the time being, but what a well-fought fight from AMI. They start the fight onto Dr. Calculus, who was up just a little bit too far, mispositioned for perhaps the first time that I've noticed this game. He takes a big chunk, he doesn't end up falling down, but he falls low enough that he can't be an effective frontline for the rest of the fight, and they get the ultimate combo onto Hub, one-shotting the Lucian, doesn't even have a chance to flash, and taking him out of the fight.
Got blown up immediately, and then it was all up to, well, you know, a Titanic Hydra Sign, which, as we've seen, can be a little deadlier than might meet the eye. Onto the Baron immediately. Now you're starting to get to the point with the damage where you can kind of melt this thing. Still not going down as quickly as it could. Decoy getting that Gnar bar up. If he can get in there and get a big ultimate, could flip it on its head. In there with the part of it. Oh, he stole it! Low Jazz turned off the lights, and when they came back on, the Baron was gone. But where's the rest of his team going? Health bars low all over the place. Bio trying to get forward and try some CC. Hub got not a ton with his the Lucian ultimate, able to get in there and get decent damage down on the Low Jazz. Pop the GA. He'll come back here just for a little bit here. Protoss almost gets the CC down onto Hub, able to get backwards. Tub trying to bail out his AD carry. Wall goes up, but it's going the wrong way. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of AMI, but the Baron buff also claimed. That is the biggest prize on the menu. Apex, Mission Impossible, never saying die.
And Baz died instantly in that fight. That's what kept it so close, despite Calc being down and despite the Baron steal going the way of Low Jazz. But that Baron steal might be what cements this game. Hub and Tub have to defend 2 versus 4.
It's going to take a small miracle, and guess what? It's experimental hexblade time, baby. You can turn out the lights again and help seal this one out. Put the ribbon on it. It was an ugly one. Holy moly. But AMI walk away with a win. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
That's some cinema right there for you, 4x4. AMI keeping it entertaining, keeping it close, and it's a best of 3 from here on out as the teams tie themselves at 1-1. But so close to being pulled back by Cupid there. AMI definitely cannot be satisfied with that win. They know that they have got to shore up some of these mistakes if they're going to be able to win tonight's series, because they nearly gave that one away from a 6K gold lead.
Yeah, they kind of got away with one there. Like you said, a lot to chat over, but not going to have a ton of time to do it. We're going to be, 10 minutes, if that, until we get into our next game, or at least our next draft here. So we're going to take it to a quick break. Everyone take a breath, get some water, take a lap, touch some grass. But be right back here in just a couple of minutes. Game 3 on the docket when we return.
Is looking for a triple kill on the back of all of it. My goodness, man. Supernova wipes the floor with Citadel.
Hey everyone, I'm Armeo, and I'm here to break down the critical mid-game dragon fight from Supernova vs Citadel Gaming from Day 3 of the NACL playoffs in this ProDiff Deep Dive. Both teams are positioning around Dragon in a close game. Citadel is grouped as 5, while Supernova is missing Hoarder's Gwen. Seeing Dardoch's Pantheon split from his team and having a numbers advantage, Diamond's Braum tags him with Winner's Bite. Dardoch is able to mitigate the incoming damage, but is forced to flash to avoid being stunned afterwards. As Diamond is chasing Dardoch, a Blaze Ov's Talia hits him with a full combo, forcing out a shield and chunking his health. This trade leaves Citadel vulnerable during the window where Diamond's Unbreakable is on cooldown. Despite this, Kenvy's Jarvan thinks he sees a good angle to engage directly onto Scary Jerry's Corki as Supernova begins to split off, but he misjudges the size of the hitbox of Talia's Unraveled Earth. Corki is able to Valkyrie over the wall to escape, and what Kenvy thought was a low-risk play is immediately punished. Supernova immediately turns onto Kenvy with a Blaze Off and Scary Jerry taking him dangerously low, as Breezy's Alistar lands the Headbutt Pulverize. Diamond burns Heal and Locket, while Kenvy is forced to flash over the wall to survive. Without flash and at low health, Kenvy will be limited to only one rotation of abilities in the next fight. Citadel still has a numbers advantage, since Hoarder will take several more seconds to be able to arrive at the fight, and Supernova is split in 2 while Citadel is fully grouped. However, Kenvy is critically low health without his engage tools, and Diamond still doesn't have his Unbreakable ready from his earlier play on Dardoch. Additionally, Scary Jerry and Breezy both have all of their summoners and Alistar's ultimate available, making them very difficult to quickly burst down in this position. Finally, Supernova has their key engage tools available in Talia's Weaver's Wall and Pantheon's Grand Starfall that will ensure that they can force the fight even if Citadel tries to leave. This resource imbalance puts Supernova in a winning position even though their top laner is late to the fight. Knowing that the situation will be hopeless if Citadel tries to disengage at this point, Bradley flashes in and lands Tibbers on the Supernova ball lane. Phillips' Rumble lands the Equalizer, but no one else in Citadel is able to follow up. Supernova immediately uses their ultimates in response. Ablazov knows that Citadel has almost no CC left and uses the Weaver's Wall to flank, as Dardoch channels his ult into the middle of Citadel. Citadel tries to quickly burst down Ablazov, but his Talia combo slows their advance and knocks Kenvi out of his EQ combo to ensure he can't escape before he uses Zanya's to prevent Citadel from trading any damage back onto him. Dardoch's Grand Starfall arrives and takes out Kenvi before chunking out Instinct's Yunara, forcing both of his summoners. Hoarder's Gwen has now arrived at the fight, and Citadel has no hope as Supernova can freely wipe them off the map. Citadel thought they had an opportunity to take a 5v4 teamfight and get themselves back into the game. Instead, they end up overcommitting to a disjointed fight, and Supernova takes a clean ace, the dragon, and an eventual Game 1 victory. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from NACL pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything NACL, follow @WatchNACL on Twitter and make sure to catch the games on NACL's Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 NACL Split 1 promotion. I am 4x4. Alongside me is Gordo. And Gordo, I checked under the table, I checked downstairs, I checked outside of my window. I don't see a banger, but I've heard reports that maybe it's on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait until the full 5 game to know for sure. We got denied the full 5 game series yesterday as Cupid continued to execute, and I'm gonna be honest, based on this game number 2, if Cupid keep playing the way they are, I don't know that AMI are going to win another one. They are going to need to actually close out from these sorts of advantages that they build on up. That's almost the opposite of how I frequently expect this series to play out. I expect to see Cupid getting ahead early on. They were able to do that so well in the first game, and it's AMI who I generally associate or think of as the really solid 5-on-5 team that can turn plays back around from deficits, but so well played by Cupid in so many of those engagements, and some goofy, uncharacteristic mistakes from AMI make that second one as close as one can be.
Yeah, AMI will certainly have to tighten things up. I think that's kind of the big takeaway, right? Again, they came into this as favorites, and it was going so well for them. It seems like, okay, after game 1, they kind of got punched in the mouth a little bit. They righted the ship, played some clean League of Legends, and executed this mid-jungle very, very well, right? Nocturne Orianna, it's all well and good to say, oh, if we just press R at the same time, this is all going to go very well for us. Much harder to do in practice, and they almost threw it there, but managed to tie up the series 1-1. Gordo, as we go into draft here, I mean, do you expect, the Wombo combo worked out for him, so it didn't really feel like it was so much a draft issue here, but what specifically are you looking at for AMI to get kind of cleaned up?
I don't know that it's anything specific. I think they just got a little hyphy there, right? They got a big lead, and they start thinking see hero, kill hero, and it's 2025. People are smart. People know how to play out their team fights. They know how to execute on their team fight compositions, and especially a team like Cupid, where these 5 guys have been playing together all year long. If you misstep against them, they don't care what the numbers and stats say. They know how to execute, and if you make a mistake, they're going to capitalize on it. You can't blow your Nocturne Ori combo on a Braum, but that's not the kind of advice that you can take in the future games, as all 3 of those champions are fearless away. You just have to keep in mind, listen, no matter what the scoreboard is, we've got to play with our brains on, and we got to make sure that we are executing the way that we would in practice, that we would want to in review, rather than getting too carried away with the momentum of the game.
Cupid going to be on blue side. You mentioned the fearless aspect of this, Gordo. I think we're going to start to see, the bag kind of be reached into here. You can still draft kind of a standard team composition in a number of different ways here. And like we said, both these teams, that's kind of how they like to play. The Nocturne Orianna, it might not be the most off-the-wall thing we're going to see, especially if we do get five full games of fearless. And in game 5, right, you can see stuff start to get real wacky. Absolutely. But I think, look, again, the jungler still is kind of where this kind of starts and ends for me. But we talked about how good Decoy was kind of in the break in that game, salvaging a pretty rough situation early on, going down big to Dr. Calculus, kept up in CS, yes, absolutely, but had a big impact in kind of salvaging the team fights despite all 9 other players' best efforts, the top lane all of a sudden, and Dr. Calculus keeping on reminding us, bro, you have to put respect on my name. Look what I can do on a non-carry champion. Went the Titanic Hydra, kind of based at the end of the day, able to give his team an avenue back into it with the damage that they were lacking on the rest of the map. I'm still looking for these top laners to just keep throwing hands.
Absolutely, and you know, with the Scion off the board, the number of tanks these guys play, it's dwindling, right? These are not generally your like go-to Ornn players, right? They are more frequently going to be playing some champions with a little bit of autonomy. We'll see. Dr. Calculus did show us the Rek'Sai top yesterday. Could go for something like that again, perhaps, if he feels like it's appropriate in the matchup. In fact, he picked it into the Gwen yesterday, and that is another decoy pick that we might end up getting to see today. So I'm not going to completely count it out, but the way these teams are generally structured is they usually want their junglers being the big tanky frontliner, and they like to open up for their top laners to play a little bit more of a carry role. In both cases, it's actually so frequently the Rumble, which is Fearless the way. Still, I want to see these guys go toe-to-toe a little bit more. I think they've both had excellent series so far and have been huge contributors to their respective wins, as well as Dr. Calculus towards his team's near comeback. Yeah, I'm excited to see more from them.
Yeah, should be fun. Again, I think we're still going to see a couple of these big power picks banned, but don't have to worry much more as we get into draft. Cupid shows the blue side as you saw at the bottom of your screen. Again, expecting the Gwen, expecting the Aurora, expecting the Pantheon to be banned away, but as we get later and later on, in Game 3 or the Game 4 that we are guaranteed, again, it's basically the best of 3 from here on out. We're guaranteed at least 2 more games here. In this winner go home Fearless best of 5, we will see this Pantheon Taliyah surely at some point. Yone going to be taken away from RetroZing, actually. So it is Adam and the rest of Cupid Esports just taking this one away. What, if anything, does that tell you about what Adam is going to try to lock in here?
I don't know, honestly. Like, RetroZing, not a player that I associate with those kinds of champions. So it's interesting that they ban it V1. It does perhaps signal that Adam wants to go back to his kind of mages, right? Maybe wants to play a game of Azir if it gets on through. Of course, that's going to be banned away. Maybe that Taliyah, like you brought up. I think both of these players, big fans of the Taliyah. It's certainly one of the most powerful champions that we haven't seen Fearless away in, that hasn't really been making appearances in the bans, if I recall correctly. Although there goes, Cupid Esports taking it away. So that's certainly not what they're preparing for.
Yeah, no, not this time around. Adam going to have his Azir taken away. We've seen that be a pretty common red side ban kind of throughout, being taken away on red side as well. That's kind of what you want to ban these B1able champions, obviously, on red side. Trundle going to be taken away again by Cupid Esports, so maybe that means Dr. Calculus on a tank, or maybe that just means, hey, Trundle's strong, Mino wants to play against it. But like you said, Gordo, both these junglers, they like to be on these kind of tank and spank junglers. They like to be the straw that stirs the drink, and they like to take their champions early on here. So with Starner, Trundle taken away, Pantheon taken away as well, Vi still on the board. I'm trying to go down the line here. Sejuani is on the board, and the Aurora has escaped the bans and escaped my memory. So going to be B1 immediately here. You see this going more to Adam or Dr. Calculus? I have my answer. I think it's Adam. What say you?
I also say Adam. That's traditionally where they've allocated this champion when they've gotten a hold of it. Granted, it's a flex pick, and that does still have value even in a post-Fearless world. They can hold that flex for a while. They can make champion selections for Dilith Decoy and RetroZing difficult, although they might just respond to this Galio, or with this Galio, wherever the Aurora may go, and they're going to pair it alongside Low Jazz onto this Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I think it's a banger R1 there, right? Like you said, just slam the Galio down, and that's just going to follow wherever the Aurora goes. And now kind of resets the playing field for the top lane, potentially. Or just, I guess, whatever solo lane this doesn't go to. Xin Zhao locked in here for Low Jazz. Again, going to be the engine for this team. Hub going to grab himself the Ezreal, though, pretty immediately here. Relatively blindable as far as these champions, these AD carries go here. You mentioned, Kronos does like an Enchanter, so you see the Karma in response as a takeaway, but you've got the opportunity here to snag that for Tub. Is that something that you'd be surprised to see something like an Ezreal Karma, or not necessarily for Hub and Tub?
It's a pick I associate with Protoss more than Tub, but Tub has shown us a lot of different picks throughout his time with this Cupid roster, so I'm not going to say that anything is outside of his realm of expertise, but it will be Hub on this Ezreal, and they're going to take that Karma for Protoss. They say, hey, you know what, we'll figure out what AD carry it's going with later, but this is my comfort pick, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let you pair it up with Ezreal against me.
Yeah, and I think that is absolutely fair enough. Again, in this fearless world we live in, you have to be able to think that far ahead, right? And say, look, this just isn't worth it. Like you said, we'll figure it out. We'll get someone on this. We'll get Baz on something that works well with this. Or just, I don't know. I mean, it's still a Karma, like you said. Protoss feels good on it. Vi will be locked in here for Bio. So now the jungle pool definitely shrinking here. You wonder how much the bans are going to change in Game 1, potentially Game 5 if we get there. Just to get these more comfort junglers still on the Rift. Pantheon, Skarner, Trundle, again, all banned away. Pyke taken away here. Not going to let Tub on that one. Victor banned away on the other side.
Definitely looking to limit what RetroZing's options are going to be, so they certainly feel like this is going to be a Galio top for the likes of Decoy. Maybe also committing to putting Dr. Calculus on the Aurora top, if that is what they're going to end up doing. Maybe giving their cards away a little bit with how they do that Victor ban, but maybe that's the only pick they're especially concerned about, and they will keep the flex alive regardless. Sivir banned away from Baz as another powerful duo with the Karma. You do like those double AoE speed-ups for the team. Not going to be an option on Baz's repertoire this time around. So now an interesting question. I suspect they will pick for Baz here to keep the flex of the Galio alive, to respond to the flex of the Aurora. But what will Baz go for? His Ashe is still up and available. I wouldn't hate it here.
Yeah, I think that's a fair enough response. Instead, we're going to go range here. We're going to go Jhin Karma. Jhin is one of those champions you get a wide spectrum of opinions on, but as far as the early damage and output is concerned, you really can't knock it too much. I was thinking about, okay, look, for AMI, you haven't drafted a ton of damage just yet. How are you going to solve that? Well, it's not a hyper-scaling AD carry, but you've got yourself the Jhin, you've got yourself a lot of early damage and priority. And into the Ezreal, it will be the Rel as well. So a lot of dive coming through here. The zone control pretty dang good here for Cupid.
And my question now is, where's AMI going to get their damage, right? AMI have got to kind of shore that up a little bit here. Jhin, not going to be that consistent DPS in the later game, and Galio got some damage nerfs on this patch, so he's even less of a heavy damage character than he previously was. It's going to be Ahri in the mid lane for Adam, a personal favorite of his, and that will lock it as Dr. Calculus on the Aurora top lane. I suspect Decoy will take the Galio up against that, so the question is, what is RetroZing going to show us, knowing he's landing against the Ahri and having a pretty large section of the damage pie in his wheelhouse is his responsibility?
Yeah, I mean, something like the Victor would have felt really good here. Instead, it will be the Annie. So a lot of upfront burst, obviously, with this composition. You've got some sustain with the shielding. You got movement as well. A lot going to be on Protoss' plate, I will say, to kind of maybe provide that extra oomph that takes his composition over the edge. You wonder how Decoy's going to build, like you said, Gordo. Galio did get the damage, bopped on the head just a little bit, but that's not to say you can't do something like the Riftmaker and kind of, shore it up maybe on the side. Is that enough damage, though? Because, again, it's a lot of upfront burst, it's a lot of pick, it's a lot of lockdown, but it feels like if the first rotation of spells don't go well for AMI, you got some uncomfortable questions to ask.
I think that's certainly true, but you aren't against a true tank, right? There is no Scion, there is no Ornn, there isn't a Cho'Gath or anything like that we saw to Dr. Calculus yesterday, so... I mean, that first rotation of spells better kill, right? Yeah. If you're hitting it on Aurora or Ahri or Ezreal, it had better kill. So they are going to really be counting on that kind of one rotation and done sort of approach here. Meanwhile, though, there's a lot of mobility available on the QBD Sports composition. That's what my eyes are being drawn to. It's going to be hard to lock them down in a close circle for a big Annie combo or a big Galio ultimate. I mean, there are dashes galore on this Cupid Esports team. They're going to have so much ability to dip, dive, and duck in and around fights. It's going to be hard to land an Annie ability on 2 members, let alone a big group of them.
Yeah, I mean, the Annie, right, like you said, she's kind of, not the go button, right, but as far as that, you talk about that crucial first rotation of spells, you've got to land the big Timbers or the big W. And you got a slippery team here for Cupid Esports. But again, the other side of that is that there is no true tank. So it will be Dr. Calculus, in fact, on the Aurora to kind of loop around to the first point we made. But again, it was just exactly what we thought, right? You're going to send the Galio, it's going to be mid, it's going to be top, it's going to be against the Aurora, is the point here. And Ari, blindable, right, could snowball and get out of control, but a relatively safe, lowercase a assassin, just a mobile pick tool there. And they certainly got a couple of those here in this Cupid Esports comp. But that's enough from these two jabronis. We want to hear from you, chat. Where do you think this game is going to go? Who's got the better draft? Who's going to execute it better? All those questions can be answered with 3 simple characters. Well, 4 if you count the hashtag CPD or hashtag AMI for Cupid or Apex Mission Impossible, respectively. Vote now on your phones or computers, etc., what have you. Gordo, yeah, the ease of execution definitely, to me, favors Cupid's composition, but you can't, because you have setup, you've got damage, you've got CC, but the lack of a true tank, right? And again, right, if it goes sideways, if the Andy gets going, if you land that deadly flourish, right, into the flash timbers or whatever, any one of these members can go up in a puff of smoke. So there is the risk there, but it's too much damage, I feel like, for Cupid's side.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what you're going to be looking at as far as how these fights are going to break out, right? It really feels like whoever pulls the trigger first is massively favored. Whoever gets to the objective, whoever's able to set up, whoever's able to lead the charge, going to feel really, really good because it's going to be your support face checking, and there's still plenty liable to be one-shot here. The Galio likely going to be a little bit tankier. I'm hoping to see a slightly tankier Galio build this time around, especially in the face of, some additional damage nerfs that he suffered towards Winds of War on the patch, and then he can kind of be your charge forward force. He could try to set up some taunts to be able to let your Annie and your Jhin have a little bit more success, or you can go for a more pick focused strategy, right? The Karma Jhin lane, very adept at being able to throw out mantra Q, set up for a deadly flourish, and before you know it, boom, you're dead, especially on one of these really squishy champions that Cupid have across their entire draft. So AMI, a couple of different options for how to approach with the way that they've drafted here, but I do like Cupid in these kinds of skirmishes, especially if they're the ones who are pulling the trigger first and are able to utilize the massive amount of mobility they've got here. They're going to be very hard to peg down once the fight actually breaks out in earnest.
Yeah, I think you actually summed it up pretty well as who's going to pull the trigger first, right? Obviously, you have to successfully pull the trigger. You have to hit your target to extend the metaphor. But as we get into game here, yeah, the agency is going to be at a premium. And it's not like that's something we haven't seen, right? Is who sets up first. We saw it yesterday between Cupid and Zenshi. Whoever got the objectives first was able to execute them much more effectively. And often it did come down to team fights, but sometimes that early game lead was a little too much to overcome. As we get out of the rift here, it is 1-1 between Apex Mission Impossible. Former NACL org got dumped out last split, or 2 splits ago, I should say. It kind of, what I mean. But trying to get back up there with a slightly retooled roster, Flymanny up to Luminosity. They've got RetroZing kind of try to take that mantle back as we do get a little bit of action potentially here.
Whoa!
Thank you, observers, for looping into that one pretty quick here. No summoners blown just yet. Could change the blink of an eye. Baz doesn't get that 4th shot off. And everyone exhales just a little bit. Cupid trying to qualify again for the 2nd time for a couple of these players. This is do or die. The winner goes to NACL in 2026. Loser has to try again through OQs. I'm 4x4. That is Gordo. Big thank you to all of you guys for sticking around and watching. Whether this is your first time or 1000th time on the stream, we appreciate you being here to watch these Tier 3 to Tier 2 qualifiers. Again, fearless best of 5. It is a best of 3 from this point out. 1-1. Cupid took game 1. AMI bounced back in interesting fashion in game 2, looking for a cleaner game in game 3 here.
Certainly, and it's good that you bring up Cupid trying to get back into the NACL, because I think a big thing to not be understated about their journey is, and one of the criticisms levied at this squad when they were in the NACL, is that they didn't make it through the open qualifiers, right? There were some unfortunate roster scenarios around their organization, and they were brought in kind of very late in the offseason, despite not having had a particularly impressive open qualifier at the beginning of the year to try to get one of those 3 spots. And now they're doing it au naturel, right? After getting relegated, after improving, after a full year together, they do make it through the open qualifier. They go from not making top 16 to making top 4 to be able to get here. And now, here they are, top 3. And the only goal they need to accomplish is make top 2. A win here up against AMI will prove the doubters wrong and will kind of complete their whole narrative arc here where they've struggled so hard against so many different opponents and they've overcome each and every one so far. Dr. Calculus nearly overcoming an opponent right there.
Holy moly, flashes blown on both sides. And not a moment too soon. Phase Rush and Electrocute also being taken up in this top lane. So none of this woke grasp nonsense. We are fighting, fist fighting here in both these solo lanes, really. Yeah, Adam, going with the Electrocute, right? We've got all guns blazing here in these solo lanes.
Certainly do. And Decoy managing to escape on the back of that Phase Rush. Connects a Justice Punch, though.
Did Bio get here in time? Nope. It's going to be the solo. Bolo over to Decoy. Bio flashes forward. He knows Decoy doesn't have that. Can he do enough damage to stick around before Decoy? Actually going to Justice Punch backwards and get the CC down. But there's a CC on the side of Bio as well, and it will be enough. Return kill secured by the Cupid Jungler.
Either way, excellently played by Decoy there. He trades 1 for 1 in a 1 versus 2 situation. You will take those in the early game each and every time. Very nicely played by Decoy on the Galio, making good on his counter pick. He gets back into lane with that Null Magic Mantle to try to help him out a little bit more. And Lojaz gets himself a lead in the early clear.
Yeah, feeling really good coming back there with that Null Magic Mantle, like you mentioned. And you're kind of hoping, yeah, he does just kind of, you were hoping, right, that he's going to index into that early tankiness. The damage was nerfed as Lojaz peeks his head into the mid lane. Adam says, hello, sir, and flashes, or goes backward. Adam and Retrozing also blew both their flashes. Don't think we saw that. If we did and I missed it, then, you know, the end is coming pretty sooner than I thought maybe. But, again, it's just fisticuffs in this early game. And sometimes we see after a wild first couple games, we see game 3 let the air get taken out of it a little bit, but not so here early on. Gonna get another replay of what happened in the top lane.
Yeah, it really felt like the patch notes were about to claim Decoy there. Slightly lower percentage health damage on the Winds of War, almost making the difference, but not this time. Decoy does successfully claim it off that last tick. Bio able to make it a 1 for 1 trade, stopping what could have been a really rough situation for the Doctor in the top lane, but still very good stuff for Decoy in a matchup where the toughest part is going to be this early game where you are melee interranged, you don't really have that extra magic resist built up yet, you don't have ranks in your W for the bigger magic damage shield, and you can't super easily clear waves either, so you're just kind of at the victim of this Aurora constantly finding procs onto you with her passive.
Yeah, the chip damage can really kind of, it can add up in a hurry. What I meant to say. Dragon spawn here down on the bot side, checking in onto that bottom lane. Swifties have been brought immediately by Baz. Lojaz looking for another kill here. Between Worlds pop there by, or not Between Worlds, excuse me, just going into the Spirit Realm will not be enough. Maybe I thought they would have just edged into tower range, but not going to be the case. Now Dr. Calculus in a bit of an 0-2 hole. Root gonna land there by Protoss. Might have bailed him out there indeed. Hub gets some damage, I should say, but not quite enough to do anything meaningful.
Was the Mantra W as well from Protoss, getting a nice chunk of health back, plus the Summoner heal to be able to regen a little bit of HP and have enough to escape. And great call by Lojaz, by the way, to make that gank happen on the top side before Dr. Calculus hits level 6. He knows the flash is gone from the exchange at level 1 and can then go and capitalize before Between Worlds is available, which might as well be another flash in and of itself. It lets the Aurora feel so safe pushing up in the top lane. It's why you're willing to play this mage at the top lane when you aren't willing to play many others. Great capitalization before level 6 is hit to really cement Decoy as the leader in this lane.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot now. Got himself a ton of magic resist here early on. Dark Seal picked up. Dr. Calculus feels like he's bottomed out. He's going to cash in by the dip, as they say, and try to take this one to the moon. Again, you favor the damage that Cupid's composition has, but in a straight-up 5v5, AMI can teamfight a little bit better against, a little bit dependent on Decoy's build, but it is a lot of upfront burst in this composition for AMI. Jhin and Protoss trying to make hay in the bottom lane. So far, they've done so to the tune of a 10 CS lead, as spotting on a ward is Lojaz. Just barely spotted on that stealth ward there as it ticks down. Hub and Tub still doing all right here, all things considered. And again, on an Ezreal, you're okay with that, right? Not too concerned about getting that early pressure down and really dominating the lane here early on. But for Baz and Protoss, it's a different story. Baz needs to get rolling here early to be, you know, to follow up on that damage from the Annie and from Lojaz.
It's got to be his responsibility. Be able to follow up and be able to get fight started as well. I mean, the Deadly Flare is such a good pick tool for Baz coming into this mid and later game, and he's just getting a solo trade with Tub here. I mean, Protoss duking out skill shot battle with Hub. He's going to be forced to flash here. One more Mystic shot might have done it, so good fancy feat for Protoss. Better late than never to stop getting hit by those Mystic shots, and Baz does get a nice little trade on the Tub at the same time, but you know, nowhere near the same reward as no summoner spells blown in that other exchange.
Protoss, yeah, like you said, having to expend that flash. As Arcane shifting forward, there is Hub. Void Grub's going to be spawning up on the top side. Hextech Dragon will be up next in just a couple of minutes, but now we're back to our regularly scheduled programming of the Dragons. First one of the game, especially being taken kind of on spawn. Winds of War, going to be dodged there by Dr. Calculus. He goes into the Veil. There's the Between Worlds pop. Going to get a little bit of extra magic damage shield. Low Jazz gets everybody off of him and will survive with the help of his top laner. First grub taken by Cupid. Can Low Jazz, with the help of his friends, grab the next two? The answer is yes.
A nice trigger pull there. Dr. Calculus with Adam coming up. It really feels like they would be able to get that kill, but it is double mages against Galio, so that magic damage shield has boatloads of value. It's enough to get AMI out of there in a situation where it feels like RetroZig wasn't exactly ready for there to be a fight there. He rolls up with only 2 passive stacks, so was not going to have the stun at the ready. Wasn't ready to make a big Tippers play. So AMI don't get any kills for it, but they do survive an engage from Cupid, and they get themselves the majority of the grubs. It's a win for AMI.
To the tune of about 300 gold. Excuse me. That's the advantage that they've got. We got another minute and change here until that dragon spawns. Nice skin. Is that the big one? Is that the whale one or no?
Oh, it's definitely one of the faker ones.
I've got the cheap one. I balled out for the little faker skin. I don't have that kind of money. But I think maybe the one on the recall animation has like his signature under it. So I don't think that was it. But yeah, producers not going to let anyone go unnoticed there. If you got the whale skin, they're going to find you. So be careful.
Definitely. It's still got the wrong number of trophies now, right? Because Faker just won another one.
Already? Yeah,
last
true.
year. I don't think they updated it. They jumped the shark a little bit. So, inaccurate. Worth nothing now to me, regardless of how much the cost might have been up front. But still, nice little showiness on Tournament Realm whenever you can get it.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I did forget. Okay, that changes my... Yeah, okay, I forgot that because it's Tournament Realm, you can just yoink that skin kind of wherever. Yeah,
you were giving him credit for spending the money. And
I was going to say, we might have to have some financial literacy lessons, right? At this stage in life, it's really easy to just piss away a bunch of money. So you got to be careful, right? I mean, it just goes away. Microtransactions,
listen, yeah, I guess if you better qualify for NACL if you're spending that kind of money on your RE skins. That's
bunch
for
of
sure.
Pixels. Come on, man. It's 2025. Get with it.
Well, see, Tournament Realm does have its perks, and making NACL does as well. You've been hoping to get 2 for 1 in that department today. Get to spend more time in Tournament Realm as well with all of the skins your heart desires. If you do make it, giving yourself a little bit of extra motivation along the way. But Dragon number 2 spawning up here very, very shortly. AMI with more members in the area. Bio just did take a recall. It does look like they might be looking for a little bit of a brawl. Still, the Ezreal Rel pretty safe in the bottom lane. Got themselves plenty of escape tools at their disposal. It's going to be hard to make a gank happen without first landing some CC from the lane. Adam and RetroZig fighting.
Ooh, gonna flash away and just I mean, kind of lucked out that charm didn't land. Flashed in a straight line. Adam just slightly off the mark with that one. Tippers down, like you said. So maybe for the fight afterwards, not going to be available, but is there even going to be a fight afterwards? Do Hub and Tub want to go in here and make something happen? Seems like the On My Way pings are coming down from Cupid onto that top river. TP coming down, I think that's the signal to just back off this one. RetroZig back in the party with Tippers in tow.
Yeah, well done. I mean, that's the prize for Lojaz being bot side. They do go in, they secure themselves that dragon. I don't think this is a brawl that Cupid want to take anyway, with the ability of Decoy to join in off of the ultimate, while Dr. Calculus does find himself without the teleport. So they do give that one on up. Cupid did claim the first dragon of the game, so they don't feel like they're hopelessly outpaced by that exchange. So that is AMI on 2 objectives and a gank towards mid.
Cease and desist coming in hot. The charm lands as a result. CC chain is fantastic. Is it enough? Bio goes in. He'll pay for it with his life, but he does get the kill there onto RetroZig.
Yeah, wow, Bio really not going to be able to finish that one off fast enough. Does decide to trade his life for it, 1-for-1. Does get assist gold over towards his team, but once again, I mean, that's the 2 versus 1. You show yourself, you spend resources, and you do still end up dead even. Good opportunity for Lojaz to take some camps away.
Magnastorm expended for a potential all-in there onto Protoss, but keeps himself alive with the heal, with the extra shielding he's got in his kit. Baz able to return fire moderately well here, but after all is said and done, he's trying to shove the wave, get it into a good spot. Seems like there's going to be enough gold to pay here for what I imagine is going to be a collector. And that's another thing, I mean, I don't think we talked about it much, right? But Jhin, for all the criticisms that he's had, and they are valid, into a composition like the one that Cupid has with, again, no true tank as the curtain call goes out. Tub dodges the first 2. That 4th one is going to be big. Wait for that tether to land. That should be the 4th one. Bow! Fantastic teamwork by Baz and Protoss to get him his first kill of the game.
That's cheating, Protoss. Locking him down with the root makes that shot way too easy for Baz, and Tub does not get to demonstrate his fancy footwork any further. I think that was a conscious choice to not blow the flash there. Does want to still have it for any kind of big engages that break out within the next 5 minutes. I think that's probably the wise choice for Tub, but does feel bad to give up that death and give that gold over to Baz.
And again, into a tankless composition, you're going to be feeling a little better about your prospects as the Jhin. But like we talked about in draft, as Decoy going to complete his first item, it is going to be a little bit tankier. Or, well, a lot tankier. There's no kind of 2 ways about it with that item. But it is going to be just about who can get to these objectives first, who can start fights first, even more kind of pertinently. And we haven't seen too much of that here, right? We've seen kind of that grub fight was a little sloppy. Cupid got there first, and AMI responded quite nicely, took the last 2, so no big grub advantage played on either side. Decoy perfectly happy to head himself into either side lane due to the amount of magic resist that he's got in his kit. But now, Gordo, see a little amp tome. You see the glowing moat there, going for a little bit more damage on that second item is Decoy.
Yeah, it might be the Riftmaker second. That's still a pretty common Galio build, and you'll probably go tanky after it, so I'm not too upset about it. Oh, there's a funny little interaction there. I'm curious if we saw it happen to Retrozing earlier, too. Phase Rush makes you immune to slows, so if you get charmed while you're in Phase Rush, you do make a full sprint in towards the enemy team.
Wait, that's really funny. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's something to be aware of when you're brawling up against the Ario. The fight breaking out.
Good night, sweet prince. No cleanse. No problem. Baz gets deleted. There's a pressing guard to buy Lojaz a little bit more time. Gets a ton of shielding, but still gets clipped by the charm. Tibbers out in response. Adam gets away with a sliver of HP, but Hub going forward, going to grab himself a kill. There's the Flash Magnet Storm they were looking for. Not quite in succession, but either way, Tub sets up a double kill for Hub, and Cupid have taken the lead.
Great engage to start things off, and what a follow-up fight. Beautiful ultimates across the board from Cupid. Especially want to praise that Between Worlds from Dr. Calculus, getting it onto everybody for a ton of extra damage off of this Malignance Aurora build. And massive fight win for Cupid will give them this Rift Herald and the gold lead.
Rift Herald, gold lead, a couple more kills in the pocket of your 80 carry. It's all coming up, Cupid. Good re-engage here by Decoy. Lojaz bought crucial time there. Still got clipped by the charm, but Cupid able to turn this one around.
Very nicely done. And the Doctor is in. He arrives from top lane, and Tub with a huge ultimate as well that hold everybody still for them to be able to clean that one up. Kills going over to Hub too, exactly where you would want him. This guy is an adept Ezreal player, and once you start to give him a little bit of additional gold, he will pay you back, as he's going to be on point with the Mystic shots, as he has been throughout the game. Now they're going to hit just a little bit harder.
And is that, Gordo, in your opinion, how that fight went down, a reflection of some of the weaknesses of this AMI composition, where in an extended fight, this composition is really going to struggle, right? They didn't get that first rotation out, as Adam, not long for this world, trying to get a little bit of damage down, but will not find anything major. Shutdown there for Lojaz, not for nothing, as the Rift Herald popped in the mid lane, but it felt like kind of once the first turn was taken in the fight, if you're AMI, you're kind of looking around like, oh no, I'm in danger.
I like this call from Bio, by the way, taking the Rift Herald up top. I think it's going to get another turret here.
Just pops out, but Shelly will find her way.
Yeah, I don't think that was timed out. I think he hit hit the wall just a little bit, but they'll get it anyway. I do think they've got a wave crashing on in. They probably won't keep Shelly alive for it, though.
No, unfortunately, she'll be the sacrificial lamb here, but between Bio and Dr. Calculus, they will take down that top lane tier 1, so 2 towers to 0 now. Low Jazz going to have some one-on-one time with that dragon. They'll go two towers and 2 dragons to 0. On the other side will AMI, and actually RetroZing going to grab himself a tower as well. So AMI not going down without a fight. Actually pretty decent response, all things considered, given the amount of gold and amount of map pressure Cupid were able to get on the top side with that play.
Yeah, they do secure themselves the feats there as well. So they will push themselves into having those enhanced boots. But I do want to call back to something we were talking about during draft, though, which is the damage from AMI still a little lacking. I mean, they're still against squishy targets, like we said, so I'm never going to say that they're useless or that they're doomed, but it does definitely hurt to kind of lose your grip on the snowball that you had going there, as it's going to make you feel that little bit of more focus on pick ability and utility over the straight up damage.
No, and you really got to focus in on, I mean, target selection is going to be huge, right? Because you got to be able to lock down one specific target. Like you said, any one of these 5 on the side of Cupid can go up in a puff of smoke. Blink of an eye, they're going to get deleted. There is a lot of upfront damage here. Jhin, Raz on the Jhin, going straight lethality with the Yomu's first item up here. I thought it was going to be a collector early on, and nope. Balling on a budget. Grab yourself that early lethality, a little extra move speed as well, which Jhin loves. So really going to have to play these fights out very intentionally, I think, as well as what you were alluding to there. Dr. Calculus up here on the top side. Meanwhile, for Cupid, I mean, a great response, right? Kind of got a really disheartening end to Game 2. But now find themselves in a pretty decent position here, up only about 2,000 gold, right? Not the end of the world for AMI, but certainly feeling like they're in a strong place to try to close this game out, or at least push the mid-game on in a more kind of convincing way. And Dr. Calculus here on this Aurora, 4 assists. It's been an 0-2, right? Not the most dominant game from him. I'll admit I was surprised that they gave him the Aurora, just given what we've seen from him in this tournament, right? I mean, he'll get the carry pan sometimes, but it's on things like a Rek'Sai, a Scion who builds Titanic Hydra, right? A Rek'Sai, a Cho'Gath, right? We get a little bit of a fight here. Bio, gonna be locked up here. Everything coming over the top. The Tibbers, the hero's entrance. The curtain call over the top as well. Shut down from Low Jazz. AMI, Dr. Calculus shows up here. Pops the Between Worlds, but gets lit up immediately. A very disjointed fight from Cupid. And AMI say thank you very much. Deadly Flourish. Lance Hub gonna grab himself a kill, but is not much longer for this world. Low Jazz able to close the gap, flashes forward, and grabs himself another kill as well. It's a 4-for-1 AMI. Close the gap.
And disjointed is the word for it, 4x4. Just Tub and Bio getting started on their own. The TP from Dr. Calculus after the fight's already lost, and then Hub hunted down afterwards. Not attacking as a joint unit, and Decoy there to bail out his team, showing why the Galio probably the pick of the draft here for AMI against this heavy magic damage composition, making so much work happen in the team fight. And AMI, they just take them down one at a time as they feed themselves into the meat grinder.
And that was an R1 pick. Right, that was just picked, okay, into Aurora, we're just going to kind of move that along wherever the Aurora is, give it a rougher time in lane. But then you double down with the Ahri for Adam, right? You say, actually, no, we're going to give this to Dr. Calculus, we're going to put him up in the top lane, and we're not going to, I mean, look, Adam also banned out the Yone. I was going to say, had it banned against him, no, chose to ban out the Yone. So didn't want to play any sort of those melee, bruisers or, kind of upfront melee assassin champions. Opted for this composition that, look, I'll still say, look, they're still in the lead. It's still a quote-unquote better composition in my mind, but AMI certainly making heavy weather of it. Maybe Cupid is making heavy weather. I don't know how that expression works. Bio, either way, is going to find Kuroda. It's going to go right onto the back line with the cease and desist. Baz goes bye-bye. Cupid get a much-needed pick near the mid lane tier 2. Dr. Calculus may not be done just yet. Tibbers gets right onto Hub, beating the snot out of whoever wants to come his way, as Dr. Calculus and the rest of the company take that out and retreat.
Hub playing with fire there as he channels True Shot Barrage right in RetroZing's face. But I guess he's right. RetroZing actually does not have enough damage to take him down, so he's able to get away with the help of his shift. But still a nice pick found on towards Baz there. He doesn't have the cleanse to be able to bail himself out, nor do I think it would have been enough to help him. And they are successfully able to get one and get out. Granted, that's still a lot of tools blown away, right? That's ultimates from everybody just to get Baz and not to get any real lasting impact unless the setup on this Dragon is just that good. We'll see what Cupid are going to be able to do as they come back out of the base after their reset and head straight over to the pit.
Deadly Flourish does land on a Baz, but able to buffer the mount up, or dismount, I guess, technically, by Tub. But either way, AMI get first move here onto this Dragon, and now Gordo feels like the best opportunity we've had to kind of test some theories we've had in draft about this composition, right? AMI got there first. They have the opportunity to start the fight first. Can they execute on a pretty much dead even playing field as far as gold is concerned? Doesn't look like Cupid are going to try much here. Do they have a follow-up? Tub gets 2 with the Shattering Strike, but that will be it.
Really good stuff there for AMI to be able to secure themselves soul point here at 23 minutes. And despite a faint hold on the gold lead, Cupid not able to pick themselves up a solid team fight in their favor in quite a while. Just that individual pick on a Baz that hasn't even lasted that long. And now Tub is the one who finds himself caught. That's the power of the Deadly Flourish. Retro Zing takes him to the ground. And AMI with a 5v4 on the map.
You said it, man. Say what you want about Jin, but Mr. Helpful certainly gets a lot more helpful if he can hit his W's. That is a super punishing ability. And the fact that it doesn't even need to be your damage, I mean, you can lock someone up from screens away. As Bio looks to potentially get a catch on a decoy, but it's real tough to slow that Galio down. Riftmaker locked up here for decoy as well. You were right about that. Yeah, it is a pretty common kind of first or second item. Really second item kind of once you decide your build path for Galio. Hub going to get hit by that first curtain call shot, slows him down just a little bit. Bio now finds himself in the mid lane as Hub looks to go forward, and Cupid try to get a pick here when becomes Lightning connects. But again, Deadly Flourish doesn't land. He gets a dismount as well.
You know, I was getting a little worried for Baz there. The thing about channeling curtain calls, it does put a big marker right where you are at the base of that cone, but he is able to cancel and get out before any negative consequences come to befall him. There are 30 seconds to go until this Baron is going to be up. That will give Cupid control over that top side of the map for right now. You can see Tub already starting to layer down vision. Protoss going to have to redeploy and try to clear some of that out. That's his job for the time being. And we're likely going to see a brawl over this one, and I am very likely going to guess that this is going to be what cements one team or the other in a very dominant position in this game.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this feels like kind of the pivotal fight here, as the CC does land there on the decoy. Doesn't last as long as they would like.
Yeah, half HP from a decoy, but he will have the ability to rejoin, I think, a little bit more readily than the average bear. So no huge struggle for decoy here. In fact, he's even going to deploy towards the bottom side, assuming that his teleport will be back up before any Baron is attempted in earnest. And he's correct on that read, as all of Cupid are going for the recall, and he can see Dr. Calculus pushing on towards this bottom turret. If nothing else, he would be able to get over there and try to disrupt any attempted TP. That's going to forfeit a lot of this Baron control back over to AMI, though. They're the ones now placing vision in Cupid's jungle. They're going to get this outer turret for free as well. So AMI quick to collapse, quick to fill the void left by Cupid's retreat, and now they feel like they're going to have the opportunity to do the same. They do want to re-up on their rewards for the likes of Protoss, and they definitely want to be at full strength, be able to get in towards this potential Baron fight that could be coming up as Decoy takes control over the bottom side as well. Now he's the one in the favorable position as he gets to move over towards mid and threaten that heroic entrance.
Yeah, not a bad little trade there. Right, they say League is kind of played in turns. Okay, your turn, my turn. AMI kind of took their turn pretty well there up on the top side. And the vision isn't completely surrendered, right? They backed off, like you said. Going to top off their wards, get some more components in their bags, right? Lightning Jewel coming in, a couple BF swords, and Amptomas come in as well. Protoss as well, like you said, probably the biggest beneficiary of that. AMI now kind of breaking this open as they take down the mid-tier 2 as well. Dragon up in a minute and change. AMI were first up to the Baron. They didn't do anything with that necessarily, except they did kind of take that top lane tier 1. But as far as the objective concerned, That one's still standing. Definitely calling Cupid's bluff that they're not going to try this one. They do have damage out the nose, as we said about 10,000 times, but the focus now directed towards the dragon because it is Soul Point. Cloud Soul on the menu in about 45 seconds. So again, we get to test out just how good AMI's zone control is if they're the first ones to get to an objective. And right now, their vision setup is pretty dang good. They've got all their avenues covered.
Yeah, and you know what? League of Legends, it is a game of turns, but it's a little bit more like a Magic the Gathering or a Yu-Gi-Oh, right? There are still instants, there are quick spells, there's stuff that comes out on your opponent's turn and can surprise you, and that's what you always have to be playing around and what you always have to be looking for. So as AMI takes that turn, they're covering all their bases, they're making sure they're not going to fall victim to anything, and now is Cupid taking control over this top side. This is where the pick tools for AMI become so valuable. If they can nail a quick Karma Q into Deadly Flourish combo, it could pick somebody out. It could end the fight before it starts. So they have to be really careful where they position. Tub also looking for this flank here. Decoy in position for a big heroic entrance.
Jin laying down the traps, Baz making sure that everyone knows if you step too close, you are a Deadly Flourish away from the gray screen, my friend. So when it becomes lightning, hits onto Hub, Deadly Flourish, not going to land. Could have been the go button that AMI were looking for. 5 against now 5 as going in immediately with the Magma Storm there. Over the top, there's the hero's entrance defensively. Tub bit off a bit more than he could chew. The follow-up just wasn't there. Bio blows the flash as well. Dr. Calculus has to get the heck out of dodge. AMI get fed a very friendly fight. Dr. Calculus says goodbye to this world. Adam not going to land. The Q gets the back end. Baz's fourth shot enough to dissuade Adam. Goes the curtain call. Should take him down or at least take him out of the fight. But it's a 3-for-0, kind of in the blink of an eye as AMI have their design set on Baron.
Tubbs a little too early. He gets counterspelled. He throws himself in on towards 2 members, thinks that he has the engage opportunity, but the follow-up's just not quite there. Dr. Calculus with a nice 4-man ultimate on the bottom side, but again, the follow-up just cannot manifest itself, and he goes down as well. AMI with numbers advantage on the map, march on the Baron. They'll claim it for themselves, and they find themselves with control over game number 3.
Up in a big way. First real lead it feels like either team have had. And now with design set on this 4th dragon, or 5th dragon I should say, 4th one for AMI, potentially here, right? I mean, maybe you don't go for it immediately, but you can see Tub. You talk about a little turn you can take there. You know that AMI recalled, you can get in there, get some vision, and get the heck out of dodge. Potentially, maybe, question mark? Tub still might be hosed here.
Yeah, Tub, I mean, you live and you die by the flank, and Tub has been dying by it for the last couple of moments. He is pretty doomed, I'm going to say. I would be shocked to see this ghosting Rel make her way out of this one, and ironically enough, probably too tanky to execute. Decoy finds him, although they have actually spent a little bit too much time on this. Now they're exposed for the dragon.
Now AMI looking to collapse. Bio has nowhere to go.
Mind.
Frodo's going to pick up the kill. Damage over the wall. Timbers over the wall. That's enough. Dr. Calculus going to hop on out of the dragon pit. Just trying to save his own life. Between Worlds pop gets him over the Krug pit. But that is Dragon Soul as Decoy, where we started this all, was Tub up on the top side. Getting picked. Another kill out of the pocket of the Galio. AMI has taken a stranglehold on this one, Gordo.
Yeah, I saw Lojaz alone by the dragon while everybody else was trying to chase down Tub, and I got a little nervous for him, but he shrugs it off like it's nothing. He had the Guardian Angel if he absolutely needed it, but didn't even sniff death there. I don't even know if they broke through the shields that he had on him. He's just too tanky, and he's able to turn a fight right back onto Bio, who finds that his life is a lot less stable.
Yeah, it gets lit up pretty quickly here. Dr. Calculus got decent damage down. You saw he took Retrozing and Protoss down to half HP with an ability or two there. But it simply wasn't enough. And I mean, the backup just wasn't there, right? Very fragmented, kind of, Tub is a little far forward. Do we bail him out? We have to respond in some way to this dragon, maybe. And it just all kind of little by little. They sort of one at a time did there, as the kids say. But now 6,000 gold up, plus that soul, plus the Otacon. AMI have a commanding lead here in Game 3. And all of a sudden, Gordo, I feel like a lot of those problems that we talked about in draft, look, they're still there. They still got to execute here. This game is not over just yet. But you're not too worried about, Andy doesn't have a lot of consistent DPS. Baz, he's just a Jin. Because the fact of the matter is, you're up almost a full item on everybody.
And you keep finding picks like
Also
this.
that.
There goes Tubb for the 6th time this game. Found and executed. And the numbers advantage to AMI mean that this is going to be a nice, easy Baron push for them. Plenty of standing gold left to claim.
We're going to pop the stopwatch there, grab himself a Zonia's as Lojaz going to grab the kill onto Bio. Decoy staying alive still. Tons of healing and shielding over the top. Still, it's a double for Lojaz. RetroZing on the board for his 6th time today. And why not a point blank curtain call? It's an ace. That's the ball game. We go to game 4.
And AMI, they learned their lessons from game number 2, looking much cleaner in this number 3. They execute their team fight comp as designed. Here's one more 1v5 attempt by Tubb, but it's going to go the same way as all the other ones. Apex Mission Impossible on match point for promotion into the NACL.
One game away from getting back to the promised land of NA Amateur League of Legends. Tier 2 just 60 minutes away, more or less, for AMI, unless you would have something to say about it. Gordo, much cleaner this time around from AMI. I don't think there were any colossal mistakes kind of in the early game, but they didn't pull ahead because I don't think the comp allowed themselves to. And to be fair to Cupid, they didn't kind of give that much in the early game, so it wasn't as much for AMI to take. But when the ball got rolling, Cupid got sloppy and AMI plunged.
And we've talked about the top laners all day, and this time Decoy showed up, Dr. Calculus did not. There were some very pretty ultimates from the Aurora in the course of this game, but they were never able to be properly capitalized on. Dr. Calculus was never far enough ahead to really be able to make a difference in the team fights. Instead, it's Decoy and this Galio pick in the double mages feeling so good for AMI. Fight in and fight out.
It was really, really strong, executed immensely well. AMI one game away from wrapping up the year. Unless Cupid have something to say about it, we'll be right back with game number 4.
Throw full, hit the Nexus, keepers burning, but there's a shockwave for Bradley.
You're joking.
Oh, no!
You're joking.
Wilson, they can't do it! Citadel! Survive! It's a banger beatdown!
Hey guys, Bradley here. I'm the mid laner for Citadel, and I'm here to break down the crazy ending of our match against Winthrop University from week 1, day 1 of the NACL in this Pro Diff deep dive. So right here, we're trying to siege. We have Baron and Elder, right? I think we're all just thinking right now, okay, we just need to have one good engage. We have Baron and Elder. It's really easy, right? So right here, Campy finds a good opening. I combo it with my Shockwave, but I think we managed to kind of miss the mark overall on the engage, so they actually were able to live, which was pretty scary. I think at first everyone is thinking, oh, make sure not to die, right? Everyone kind of back up a little bit, regroup, as you guys can kind of see that here. And then I think Sword finds a really good base TP and then ult angle. I think I grief right here by not flashing initially. I think I should just flash this wall instead of trying to walk past it. But Denethor finds a really nice flash follow, and then as you guys can see here, then T5 was kind of wraps after that. Only 35 gets a really nice recon engage, and we kind of get squad wiped. And at this point, we're all a little nervous. We're telling Philip right now, oh, make sure to get the wave, but they did a good job at stopping that. And I think right here, you know, we're all a little bit nervous because in our minds, we're like, oh no, is the game really just over like that? Like, just one small mistake, right? And here, I'm not going to lie, I think I mind controlled my jungler because I told him to Baron the wave, but he does it by queuing over, and then which in turn gets him Poppy E'd. So I felt like really guilty here because I was like, oh god, like, I don't think they would have been able to end, but like, I think now that this happened, like, now they might have actually been able to end. So I was feeling a little guilty here, but regardless, still focusing on the game. I think the only thing that is to talk about is Lux and what she can do. So all our comms here are just try and slow down the wave as much as possible, right? So that's what Diamond does. He tries to put his E as far as possible. Ulti it, right? He's keeping the E so it slows. And right here is when we're basically just praying that we get up on time. And I'm going to pause it here in a second, because right here, there are two very key things to note from this that I think a lot of people may have missed that I personally thought were game changing. Okay, and the first one I'm going to point out is Instinct's Poppy R block. Because if he doesn't block Poppy R, I don't get my Ori R off, right? And the second thing that I will talk about is a sidestep on Talia W that I had in order to get my ult off as well. So both plays kind of integrating into each other that was able to form this kind of miracle base defense that I think a lot of people might miss. So just as you're watching this, look at what Instinct does and watch my dodge, and then the rest is history. So I dodged this, he blocks Pop Yar, and just like that, they got destroyed by the shockwave. And I think, to be honest, if they had played it a little bit better, maybe we would have lost. But at the end of the day, I think nerves can really get to people, and especially as you guys saw earlier when we were trying to end, we botched it too, right? So yeah, just after this, we're pretty happy. You know, it may not have been as clean as we wanted, but you know, we're marching down feeling at least happy that we won the game. And yeah, I think everyone was let out a huge sigh of relief at this point. Thank you guys so much for watching. You can check out coaching from me and other NACL pros at prodef.gg. To stay up to date on everything NACL, follow at WatchNACL on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on NACL's Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Potentially for the last time, AMI looking to close it out after taking a 2-1 series lead over Cupid. In the late game, it was a whole lot of this, Gordo. It was a lot of trying to get back into this one. Tub having the thankless job of trying to set up vision, trying to start some fights, and it all went left.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get all 5 members there together. We talked about how important it was to be able to start off the fight and to be the one to pull the trigger. AMI able to make that happen plenty of times with their picks, but even in that last video, like you were watching, that last clip right here, you can see that they just pull the trigger a little too early. They don't have the full 5-man squad, and AMI have that counter punch tool at their availability with the Galio, and it pays off for them big time. AMI now find themselves just 1 win away from requalifying to the NACL with their retool roster and getting to call this summer split a success after a disappointing relegation last split.
Promised Land is 1 game away potentially. We'll see who picks what side and whatnot, but again, it hasn't been anything too wonky from these teams in terms of drafts, but I also want to give Apex Mission Impossible a lot of credit with this composition. The ease of execution, it was very narrow, right? The win conditions were narrow. I can't think of another word there, but they executed very, very well, again, especially in the mid game. Some of the picks and some of the catches, and to be fair, some of the compromising positions that Cupid put themselves in had to be taken advantage of by AMI, and boy did they.
And with that, Cupid moving back to blue side for game number 4, thinking that getting their first selection will make the difference that will allow them to extend this series to a game number 5. And and that's going to be a big challenge for them here, as they've got to win 2 in a row to be able to make their way into NACL and fulfill their dreams of a requalification. Already into the bans here, and already seeing some of these priority junglers taken away from both of the players.
Coming in hot, we will not get a Pantheon in Game 4, and that's probably fair enough. If you've got your backs against the wall like this, do not let that through. Actually, I say that AMI decided to ban it. Yeah, they want any sort of shenanigans. Don't give away that free win. Don't let them back into this one. That champion is Mondo strong. Adam on the Yone. Talk about backs against the wall pick. It was a closeout pick yesterday for Cupid when they took out Zenshi 3-1 in Game 4, and now it's going to be what they turn to try to help lead them out of this deficit. Responded to lowercase r. We'll see where these champions go with the Renekton.
Yeah, going to be Decoy back on the Croc, a player or a champion and player combo that have had plenty of time to get to know each other. But Adam back on that Yone was so clutch on it yesterday. Very excited to see him on it again. RetroZing decides the Hui will be his counter of choice, and it's crazy to see this champion in game number 4 after all the priority that so many other mid laners have placed on it around this tournament. But this time around, will fall over to AMI as they start things off with what could be a very strong lockdown duo. Dr. Calculus, though, his choice of the Renekton, all split long, all tournament long, has been this Gragas, and he gets his hands on it right here.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. You said, no, I think it's going to be Dr. Calculus Gragas into the Renekton. I don't think it was in that game. Actually,
got banned.
It wasn't. But yeah, this time around, yeah, that's what it was. They got banned. Thank you. All right, put the missing pieces together. Appreciate you having my back there. Yeah.
Don't worry. I have so many excuses for when I'm wrong 4x4. I got them at the ready.
That's all that matters at the end of the day, right? If you got it strapped and you can respond when you need to, it recovers from a manner of sins here. Some thick boys being drafted for Cupid Esports here. Tub gonna be on the Alistar, trying to thump away at any sort of problems that might come his way. Hui popped in here for RetroZing. Again, control mages, it's kind of just been his bread and butter.
Yeah, really good stuff for RetroZing here to just continue to be able to jam these mages that he does feel so comfortable on. And there's Lojaz on the Skarner. This has actually been a big pick all season long for both of these junglers. They both do like to be on the tankier side of things, and Skarner kind of been the king of that area for a lot of the season. And this gives them really powerful lockdown here, as well as that little mini Rumble ultimate that Hui brings to the table. Great champions between the Renekton and the Hui to hold somebody still for as this Skarner if Lojaz is able to find those big engage angles.
Again, the Trundle's going to be banned away. But, pretty much a constant ban. Sometimes first rotation, sometimes second rotation. But yeah, keeping everybody still, giving away the additional value. Let me point that out. Yeah, Lojaz, again, he's been making things happen kind of all series long on these sorts of junglers. Not going to stop here. Jungle's still on the table for the side of Cupid Esports, though, for Bio. You looking at anything in particular?
The champion pools. Yeah, I mean, the champion pools find themselves so pinched. I'm still on the lookout for that Ashe. Both of these teams will play it. It's been a bigger pick for Baz, and I like it with this composition, right? I think they have some really nice pick tools here, and they've got a lot of damage already coming in for the top lane in the Renekton. I would like to see that as an additional pick tool here, just to try to get fights started, especially now that the Sivir gets taken off the board, so they're not going to be able to have on the hunt to be able to progress forward, but you know, the world's their oyster here, frankly. I'm also very curious as to what we're going to see in the jungle out of Mr. Bio. Knowing that he's facing down this Skarner, they get the opportunity to ban away the Trundle, which would be, you know, a little bit of a classic response. But with so many jungle bans directed towards him now, including that Talia and the Sejuani Poppy banned away by his own team, he's finding that pool very, very pinched.
Man, I didn't see the Sejuani ban. I was like, that is not Thanos right here, but Sejuani Yone, that feels so good, right? Able to stack that up so fast. Janna! Woo! Holy moly! And I thought the Ivern ban was weird, and now it's a Janna ban, or it's a Janna pick, I should say. Well, I'm trying to think, have I ever casted a Janna game? This might be number 1 for me. I've been doing this a while, Gordon. I've seen some lower league nonsense in my time as a League of Legends caster. I don't think I've ever gotten to cast Janna. This is exciting.
Yeah, Ultimate is Monsoon, by the way.
Thank you. I was going to go to the screen and look that up just to be sure, but you saved me a trip. Thank you.
I got you. But really exciting to see that one come out through. I mean, yeah, I've been calling for, I'm like calling for it at CLL games and stuff, and it never happens. So getting to see it here on the NACL promotion tournament stage, certainly exciting stuff. And I really like it up against some of these selections, right? You can Monsoon away an Alistair combo or something like that. There's some really nice opportunities to be able to find success there and just be able to say, get off me, to your whole team, as well as that massive burst of healing that ends up coming on through. It's Brand Jungle for Bio, baby!
Wow, wow, wow. Backs against the wall. Bio says light it all on fire. He's going to be pounding the Brand Jungle here, so you have just, again, immense amounts of damage from this QPD Sports composition, but you have some thicker kings in this composition as well, and there is that Ashe for Baz, like you were saying. So lots to like about both these compositions, actually. I mean, for a potential decider, this is good stuff. I'm very glad we got to see something like this, right? You get to see Baz on the Ashe. You've got hella pick tools here for this AMI competition and the disengage. Yeah, the more I kind of think about it, when you were talking, I was kind of thinking about, yeah, like into this composition, this Janna feels really, really good, right? You have the ways to start off this composition, very divey elements. Even if, obviously you can't Monsoon away the explosive cast from Gragas, but if he body slams in and you're quick enough, right, you could potentially avert some disaster.
You definitely can. I love this selection for Bio. The Brand Jungle just got a little bit above. I was a Brand 1 chick myself back in the day, but I played in mid lane way back in like season 2.
I was going to say, yeah.
So I'll do my best to bring that to the table, but frankly, they've changed the champions so much, and jungle not my forte, but I do love the pick regardless, and I just because it puts a lot to Bio's plate, and I do think Bio has been a big savior for this team so far throughout the tournament. I think it was him who stepped up yesterday to really be able to take care of Zenshi Gaming, and it's him who's going to have to be able to step up here as all of the anti-tank tools get taken away. This percentage health damage from Blaze is going to be so helpful up against Low Jazz and Decoy, and going to give you some really positive interactions, right, when you've got somebody whose goal is going to be to just rush at your face, being that having access to that on-demand stun, as well as that long-range kind of pick opportunity with the Yone at your back, with the Gragas to follow up. It's all going to feel very, very good, and you've got an enemy team who's going to probably find themselves bunched up to try to get some help from the Janna pretty frequently in a straightforward front-to-back team fight. Pyroclasm can have big influence there as well.
Yeah, that Pyroclasm is a massive, massive ultimate to watch. If you can get everybody kind of locked into one place, it's going to be absolutely huge. And the late game insurance policy in the form of this Jinx is absolutely terrifying. I mean, the late game power of really, I mean, both these compositions, yeah, but Cupid a little bit more so. The amount of damage they're just going to be able to just print out here, and especially if you get Dr. Calcus to go a little bit more tanky. For the love of God, do it. Okay, we saw the phase rush, great. Just go grasp, bite the bullet, Thimblewinter, maybe Roa, and like that's kind of it. You've got to be able to survive to get these carries, right? I mean, and these aren't very kind of, these carries don't have a ton of peel. Yes, Yone is mobile, but he goes forward, right? Even his oops button, his soul unbound, you know exactly where he's going to land again. So, these sorts of champions, yeah, a lot to play around with here. But if you are a dirty Brand 1 trick, or if you're a mid lane Brand 1 trick as well, which I think is the more sensible way to play it. Either way, no matter what your rank, no matter what your role, you can get better at it with prodiff.gg. There is no better way to learn really than learning from the pros themselves. You can schedule your one-on-one coaching session with an NACL pro at prodiff.gg. All the coaches on Prodiff are recent or active NACL or LTA players, so they have the experience needed to speed up your ranked climb. Check out prodiff.gg today. The link is there. There is the QR code as well. And finally, before we get into this potential decider here, we want to know who you think is going to win. I think both these drafts are absolutely awesome. I'm excited to just get on the rift and see how this plays out. Hashtag CPD, hashtag AMI. Cupid backs against the wall here 2-1. AMI one game away from getting back to the promised land. Such a cool story how they qualified in the first place and trying to make that run back to take what they see as their rightful place. And Cupid, a lot to play for as well. You talked about it, Gordo. A lot of people didn't like it. They put a little asterisk with how they got there in the first place. They got dumped out, but they're trying to do it the hard way this time around. They're going to have to do it with quite the mountain to climb here. They have to win games 4 and 5 to get back to the promised land.
Yeah, and they've proven so much already, too. Not to say that they don't want to make NACL. Obviously, it's going to feel real bad to lose right here after how much they've been through. But even over the course of this tournament, right, think about the teams that they've beaten in this lower bracket to get here. They beat out the likes of Vancouver Impact, the roster that relegated them in a heartbreaker Game 5 last split. They beat out Zenshi Gaming, the team that sent them to the lower bracket of this tournament. The only opponent left, AMI, the team that sent them to the lower bracket of the Open Qualifier, and their opponents from Spring split in the NACL. Can Cupid do it? Can they win a series against an NACL team? Something they were not able to do all of that Spring split.
Well, when you put it like that, man, dang, the stakes get even higher in this one. As Bio trying to return fire here, the comment from RetroZing will tap onto the Cupid jungler here. Thank you guys for tuning in with us. I'm 4x4. That is Gordo. We've got potentially one game left, but if you're a Cupid enjoyer, will them on in the chat. Hashtag CPD. They've got to win this one. And then game 5, with a lot of these picks taken off the table, should be a slobber knocker, to use a technical term here. A little bit of deep vision. Going to be trying to be grabbed here by Protoss and company. I imagine he's got the tornado ready to roll in case things get dicey. Hub hanging out in that tri-brush. Adam knows that there's no one there, so they know that there are picks to be found here. Might have first contact in that tri-brush. Hub's got to be careful. There goes the W. Q goes out there as well from Protoss. Hub's got... Actually, Ghost is already down, so it's just a flash, but will hold on to it. But not an ideal start as the waves come crashing in here for Hub and Tub.
What's that volley cooldown looking like? Baz going to look to interrupt that. Not quite going to be able to get there. But Hub does get forced to Ghost here at level 1 and forced to recall at level 1. It's a major lead for Baz and Protoss to start things off. Hub on the back foot already up against what's going to be a very frustrating, pokey sort of bottom lane, right? There's a lot of AD held up in that Eye of the Storm from Janna. It is going to make these volleys hurt when he can just give you a BF sword on a stick.
Yeah, essentially, right? I mean, you can supercharge your AD carry, especially early on, right? With Ashe, I mean, yeah, she's got a ton of utility. She's a tough laner to go against. The sustained damage gets really kind of underrated in the late game, but the early game in terms of the amount of damage she's able to pump out isn't quite there. Well, with a Janna, like you said, you get those steroids, you get that bar of power. You're able to go a little more toe-to-toe into a duo here in the Jinx that, again, you're thriving on your range, you're thriving on your wave clear. Jinx is not a demon just yet. Yeah, as we get into the late game, both these compositions potentially very, very explosive, but I think a little bit more for the Cupid composition.
Definitely can get some crazy team fights with what Cupid have drafted for themselves here if they're able to get the kinds of engages that they need, and they have plenty of different ways to get them, right? Fate Sealed, a hell of an engage, tool on a flank, explosive cask, there's Tub going in, Au Natural finding that combination on the Alistair. And they're going to need plenty of tools because a very powerful disengager in the form of Protoss really set up here on the Janna to hose this Alistair in any and all situations, and also giving those enchanter buffs. Going for those enchanter items, really going to have a lot of value here. Now, they're not the most popular champions in the world, but their items can be very, very good.
Oh, yeah.
If you know how to use them correctly. So a lot of experience on those sorts of picks from Protoss here. Longtime support player for UCSD, California San Diego. Now coming out, trying to qualify for the NACL for the first time.
Promised Land just one game away. RetroZing having his way here early on. Well, I say that. The CS is even, so maybe not having his way, but LoJazz take a trip up there as well. Protoss going to hit level 3. Saw the return wanted to be made there by Hub and Tub, but I mean, there's not a ton to do here into this lane. I mean, it's so tough to get in. Protoss spacing very nicely, though, it should be said, right? Tub, you can see he's got that blood in his eyes. He wants to go in and just make this Janna's life miserable. But playing this very well. Ishtal's impact going to slam Bio into the wall. LoJazz going to throw a rock at him eventually, unless that stun lands and the damage is just too much. RetroZing going forward. He might have bailed out LoJazz. Is the burn just too much? First blood over to Decoy, but the burn is in fact too much. Ticks down. Bio goes down as well.
All right, I'm going to still give props to Low Jazz, despite the fact that he gets turned around right when the camera went over to him. You saw a pixel-perfect dodge on the first Pillar Flame that came out from Bio. That's the only reason Low Jazz survived that long and was able to make that into a 1-for-1. It started out that whole sequence in really favorable terms. Let's see. That's too late by the time the replay starts. But either way, good pursuit from Decoy here to make sure to get the 1-for-1.
Yeah, not going to take any chances on that. Like you said, willing to burn the flash and get that stun down. The slice and dice locks that kill up. A lot of summoners blown, kind of all over the place. Retrozing and Adam both burn their TPs to get back in the lane. Bio burn the flash. Decoy burn the flash. Retrozing burn the flash. We might have more summoners going down here. Bio will go down. Low Jazz on the board here. It's a 2-for-1 lead here for AMI early.
An aggressive look from Bio
You're
as a
telling me.
flashless brand to get in there and try to take those chickens. I must have assumed that Low Jazz would go out towards bottom side or would redeploy at least onto his Krugs so that he would have a window to get over there, but I think he got spotted on that control ward, so he bites the dust again.
Low Jazz playing a return visit back there over to Adam. Both junglers grabbing themselves the first kind of big component here, but I think the big story right now, yes, Gragas is a great neutralizer, but Decoy grabbed himself the phase here early, and if that can get accelerated, then all of a sudden you're feeling really good about your prospects early on here. Fate sealed is out of his level 6. Kind of snuck up on me here. As Low Jazz going to dart Bio into the wall here. Protoss giving him a little bit of extra speed, a little extra AD. And the feat of warfare goes over to AMI, and it's all falling apart as Adam goes down. It's a double kill for Retrozing. Boy, oh boy, disaster early game for Cupid.
AMI arrive in droves. Adam and Bio are left wondering what the hell is bot lane doing here as Baz and Protoss arrive to the scene, turn the fight, and make it into a hard win for the side of AMI. They are now up nearly 2k gold, 6 minutes into the game. 2-0 start for Retrozing. You could not have drawn it up any better. Bio deep in a hole right now on this brand jungle.
Not great. Not great. Yeah, feeling, I mean, look, as brand, right, look, you've got, once you get that Leandries going, you're going to have that percent health. You will be able to take a lot of damage down. You can do a ton of damage if everybody stays pumped up. But with the range that this composition has, it's going to be a little bit tougher. You need that lockdown to still go your way. That's what we talked about in draft. So the rest of the team going to have to come up big to help set Bio up here because you need that damage early on to get you to that bridge, to get you to where Adam and Hub can start to take over this game.
Not at all. Going to really need to aim for that later game explosiveness like you brought up earlier at this stage 4x4 as Bio's miles away from a really powerful early start that you might hope for on the brand, a champion who can clear so quickly. You understand why he wants to go in there and take away quick and easy camps from Low Jazz, but punished time and time again for it. He'll eventually scale up and be powerful with Hub and Adam, but Adam is now getting drawn into this chaos. He went down earlier on. He's now to CS deficit, as well as Retrozing being up 2-0 against him, going to make this laning phase just difficult in what is already a melee versus ranged matchup. Yeah. You just need to buy time. You need to slow things down as Cupid. AMI now have the resources to accelerate this game. You have to do as much as you possibly can to make sure that they don't get to do it, but this is not that recipe, Adam.
Nope, Adam in some trouble here. Just barely not able to get on a Retrozing. The Impale does miss as well, to be fair, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from halfway across Summoner's Rift is what seals Adam's fate and makes it 5-1 for AMI.
Fancy footwork there from Adam. Loved the dodge on the Impale especially, but the fact that he's forced to take that fight by being over-pushed and the fact that he just goes down 1-for-0, it's rough stuff, but here's an engage on a Protoss.
Protoss in a little bit of trouble. Tub goes forward. Not able to get a ton of CC down, but it's just enough to get Hub a reset. And that might be enough to take down Baz here. Just dumping the minigun into his back. Bio going to grab himself the grubs, or at least going to try to. If Low Jazz has anything to say about it, it might go differently, but he's got some backup in the form of Hub and Tub.
All right, Hub and Tub say screw slowing the game down. Let's just take it back into our favor.
Yeah.
2-0 start for Hub. Immediately starts to show some real nice signs of life here for Cupid. It also gives the opportunity for Bio to do those grubs. That's one of the nice little things about Brand Jungle in 2025. Does those grubs so efficiently. They all get to proc plays on their own, dealing damage to the others. He does them quick, easy, and safely, and will be able to get away. An objective secured for Cupid on top of those 2 kills, and just like that, the gold lead is less than 1k.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Cupid right back in this one, and what better place to dump that early gold than the Jinx? Get her 2 of those big item spikes earlier on. Gonna cash out this call. It's gonna feel nice as well a little bit later, so it doesn't feel as bad, right? Sacrificing some of that early combat power for that extra gold injection later. On the Berserker's Greaves, Baz also on his way to his first item. But in the mid lane, man, Retro Zing taking that CS lead, that kill lead, and really translating it very nicely here. Up 15 CS, 203, 100% KP for Retro Zing, as AMI going to be the first ones onto this dragon. And finally, 5 minutes later than we're used to.
They make their way down here. They do still get to abuse that top lane advantage they had, given that they had previously lane swapped to be able to get low jazz on towards this dragon. And it's first Dragon Cloud Drake, so it means AMI not gunning for Cloud Drake for the first time, it feels, this series. So now going to have a chance at a soul that maybe is going to give them a little bit more direct combat power if they are able to stack those on up. Now, rotating the bots towards mid, actually, just wanting to make sure that they can control that mid push as much as they possibly can. Going to be very helpful when a lot of this early gameplay going to be about stopping Brand from farming both jungles.
Yeah, he's still got to way back into this one. Dr. Calculus gets the explosive pass onto Retro Zing. The Spiraling Despair goes down. That's going to be a good amount of damage with Bio caping up here. Maybe with one more cast, can you get down there? The body slam slows Retro Zing down enough, or so you thought, but he returns fire, and now with low jazz waiting in tow, AMI trying to build on this early lead and get themselves qualified to NACL as soon as possible. The flash from Bio. Ooh, almost there, but flash from Bio will keep them safe for now.
It's a decent look from Dr. Calculus, but the return damage from Retro Zing very good there, abusing that extra passive damage that Hwei received on the last patch to be able to close out the kill. And Bio not quite able to get close enough to Retro Zing to bounce the Pyroclasm between his own body and the Hwei. You need to make sure you're within that range if you're going to chuck out the ultimate there, because it means he wastes it for nothing. And it's just a 1-for-0. Retro Zing gets himself another 3-0-3 on the way. So accelerated on a mage pick that he's plenty comfortable with.
Yeah, feeling really, really powerful right now. And with all the range that he has, I mean, yeah, you've got some tools to get into the backline, right? Flash Headbutt Pulverize, a well-placed explosive cast, Fate Sealed into the backline. Those are all options for sure, but you've got point-and-click CC. You've got an Impale. You've got some self-peel, kind of, with Retro Zing as well. And CC from Baz and Protoss, we talked about the Monsoon, how valuable that can be, into some very divey engage by Cupid. AMI's got to be feeling really good about not just their current prospects, but I feel like, Gordo, as these fights go on, if you've got Retro Zing there, you've got a chance.
Indeed you do.
And you kind of talked about it as well, Gordo, before we got on air. You're saying, look, I could see this being a bit of a coming out party for Retro Zing. And look, this game, I'm choosing right now to make a point of talking about it, yes. But he has had himself a really good series.
I completely agree with you, 4x4, and, you know, this is one of those players that we just haven't gotten to see too much of on this sort of stage. I know this is something I said a lot about Zenshi yesterday, but it's also something that's true about guys like Protoss and Retro Zing here for AMI. They've been around the scene for a long period of time. They've played in multiple splits, but they've been on teams that were uncompetitive enough that it's really hard for a layperson or even a very experienced viewer of the esport to really draw strong conclusions about how good they are as players. They just don't get themselves into positions to be competitive against good teams frequently enough to have a really good read on how they are. But Pocus, the former support of AMI, now coach, believed in this guy, brought him in onto the team, and he has paid off for them massively. He's been so good for them this whole OQ and promo tournament run.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Having himself a very good series as well. Yeah, just looking solid. I mean, again, and you think back to how crucial winning that game 2 was, also kind of shifting gears a little bit. Showing the resilience as well. We talked about how much, and Dr. Kalkus talked about it as well, right? Look, we've got resilience from playing a lot together, learning a lot together under 3 different orgs. This 5-stack, more continuity than any roster in Tier 1, 2, or 3 of North American League of Legends, not named Cloud9. Shopify with a little bit of an asterisk there because Zazel had to come up and play for Seos, my sweet Brazilian baby boy, before they had their runs. But AMI certainly showing resilience in the face of a lot more roster swaps, right? A little more kind of planned out, like you said. It seemed like they had sort of a backup plan should things have, changed how they did. And some of the changes were instigated as well. Some happened to them, some they did themselves. We're looking solid here early on. and 1 kill on his decoy here. Not too bad either. Dragon gonna spawn in about 45 seconds. Herald gonna spawn pretty quickly after that as well. Where are you looking here if you're AMI?
It's going to be wherever they are set up on Cupid's side for sure. Nice flash disengage there by Baz. Stops Cupid from pulling the trigger on what they thought might be a good angle for them. And I mean, with RetroZing in the position he's in, I think AMI would feel very, very good to just come on over here and take themselves the Dragon, especially when the first turret is no longer up for grabs, and it's not going to be, because RetroZing's taking it right now.
First brick over to AMI as Rift Herald spawns. Tubbs looking for a way into this one here. Taking a lot of damage, though, from Baz. Got in. Didn't pop the Unbreakable Will, it doesn't look like. Did pop the heal on himself, though. Lojaz taken kind of low. Still has the Impale if he wants to look for it. As Decoy playing bodyguard a little bit here up front. After all that, no blood, no foul. But Dr. Calculus has got a full health bar. He's got a Summoner's Cup to try to throw at somebody should they want to go back into this one. Adam looking for an angle of his own.
And that's a rough interaction for Cupid there, as Tub is forced to recall. Like you said, he doesn't blow the Unbreakable Will, but he does have to recall. It does seem like AMI don't feel comfortable getting in there to be able to start up the Rift Herald. They may want to go out and spend some money. It does feel like they're sending back some carries. They're getting themselves re-upped on wards in Protoss' department. And they didn't actually claim that Dragon yet either, so they are going to back on off and then just redeploy towards that bottom side objective. But it was looking like Cupid were potentially at risk of losing both objectives there very briefly just because of how chunked out Tub got. Doesn't end up playing out that way. There's enough of a threat from the rest of Cupid. AMI don't want to play too risky with it, so Cupid will be able to redeploy, and they will still have contest towards potentially one of these objectives. And AMI still sticking around mid, still waffling between the two, and I don't mean to call them indecisive. I think they are waiting to see what Cupid does and looking to capitalize on their lead that they already have.
Yeah, it's kind of how it feels, right? Going to take the window that they gave you. Tub going right on to Baz, but really nothing to do about that. Doesn't have any summoners, but actually might just get bounced around here as Dr. Calculus comes in over the wall and locks up the enemy AD carry. Decoy going to pop the Dominus. TP coming in hot here. And the fight breaks out in that top river. Maybe do these teams just kind of trade objectives here? AMI got their first one. They're going to get the stacking going. Bio certainly says, look, I don't know about you guys. I'm going to the Rift Herald.
And there's the Doctor showing up in the nick of time to be able to make a play for his team. Gets a deep flank behind it. Looked like Baz had no idea that that one was coming. Decoy now in a 1 versus 3.
Boy, oh boy. Tub able to headbutt him out of trouble. Rift Herald taken down by Bio and Lojaz. We'll have some one-on-one time with that Dragon. Going to grab that second one of the game for his squad. We'll see what Soul comes up to bat here.
Yeah, that was Protoss. Decoy's okay. It was the blue champion. Got me a little worried for Decoy when I didn't have to be there, but really still good for AMI to be able to secure this Mountain Drake. Cupid do get themselves on the board with that Rift Herald, being able to make that pick happen on towards Baz and keep the gold as relatively close as they can. Again, despite how one-sided the very early game was, I do think Cupid have done a great job of stabilizing. Yeah. They still do want it to go late.
No, they absolutely do. I think that this comp is an absolute terror if you can go late. You can 100-0 pretty much the entire team. I mean, Lojaz is the only kind of true tank here, right? He's not gotten kind of capital G going, and plus he's going to be on a jungle budget, so not quite as strong as maybe an equivalent champion would be at that stage of the game. And I want to also shout out Bio because it was a disaster start for him. He had three deaths in a hurry. Now he's on 2 items, and he is kind of not leaps and bounds because I think Lojaz is sitting on some gold here. But for him to just rush to 2 items as quickly as he has, all of a sudden, you're right back in this if you're Cupid.
Yeah, I know. This is the biggest power spike of the game for Brand. I can promise you that much from my mid lane days. You love to have the Leandry's Rylai's combo. So much burn damage and so much utility for the rest of the team, too, once you're able to layer those on down. Will really pay off over the course of these extended fights. Brand now one of those champions. Oh, wait a second. Lojaz!
Able to flash away. Yeah, Adam just barely getting out of certain death, but Lojaz does expend the ultimate, and that'll mean that for their turn, Cupid will smash Shelly into the mid lane tier 1 for their first tower of the game here, allowing them to open things up just a little bit here. Get this roving death squad going with Bio on this spike. Gordo want to take advantage of it. That's certainly what they're trying to do here.
Passing their driving test as well, getting the Herald all the way into the turret. AMI not going to be able to have much of a response there. They're not going to be able to finish off the turret for Cupid, but Decoy is going to feel the pressure and back on off for the time being. And, you know, for the first time this game, it's already gone, but they had it very briefly. Cupid did have a gold lead there, and they might get it back. Not quite. It was very, very close, though, and very good stuff here from Cupid to be able to restabilize this game. And I really don't think that AMI are in such a powerful position where they're really heavily favored to win this game any longer. Yes, RetroZing's plenty strong, but Bio is going to be strong as well, and Hub is kind of his equal at this stage.
Yeah, it's stalled out a little bit, right? I mean, like you said, Hub on 2 really nice items for the Jace there at 50% crit. To start shredding just that little bit more. Once you get that LDR going, oh boy, then it gets really, really scary. You start doing true damage to everybody else. Not really, I know that, but you just run with me here. And Lojaz all of a sudden becomes a much smaller problem. You don't have cleanse. The Change Crystal Arrow does land there just as I say that. I didn't mean to do that. Hub, I'm sorry. He gets taken down by Lojaz. Tub pops the Unbreakable Will. Still might not be enough as Baz all of a sudden dumps a bunch of arrows into his back.
What a shot there from Baz, and that's why so many people love to take the cleanse up against the Ashe. You never know when one of those is going to find its mark. Hub goes down. AMI with full control of this mid lane area. They get 1 turret, and they're going to start to pressure on towards the second. Cupid expecting their Jinx to be able to clear these waves. They're late on the response.
Mid lane tier 1 taken down. AMI respond in their own right. Howling Gale not going to find much here, but still with no objectives to fight over here. AMI not willing to play their hand out too far, but I'd say that mid tier 1 is a fantastic reward. It's good work if you can get it, as they say.
It is. And now getting to spend a little bit of additional money, getting Baz an extra kill in his pocket to try to push him towards the Infinity Edge. That does give you that help with your passive slow. On Ashe in particular, going to be plenty helpful for the rest of that team to be able to try to chase down or kite back, depending on what is necessary for the situation. And I do want to shout out Protoss here as well, for a player that we've called out throughout this series, is getting picked off quite a bit, especially in that game 1. He has done a really great job on this Janna of just staying safe, still being there to be able to back folks off, even looking for occasional ganks. There he is again, getting a nice little tornado onto Tub to create space for Lojaz. He's been plenty helpful, and he's scaling into the game the way that a Janna can, and they have not been able to capitalize on the relatively low mobility and damage and health of the Janna.
Baz escapes with his life, blows both summoners, returns fire to Dr. Calculus, but uses his range to get the kill onto Protoss. Dr. Calculus, out of nowhere, he comes through the walls, Gordo. The Impale lands onto the Unbreakable Will of Tub. Tub taking a lot of damage, gonna get the redemption to help him out there. Spiraling Despair comes down, and the response from AMI is clinical. Decoy going in with 2 items and a full head of steam, pops the Dominus, not able to get onto Bio. Adam looking for everything now. Baz able to kite backwards very nicely, dumping a bunch into his opposite number, or into Adam, I should say. And just like that, after all that, only 1 death, but looks like AMI will walk away with a dragon as their reward.
I cast a curse for Protoss. I did it. I'm sorry. He did get found there, although it took them a lot of resources and effort to be able to get onto him. Tub ends up going down as well, so it ends up support for support at the end of the day. Decoy tapping back in.
Holy, everyone's TP, and the Otacon started immediately by Cupid. AMI knew with the lead that they have, albeit non-monstrous, they can't let this Otacon go down without a fight. Everybody's on half HP. Is that enough to allow AMI to take this objective? Baz shows up, but not heading towards the Otacon. Thought maybe Decoy was going to try to leash it out and get that started for AMI, but they opt for a different course.
Yeah, I mean, Decoy TP's in. He's a monster on this Renekton, by the way. What a CS lead that he's accrued for himself quietly over the course of this lane up against Dr. Calculus' Gragas. He is on 2 items, the same as the Gragas is, but oh boy, is he strong in these fights. And there's some more expensive items at that. Here comes Dr. Calculus on the flank, though.
And he's going just full damage. The only kind of tankiness he has, the explosive task goes, why is that Rod of Ages? Molten Fissure goes out, Protoss. Chance Crystal Arrow lands on the enemy carry. They're trying to bail him out with the redemption, but the Spiraling Despair lands. That could be all she wrote. Flashes away, and Decoy goes down. Hug somehow stays alive. Baz gets a return kill. RetroZing on the board as well. Yes, he can stay alive, can get a ton of damage done for his team, but RetroZing alive as well. Lojaz somehow escapes. It's a 2-for-1 for AMI.
They pull out all the stops on AMI to keep Lojaz alive there. It's the shielding for both the Janna and from RetroZing to be able to keep the Scorpion alive. A little bit of a bait there from Baz as he connects a crucial arrow on towards Hub, but Decoy loses his life trying to capitalize. It still sets up the scenario for a successful team fight from AMI, though. They get to play it on front-to-back terms. Lojaz is still plenty tanky, and he snags Adam here, making it an easy kill for RetroZing.
Now 5 kills for him, 90% KP. Right place, right time for this man, or really just the action kind of finding him. Lojaz with the Randuin's pickup, Mondo-based into the Yone Jinx there. A fantastic second item. Get the Heartsteel stacks going, so then that Randuin is going to be a tilter to play into. Adam in a bit of a rough spot here. That Soul Unbound's going to take him right back into danger. RetroZing almost dropped a nuke on his head, but Adam able to flash away. Here's the return fire.
Decoy!
The arrow goes down. A lot of damage coming in. Decoy with the flank pops the Dominus, but a lot of burn damage coming in here for Bio, and he's got the Blighting Jewel as well. Going to chew through what very little resistances he has as well. Tough going onto the Crocodile. Pops the Unbreakable Will, or no, doesn't actually, excuse me, just the Stampede there. No one's going to start this Baron just yet. The Otacon's still available. We still got plenty of blood to be spilled here.
Huh, you know, that was a Mondo flank from Decoy. I was ready for that to get the fight started in earnest, but they have enough disengaged tools to spare. They don't need them to cover their other flanks, so they actually just kind of hold Decoy still and end up pushing him back, nearly killing him, and continuing to stall out the fight. They do still want to maintain control over this river. The Otacon's the name of the game for the time being. They're waiting for Adam, though, to get his cooldowns back. He had a funky interaction with his Fate Sealed in the Skarner there, spit it out while he was still in the claws of the Scorpion, and it meant that he couldn't get a good fight started off of it.
Leashed up here. AMI looking to try to get on it, but Cupid not going to go down without a fight. They've got elimination written on their forehead right now, trying to find the hydrochloric, not hydrochloric, just the rubbing alcohol. There we go, and a wet wipe to wipe it off there. Enchanted Crystal Arrows, that's a max range stun for Adam. Good night, sweet prince. Lojaz picks up the kill credit. Gets lit up by the brand, but a tower taken on the other side as well. AMI, really good purchase on here now with the numbers advantage. Is this enough to go for the Otacon, or are they just looking to turn?
Oh, another nice little combo found there by RetroZing. And this Ash pick for Baz, it's like a cheat code. And here's another one from Decoy.
You were calling for it all day long, Gordo, and this dude looks clinical on this pick. And it's not just the Enchanted Crystal Arrows, it's the positioning, it's the volleys. It's using every part of this champion's kit to milk maximum value out of it. AMI getting a great performance from their AD carry when they needed it most. But Cupid, again, this team does not say die. Howling Gale finds its mark with that Glacial Augment. That is just obnoxious. They're looking for a way in here. Bio has his smite. If he can get in, he's got the flash as well. Dr. Talcos does have the explosive cast. Use it right there. Nothing doing for the big man. Decoy gonna grab a kill there. Adam comes back, but too little too late as Lojaz goes over the wall after grabbing the Otacon to chase Yone out of the river.
And another fight goes AMI's way. They secure themselves the Otacon, and with it, a decisive lead in the game. Super Mega Death Rocket passes through the Baron Pit just in case AMI were inadvisably trying to start it up. And they wisely take their recall, spend their money, redeploy out, and are going to likely look for that objective up next. Such calm, controlled play, and like you called out there, Baz finding another pick on the Ash, another Crystal Arrow on towards Adam to take him off the board. AMI have been so good on this pick throughout this whole run. It makes things so easy for them to be able to just chuck that out there, and Baz's accuracy has been second to none. Their ability to use that ability to make these picks has been so critical for them in so many moments this tournament, and it might just be the one that sends them to the NACL.
He's been money, man. Really clean. But again, just a real team effort from AMI, and you called it out, Gordo. This team thrives on its team fighting, and it's looked really good. Look, game one was a bit of a rough one. Game two, they won, and I think that's the best thing we can say about that. But in games 3 and 4 here, their team fighting has looked a lot sharper.
Decoy, deep behind enemy lines, looking for a flank here, and We'll see if this one can have better results than previously. Dr. Calculus whiffs the explosive cask. And just like that, one of the big tools that Cupid could use to turn this game on cooldown.
Yeah, that's kind of your big reliable fight starter, right? Talk about non-committal engage, non-committal ways to start a fight. That is down and out for the next minute and change here. As Decoy gets chased out of the fight for now. Dr. Calculus trying to play bodyguard here, and Chance of Crystal Arrow again finds Adam. Howling Gale over the top as well. But not enough to start the fight just yet. They want this Baron, man. They're just looking for one pick, potentially. Trying to reestablish their vision in this top river. I say that, maybe they don't want this Baron. I'm surprised they didn't go in on that.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to play it slow and easy, recognizing that Bio getting a Miracle Steal, perhaps one of the only ways that Cupid get back into this game. But, I mean, you were calling out earlier, Enrique, the ultimate from Baz, not the only part that he's playing really well in this Ashe, and he uses every piece of the champion to its absolute fullest. I'm not going to lie to you, man. It's mostly the ultimate. The ultimate has been so sick for them throughout this entire game, and they keep on finding play after play with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a game changer, right? This champion's been in the game for 15 years. It's been the same button does basically the same thing. Big stun from all the way across the map. Has influenced the result of a world semifinal in dramatic fashion. It's one of the iconic abilities in the game.
Oh!
Baz getting his money's worth with it. Adam, wrong place, wrong time. Tub goes in, big headbutt, pulverized to be fair. Might have put his team back in it, but Hub can't quite find his way into this fight. It's one down here at AMI with the numbers advantage. Adam blew his flash as well. A suboptimal fight to say the least for the Cupid mid laner. Decoy pops the dominance, exchange a crystal arrow, ripping that on cooldown. Tub goes up into Decoy, actually almost able to turn it onto the Crocodile, but just playing defense. Damage control is the name of the game for Cupid right now. I say that. Hub doesn't say damage control. He says, no, I want blood, bruh.
Hub going to need that reset to be able to try to pull them back into contention. What a pick by Lojaz, by the way. Such an effective pick against the Yone is this Skarner. Does such a good job of being able to hold him still, disrupt his soul unbound, and ability to be able to snap in and out of fights. When you're holding them in your clutches, he can't get back to his soul, and you can finish him off before he gets the chance to do that. Grabs him, puts him up against the wall there before he gets a chance to be able to fight back in this game. And it gives them another favorable situation. Not able to turn it into more kills, though. A big block by Tub in that last fight, as Lojaz might be a little pick now, or is it Calc?
Enchanted Crystal Arrow again doesn't find, or excuse me, the explosive cask, pardon me, does not find its mark. Again, Dr. Calculus taken completely out of the fight. He's gone straight damage in this one. You get a little bit of defensive value from that Roa. But, man, they just want to try to outmuscle in these team fights, and it's not going great for them. Again, Gordo, I mean, you miss that cask, your life gets so much harder.
It's an interrupt on the recall for RetroZing, but now they know that Super Mega Death Rocket's not there, and that also signals to AMI that they don't have vision of Baron, so they're going to choose to rip it off of that. Dr. Calculus, though, arriving to the scene. It's melting down so fast, 4x4.
It is melting down incredibly fast, and with no way in, Baz finishes off the Baron, and they're looking to start the death march into the base to NACL. Decoy taken very low here, has the GA, but he just might be the sacrificial lamb here. I think Decoy knows his lane. It's a shutdown for Dr. Calculus, but that's another big step taken in the direction of promotion for AMI. Dragon Soul now Baron on the cards here for the squad on the red side of your screen. Lojaz taken low here. And there's an explosive cast that hits and an objective bounty that hits as well. Adam coming up big for that one. Dr. Calculus going to get hit with the Spiraling Despair. Good night, sweet prince. Baz goes way too far forward, gets lit up. RetroZing buys his team time with the stopwatch. A double kill for him. Not too many members left wearing blue, but it is a 3 for 2 for AMI.
Oh, and so close there. Hub gets the reset he's been waiting for, but he's out of mana. He can't fire off fish bones without that resource. And Lojaz, by the way, trying to get a little cute in this fight. He takes a long Ishtal's impact through the Baron pit, trying to call out the snapback to the soul from Adam. He times it just a little bit wrong, overshoots it, ends up in the red buff, and that is what causes Decoy to go down in a massively outnumbered fight. Nearly a major blunder, but Baz popping off in this fight, gets so much damage onto so many members. There's the reset for Hub, but he just can't step up any longer, and RetroZing has enough damage even when he's the only carry.
Yeah, Baz certainly did a lot in that fight. I think I was not properly, it was not clocking, as the kids say, how much he did there. I thought he kind of just got caught forward. My eyes were on another part of that fight, but you're absolutely right to point that out, Gordo. Baz still trying to drag this team to the finish line. Ketchup Crusader not going to find his mark there, but RetroZing, one of the few members wearing purple, takes down that bot lane tier 2. 5 towers to 4. I mean, Cupid, look, only down 4,000 gold at this point, right? Still another minute left on this Baron buff. But AMI have to get a lot done with this Baron buff. Otherwise, we've talked about it, right? Look, things are not going amazingly for Cupid right now. Adam has not had the game he's wanted. Dr. Calculus is missing more explosive casts than he's hitting. But when it all lands, Gordo, there is so much damage on the side of Cupid that they can close this out. They're not out of the woods just yet.
They certainly are not. They're looking for more opportunities to be able to potentially pick somebody off, get a huge explosive cast, get a huge fate seal, but it feels like they've gotten bitten for their efforts so frequently in this game number 4. But you can't let that discourage you. You can't let AMI, with Chemtech Soul in tow and so much control around the map, just continue to bully you around and take everything available. Elder Dragon is spawning now, 4x4, and this very well may be where the final fight of NACL 2025 takes place.
Let's go. I mean, that's what I wanted to see in Elder Dragon. After all this, we have had some bangers and we've had some clangers. We have had some silly games. Tough able to cleanse out of there with the Summoner Spellbook. Low Jazz, he is a thickums getting forward there on 3.5 items. Not taking a ton of damage here. LDR picked up. No, that's not an LDR. That's a Mortal Reminder. Pardon me. A little bit of heal cut. Not sure what for. Monsoon, kind of, maybe. Elder Dragon is in
There's
a
a
different zip code.
Moonstone on Protoss, I guess.
Yeah, Moonstone, sure, Moonstone. Elder Dragon goes back to its residential zip code. Dr. Calculus trying to get out of dodge there with the Proto Belt, taking a lot of damage. RetroZing can do all that from a screen away. This is where the battle lines are drawn. It certainly feels, it has an air of finality about it, Gordo. I think you pointed it out, and you were absolutely right to do so.
Well, Cupid don't want it to, because Cupid want to win and take us to a game number 5. Would not end here if Cupid are able to win it, but that is easier said than done. Low Jazz, such a big, tanky wall. AMI just sent Decoy back, recalled him, he TP'd back in, but Hub is pulling the trigger.
Hub pulls the trigger, Low Jazz gets 2 on the Impale, leaves it very easy for Baz and RetroZing. Got the kill onto Dr. Calculus, and they just keep falling afterwards. Hub couldn't get in and gets ripped through by Decoy. Flashes over the wall. That's the Elder Drake. That's 4 kills for AMI. Tub next on the menu. It's a win, not an if. AMI running down mid towards their NACL hopes and dreams. The death timer's along. I think they're going to be able to do it here, Gordo.
Yeah, they pull the trigger, they try to find their opportunity, but they cannot do it even with Decoy still en route. Such a great ultimate from Low Jazz, holds the members in place, lets them close it out, and AMI, after a rough up and down 2025, they will re-qualify for the NACL.
They are back where they feel they belong. Cupid did not make it easy for them, but they got there in the end. They were the favorites coming into it. They closed it out. And that game too, man, I mean, I'm going to be like, you know, you have those things of like, oh man, like the things that haunt you when you were 12 years old that you shouldn't have done, right? The almosts and stuff like that. I mean, thank goodness they won that, because that game too, right? That had just disaster class written all over it. Cupid so close to taking a 2-0 lead in that one. But as we say, all is well, that ends well. Apex mission accomplished. I know the 1,000th person to say that line, but feels good to have them back where they are. And again, it felt like a real kind of team effort, right? We've got to pick an MVP here shortly. I've got a couple forward contenders here, but over the course of the 4 games, or really the 3 games if we're being honest, the last 3, everyone contributed in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, absolutely here. I mean, such a great showing from this team. And you love an org that runs this way. Our MVP candidate's going to be Decoy, Low Jazz, and RetroZing. I think a lot of arguments to be made for all of them, but what a showing for me, it would be Decoy. I think he was rock solid the whole series long. Even his Rumble looked pretty good in the loss at the beginning, as rough of a loss as that was. Certainly able to make some differences at crucial moments with the equalizer. and such a great showing across the board here from everybody on AMI. You got to feel for this organization that is stuck with this core of Decoy, Low Jazz, Baz, and even Pocus for so long, and have now qualified for NACL twice. It was a miracle the first time, but it was decisive this time, taking down relegation opponents, taking down true NACL opponents, not just grabbing a spot that was up for grabs. Low Jazz, after getting into the NACL for summer but departing early. RetroZing and Protos able to do it on their first time in promotion tournament. And Decoy and Baz being able to get back in here after being relegated last time. And Pocus' coach as well. It feels so good for all 5 players.
Yep, all 5 players and Pocus, like you said, getting back there in a different role. So it feels really good for them. Our MVP candidates, like you're saying, right below my face right here, Decoy, Low Jazz, and RetroZing. Vote in the chat for MVP. Who do you want it to be? You actually get to decide this, believe it or not. So, as we roll some highlights here and see just how AMI did it, you can maybe let these highlights influence your decision. If you're like me, you're a little indecisive on it, and wanted to just, be a little fence sitter, well, hopefully these highlights can help you get somewhere for this one. But, I mean, Baz, again, it's a shame he's not in this top 3 right now, because this game 4, God on high, what a game on the Ash.
Yeah, and this is, I bet this was going to go to RetroZing, by the way. It's going to be the same as yesterday's for Dr. Calculus, where RetroZing had such a sick final game that that's going to be what's fresh in everybody's mind. But, I think Decoy, though, just such expert play throughout the entire series. I think there's a strong argument that he's the best player on the Rift today across both teams, and he was able to accomplish so much in so many of these games to be able to push them into a successful position. He would be my pick, like I said, but vote for who you will. It's your own decision. No harm, no foul, and what a run from AMI regardless. AMI don't care who you pick either, I'll promise you that much. They're just happy to be back.
You can say that again. But to kind of, heap on the Decoy love here, we talked about it in Game 1, right? And what he was able to do when Dr. Calculus got going in a monstrous way on that Scion in Game 1. He didn't let that phase him, right? Stayed steady, kept the CS even, and had a big impact even as that game went on. Yes, it was in a loss, but he was a big reason why his team were back in that one, and a real 1v9 performance in Game 2 as well. So not just in the dominant games, who stood out, who had the good games. Yes, RetroZing and Baz, monstrous games here in Game 4, shutting down Adam real early, and Baz on this Ash. I mean, what more can we say? But yeah, on the top side, stabilizing things in Games 1 and 2. That has to be talked about as well.
Bag's definitely the nickname of choice, though. He's securing them over the course of this game number 4 with those well-placed Enchanted Crystaleros. I agree, he definitely could have gotten some votes in here as well, but I just can't sell Decoy and Low Jazz short after the series in total that they have had for themselves. I mean, like you said, the Gnar in game number 2, I mean, Decoy, the only reason that they win that game, hands down, saved them from certain loss in more than one time over the course of that game. And the Galio pick in game number 3 as well, making so much of a difference, being so effective to hold down Dr. Calculus's Aurora and to counter out the double mage composition. All great stuff from him. And Low Jazz as well, I mean, constantly finding the engages, constantly finding these fights. His Nocturne with the Orianna, really important to get them into that favorable position. His Skarner in this game number 3 made the game unplayable for Adam.
And you're looking ahead, Gordo, I mean, how do you feel about a lot can change between now and the start of 2026. Even, Shogo, when we interviewed him after his team, CCG, qualified a couple days ago, he was like, look, that kind of didn't say it explicitly, but he was kind of saying, look, a lot can change between now and then, right? Tier 2 is a little unstable, to put it mildly, especially coming up from Tier 3, right? The jump is pretty big. How do you think, assuming we get kind of similar, the same roster, etc., the boys get to go up and do it as a 5-stack again, what needs to improve so that they don't meet the same face and we're not here in 2026 or 2027 promotion series talking about how do AMI get back up to Tier 2?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a different roster, right? I can't help but say, RetroZing, a different player in the mid lane. I think not quite as hyped as Phi Mini. But, again, like Phi Mini during his Tier 3 career, fall 2024 ACL, stuff like that, where he made that deep finals run, it was on a very strong team. And, you know, that just gives you more opportunity to show what you have, whereas playing at Kosa Gamers, like RetroZing has for 2 years, doesn't give you that sort of opportunity. They just weren't making those sorts of deep runs. So I'm very curious to see what he's going to look like at the NACL level. Protos brings a unique champion pool. I'm curious what that's going to look like. And then Pocus's coach, you know, has helped this team form into a heavy open qualifier favorite, right? They come into this promo tournament as the #1 seed. The fact that they qualified at all back at the beginning of the year was considered a miracle. So they've definitely improved leaps and bounds, and you got to look at them to be able to continue doing so.
Get it out.
Almost sneezed, didn't do it. We're good.
You're more of a professional than me.
I don't have my mute button by me, so that would have been rough for everybody.
Nor did I. I just like hit my face under the table and was like, if they can't see me, then they can't hear it. That's not how that works.
Mike's attached to my face, brother.
No, but looking ahead, yeah, I mean, look, especially in the mid lane, right? And 5 mini, right? Going up to Luminosity, right? They've got a chance to get up to the LTA at this point as well. I mean, you've got some big shoes to fill, but I mean, right, Pocus has a really cool opportunity as well, right? To be able to do it kind of, you know, once as a player and once as a coach. I mean, can you see his influence on this team, his fingerprints on it at all?
I think I can, and he's, you know, I haven't talked to everybody on this team, but I've talked to him and I've talked to Baz. I did a quick interview with them back when this team sort of came together at the beginning of the season. This is before Low Jazz rejoined as well. But from what I understand, I mean, again, he had a really strong vouch for these players, right? He really wanted to emphasize that he felt like these were players that were deserving of better opportunities and that were better than what they've shown. So he's kind of trying to moneyball it a little bit, right? He's saying, hey, there's players around this scene that are undervalued. Everybody else doesn't know what they're looking at. I'm the player. I was in NACL this last split. I have the ability to recognize this talent that I think all of these other coaches and staff don't. I'm going to pick these guys up for my team, and we're going to go back and requalify. And you know what? Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I'm not even going to make the joke because, yeah, it's, no, they finished it off. And I think it's an interesting point about the money ball, right? Because, I mean, you know, former player becomes coach. You see that in traditional sports all the time, right? What can I add from what I've seen? How can I, you know, help make these guys, this team, into more than the sum of their parts? And yeah, I think, like you said, you see the fingerprints there, if nothing else, just through how they've gone from fun miracle roster with a Canadian flavor to now, like, you know, perennial tier 3 kind of qualifiers. Looking at the other side, though, Cupid, and maybe if you want to give a little bit of a eulogy to some of the other teams as well, but Cupid, they got so close, man. They got so close, reached just the end of the line here. I mean, a lot of these players will be back. We know that, right? Who are you kind of most excited for kind of in the future? And who do you think, man, coming out of this, even though it ended in a loss, they've raised their stock a lot?
They definitely have, and I think they raised their stock. It's funny because I was saying this after they got relegated in spring, that, you know what, you had a tough go of it, you took a lot of flack from the entire scene, but you kept your head down, you worked really hard, you improved, and your stock is in a higher spot now than it was when you started. That's true again after summer, even more so, right? They've been able to do so much over the course of this split. They've been able to prove that, hey, you know what, we've gone from a team that couldn't make top 16 in OQs to a team that makes promo tournament easy peasy and almost makes it all the way back into the NACL. So really good props to them. I do want to quote a friend of mine, Sneezes. He's an assistant coach over at Blue Otter as well, longtime coach with them. He's always given the advice that, you know what, when you've been playing with your friends, when you've been playing with a group that you're tight with for so long, best thing for your career is to maybe try to expand your horizons a little bit, see what you can learn from other players, see what you look like apart when you've been playing together for so long. I think all of these players could really show back up and could be major contributors at the Tier 2 level. It might just be a slightly different combination. So I'm very curious to see what 2026 looks like for all 5 of these guys.
And that could be a tough pill to swallow, right? Especially when the dream is just you and the boys qualify up to the highest level, right? That's what kind of this whole esports scene is built on. That's like the glory days of NA Tier 2 and Tier 3 is that you can take a 5 stack and get to the top. But I mean, you look at some of these kind of constantly high achieving names, I think it rings close to home that a lot of them, you'll see them on kind of different iterations. You just kind of solve the Rubik's Cube in a way that gets you that perfect combination that'll get you to the top. We do finally have an MVP and an interview coming up very soon as well. So get excited for that. The MVP is, drumroll please, let's see who it ended up being. Did that game for bias do it? It's RetroZing with a 7.0 KDA. Not an unfair shout at all. A monstrous way game this time around.
definitely, and you know what, at least the KDA backs it up this time. Maybe it didn't so much for Dr. Cal yesterday. And Retrosing had a solid series all around, right? The important thing to note, while it wasn't too flashy up until game number 4, it was so good in the rest of the series to just be able to play solidly, right? I remember that Oriana game too, where he had no deaths for the longest time. He was so good as well, and he does end up, you know, just performing consistently throughout the entire series. We forget about that Rise game, and game number 1 didn't quite work out for him there, but the rest of the series, gorgeous stuff from Retrosing in the mid lane, and showing that, you know, he can come in, play these mages, and compete with some of the best in Tier 3, beat all the best in Tier 3. Now Tier 2 up next.
All right, and we do get an interview immediately here with Retrosing, our series MVP. Although I'm sure he's happy about that, I think Retrosing much happier about qualifying to NACL. Welcome, Retrosing, to the broadcast. Thank you very much for being here. Again, congratulations. You're coming into a new roster, and you've achieved it, man. You're back at the Tier 2 level with these guys. How are you feeling? Talk us through the emotions right now.
I'm walking up.
I'm feeling great. After they won, I had to use the bathroom like crazy bad. But as I was walking outside to go use it, I was smiling. I was staring at the stars and I was smiling. So it's very great.
So awesome. Retrosing, we've been talking about it a lot today, but I want to hear it from your perspective as well. I mean, you've been around the scene for a couple splits now, competing on some teams that were not able to make some of the deepest runs, and now you get picked up by AMI here. I want to hear a little bit about what that journey for you was like. Like, how do you end up joining up with this AMI team fresh off their relegation from NACL, and how do you join a system that's looking to rebuild itself and requalify after a rough spring split?
Well, I think throughout the past like 2 to 3 years, it's just based on pushing myself harder and harder, like keeping on working, even whenever I fall and falter, and whenever I fall out of the I would just keep pushing myself harder, and I think it got to the point where that a lot of people to notice me. I got good droughts, and team coach Pocus, he reached out to me, and I tried out, and you know.
In that fight mode, I just need you to be really careful about standing on the fight.
After game 1 specifically, how did you guys bounce back? And even after game 2, right? What were the discussions like? You don't have a lot of time between these games, right? What were the kind of takeaways, right? Who was calming everybody down, saying, "Hey, game 1, flush it and move on." Game 2, that happened. We walked away with a win. What were the comms like, kind of between games, to get everybody centered and get set up for a good game 3 and game 4?
900.
It was a reminder of like our core value, which is just like we're not playing these games like obviously we want to win, but we're not playing to win. We're playing to play our best League of Legends that we can, right? And so it was reminding ourselves that. It was reminding ourselves to like just do our basics, right? Because I think a lot of game ones we find ourselves struggling, and so it's just kind of like a wake-up call. Like we lose that game 1, that hits us in the face. The reality that like, okay, we need to focus, we need to lock in, and I think Pocus has a really good way of moderating that and mitigating and making sure that we all like refocus on our goals.
If I end up getting this, I have to.
And so he kind of leads that conversation and makes sure our heads are in the right space for that kind of a thing.
Very nice, very nice. Well, you've reached at least the end of your Tier 3 journey as you move on up into Tier 2, looking at the other teams that are already expected to compete there. We don't know exactly what all the rosters are going to shake out like yet, but as a player who, unlike a lot of your teammates, has not gotten to be up at that Tier 2 level yet, anybody in particular that you have eyes on that you want to compete against, that you really want to show up and beat, or at least show up and learn from over the course of what is about to be 2026 spring? It seems a ways off, but I'd be curious to hear.
But there were a lot of mids that I've looked up to and mids that I've even studied for quite some time. Like Tostiax is one of them, for example. I think his pool is something I've had to study. I've studied a lot of his VODs, and he's definitely someone I take inspiration from, especially after interacting with him. And the rest of the players, like, I want to beat them, right? So it's really about me getting myself to the point where I'm just better than the rest, you know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, Retrosing. Congrats. Enjoy it, man. It's been a slog these last 4 days, but you came out the other side victorious. Enjoy it. Say hi to everyone for us, and take care. We'll see you in 2026.
Very much.
Humble day for love.
getting wrapped up here. Let's take a look one last time at the bracket, see just how the heck we got here. The two teams that qualified, their roads to getting here. It was CCG 2 days ago. Feels like an eternity ago with a lower bracket scrap to get our last team. Zenshi taken down Lotus, getting taken down by Cupid, getting taken down by Apex Mission Impossible. Both them and CCG back in the NACL for 2026 Split 1. Gordo, I think two very deserving teams, obviously, and two of the stronger teams, kind of when we were talking about it coming into it. Look, there were plenty of worthy challengers. We wouldn't have been stunned if any of these teams made it, but especially CCG, these two teams looking like worthy winners, especially after the performances that they put in.
Absolutely. I mean, and you hear the story there from RetroZing as well, and it's just reflected in all of their play throughout this year, over in AMI or over in ACL as well as throughout their open qualifier run and now their promo tournament run. I think they've got a really good system in place there. They've got a really good structure in place for players to be able to come in, improve, and perform. And the fact that they were able to come back in here and do it again with two players who hadn't made promo tournaments before is a strong testament to that. Pocus getting a lot of praise there from his new mid in RetroZing, and certainly seems to deserve it. I'm very excited to see what he's going to be like as a coach at the Tier 2 level.
Yeah, certainly a lot to look forward to for this AMI roster. But for now, we're done, guys. This is it. NACL 2025. It's done. After a long year, I'm grateful that I got to close it out with you, Gordo and Yanni, and RMC as well. I want to shout out one last time our sponsors, ProDiff, because no matter your current rank, you can fast track your road to improvement by scheduling a one-on-one coaching session at prodiff.gg. Every coach on ProDiff is an active or recent NACL or LTA player, so you can be confident they have the knowledge to help you climb faster. Get your personalized coaching from prodiff.gg today. Gordo, final thoughts before we let the good people go on with their Friday.
Best of luck to Conviction and LG over in the promotion tournament coming out of NACL there. That's going to be an exciting one coming up in a couple of weeks here as they try to make it from Tier 2 to Tier 1, realize that dream that promotion relegation represents for them. But that's not going to be here, of course. That is going to be broadcast elsewhere and without us, 4x4. So that is the season for us over here on the NACL. It has been a joy to bring this promotion tournament to everybody, and looking forward to 2026.
For everybody that Gordo mentioned, for Liga Ace behind the glass, making this happen, putting us on the air, making us look good, for Yanni and RMC the first 2 days, for my color caster today, Gordo, for the players and the viewers, thank you guys for being here. I've been 4x4. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll see you in 2026.
You need to win this AMI comp.
I might have a little bit more shenanigans here. Maybe Cupid bit off more than they could chew. Another shutdown going over to the AMI AD carry. She'll trade it back, though. Jungler on jungler. Temper Fate lands as the tower goes down. Dr. Calculus going on a rampage here. Finally, they get his presence felt. Equalizer down to try to take him down a little bit. Slow him down at all. They could. Decoy getting that Narbar up. If he can get in there and get a big ultimate, could flip it on his head. In there with him further. Oh! Lojaz turned off the lights, and when they came back on, the Baron was gone. But where's the rest of his team going? Health bars low all over the place. Bio trying to get forward and tries to CC. Hub got not a ton with his Illusion ultimate. Able to get in there and get decent damage down on the Lojaz. Pop the GA. He'll come back here just for a little bit here. Protoss almost gets the CC down onto Hub. Able to get backward. Tub trying to bail out his AD carry.
Plenty of standing gold left to claim.
We're going to pop the stopwatch there, grab himself a Zonia's as Lojaz going to grab the kill on the Bio. Decoy staying alive still. Tons of healing and shielding over the top still. It's a double for Lojaz. RetroZing on the board for his 6th time today. And why not a point-blank curtain call? It's an ace.
Pull the trigger.
Pull the trigger. Lojaz gets 2 on the Impale. Leaves it very easy for Bath and RetroZing. Got the kill onto Dr. Calculus, and they just keep falling afterwards. Hub couldn't get in and gets ripped through by Decoy. Flashes over the wall. That's the Elder Drake. That's 4 kills for AMI.
An ultimate from Lojaz holds the members in place, lets them close it out, and AMI, after a rough up and down